morning, good evening, good afternoon, good middle of the night. I don't know what time it is where you are. I don't know what time it is where I am, but I do know that we got breaking news just in. Donald Trump's perfect game of golf has been ruined. Has been ruined, right? We don't know the details yet, but we do know that luckily our big special guy is safe. He was whisked away in an armored golf cart. I didn't realize those existed, right? I mean, I guess I should have, right? If he's gonna play golf. They made an armored golf cart. They made an armored effing golf cart for this guy. Like, do you think that, like, there's any president that's ever had so much, like, of his time spent on a golf course that he's got to have an armored golf cart? Golf is a different game when it shoots at you, true. Did Elon design it? The golf cart? Yeah, it's a Tesla. It's a freaking cyber golf cart. Oh my god, Schmegley with the whoo boy. Big news! A second piercing has hit his ear. Well, it sounds like he was nowhere close to actually getting hit this time. Oh my god. Why? So yeah, my theory so far, you know, my favorite conspiracy theory is that they got the wrong guy. It wasn't really this Ryan Wesley Routh. Is that who people are saying it is? I feel like I'm a little bit worried about saying the name yet, just considering like how much the story has transformed so far, how many different versions of this story have come out. I'm reading, like, Twitter here before Dipshit Maga's run with he's a Dem. Ryan Wesley Routh is registered as in North Carolina as unaffiliated, not Democrat. He's also a rabid anti-tax loon. He also did not fire a shot. Secret Service fired at him. He also had a history with... I don't know how much of this to oh my gosh, I'm seeing posts. I'm seeing posts. You know, actually, this is starting to look a little bit like the previous situation from what I can see before. Anyway, just understand that, like, all of the information that we have about this guy, all of the information, I'm getting this off Twitter, right? And it's not like a 5-like post. It's like a 3.8K like post, but China's newest round of biological warfare on the free world is called Mycoplasma pneumonia, created by their scientist Xi Zhengli to eliminate as many democratic civilians as possible coming from inside sources in China. We must move away from Chinese goods made from slave labor and defend Taiwan. Oh, wait. As many democratic civilians? What does that mean? Oh my god. Yeah, so what I'm seeing so far kind of makes me think that this person is just not really very well grounded in reality. It's probably true about the last dude. I can't even remember the last dude's name. 36? Wait, oh my god, I'm seeing... Okay, I don't even know. I feel like I shouldn't be saying anything. Oh, I see. In 2002, he was 36. Okay, yeah, he's like in his late 50s. Now, from what I know, tweets at the real Donald Trump, while you were my choice in 2016 and 2106, I think he means 2016, I and the world hoped that President Trump would be different and better than the candidate. but we all were greatly disappointed, and it seems that you are getting worse and devolving. Are you Chud Logic? Yo! What? Why is this person? Is this a Chud viewer? Chat, they mentioned Chud Logic. They mentioned Chud Logic here. Check this out. Do you see this? Are you Chud Logic? I will be glad when you are... Oh, geez. Well, I mean, like, they should have known. Like, right? That should have gotten this person... I will be glad when you are gone. I would think, like, I would think that the Secret Service would pay a visit to somebody that tweets at a presidential candidate and says, I will be glad when you gone. I also can't type, you're my choice in 2106. Oh my god, chat. I thought that was my chat for a second there. I'm monitoring a couple of like live streams that are keeping track of this, and one of them just like blew up, like all the chat like blew up, and I was like, oh no, are we getting raided by Trumpies? How are you doing, chat? I'm still tired from last night. We went long last night. We went way freaking long. Yeah, I can't believe they mentioned Chud Logic too, right? Either that or a certain word has been word filtered to Chud Logic for me. I think I've been ghost hacked, right, chat? Whenever I see a certain word, the cybernetic eyes, the cybernetic eye implants that I have, a la Ghost in the Shell, it filters it to a different word. It filters it to Chud Logic, and I can't tell what this word is, but I know it's a word that Chud Logic can't stop saying. It's Chud Logic's favorite word, and it is now filtering to Chud Logic. Are you Chud Logic? I will be glad when you gone. Brian, Wesley, Routh, not black, not trans, not an immigrant, not a Democrat, anti-vax. History of mental illness and incidents with firearms. Had an assault rifle anyway. Was nowhere near Trump. Didn't fire any shots. Secret Service shot at him. Yeah, so again, we've got, you know, somebody, like, we got, I don't know, is this a call coming from the inside of the house here? Again, like, none of this is super firm, right? In fact, I wouldn't even say, I feel bad about saying, like, I feel bad about even talking about this guy, considering, like, how early in the breaking news cycle this is. This has got to be, like, this, they've identified this guy. They identify would-be assassins with, and real assassins with 3 names. This is a weird tradition, possibly dating back to Lincoln. You know, we know John Wilkes Booth. Nobody has ever heard of John Booth. Nobody ever said John Booth. It was John Wilkes Booth. You've got Lee Harvey Oswald, the shooter of Lincoln. Who is the guy with Reagan? I can't remember the Reagan, but I feel like when they release 3 names, when they release a middle name, that means they're fairly sure. So I guess we're fairly sure at this moment. But yeah, here's him being apprehended. Here's him just wearing an American flag t-shirt. Yo, this does feel like the call's coming from the inside of the house. I mean, maybe not totally, right? He says, you know, he voted for Trump in 2016. Disappointed. Disenchanted, disgruntled. Here's the prior incident. He was arrested without incident at 1 a.m. at United Roofing in Greensboro. Barricades self inside business in 2002. Nope. Let's not look at that. And then this shit right here. China's newest round of biological warfare on the free world is called Mycoplasma pneumonia, created by their scientist Xi Jinping to eliminate as many democratic civilians. What is up with that? Meaning civilians of democratic countries? Or it's a small d. Coming from the sources in China. We must move away from Chinese goods made from slave labor and defend Taiwan and South Korea in January? What does he think is happening in Oh my god. No, I shouldn't be questioning. I shouldn't be questioning. This guy has obviously got problems. Oh no. This aged well. Wesley Routh, would-be Trump assassin in Republican... Is Republican a gun nutter? Maybe was Republican is a better way to say it. Pushed COVID conspiracies despite having voted for Trump. Was a Haley never Trumper? His at is defend Taiwan at defend Taiwan. When will Trump supporters stop trying to unalive him? Good question. There's the biological warfare. There's more about this. China and their scientists Xi Jinping have developed a new improved coronavirus for a second round of biological warfare. Tell Pharma and the free world to prepare for this new attack. Wait, is he an anti-vaxxer? It sounds like he's just like super anti-China. So you're seeing this one right here, right? You're seeing a lot of this. There's a lot more staged trending, right? And you know when staged is trending, that is, you know, generally people on the left claiming that this is not what it seems, that this was staged, that this wasn't real. I don't know, it seems kind of unhinged as well. I mean, it's possible. Criminal history. So also like a Ukraine supporter, apparently. They're trying to connect him to Democrats with like, or wait, is Kinzinger? Oh no, is this like a, oh no, dare we watch video of this guy? I mean, this isn't really gaining traction. We're gonna take a look at everything, you know, try to go from the start. Confirm what we know. Figure out what the hell is going on. Oh, supported Ramaswamy and Haley in the past primary, apparently. Nikki Haley, please join Vivek Ramaswamy as a team of president and vice president. We must do this now to create a winning ticket. Now that we all can get behind. Please do not be selfish and arrogant. Partner now to change the course of the election, break norms, and give us an option. He also donated to Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard. Yo. And voted for... Yeah, this is... I mean, like, I don't know how much I can say the call is coming from inside the house, because this person seems to be so unmoored from reality, it's really hard to attribute any existing political ideology to them. But this is definitely not like an anti-Trump left-winger. And, you know, when you see the Trumpies post about this stuff, they always post it like they tried to kill him again. Fight, 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 right? Without really specifying who the they is. And you're just supposed to have this vague idea that, yeah, Democrats all got together, armed this weirdo, and... What in the world is this?
Please tell me who you are and why are you here?
I'm 56, from the U.S., North Carolina originally, so live in Hawaii now, so flew all the way from Hawaii here. So the question as far as why I'm here, to me,
too quiet.
You know, a lot of the other conflicts are gray, but this conflict is definitely black and white. This is about good versus evil. This is a storybook, you know, any movie we've ever watched, this is definitely evil.
I don't know, Chad. I kind of feel bad about watching what is very likely a mentally ill person, you know, explain his political ideology. Just something about this. Something about this feels wrong. Oh, here we go. Far left radical. Radicalist. What is a radicalist? Is that even a word, chat? Is this even real? Radicalist. What is a radicalist? Is radicalism? The radicalist is not a word. But don't try to explain this to a 2024. Look at this. Look at this, chat. That's a Bored Ape right there. DJ, event producer, vinyl addict. Oh, wow. Vinyl habits are very expensive. Very heavy when you have to move, right? If you collect vinyl. Any vinylists? Any vinyl radicalists in chat? What are they trying to say? Okay, so they cannot convict Hunter Biden as the question on the application has no time frame. Remember, this is the last election, the current election. This person was supporting Vivek and Nikki Haley. User or addict in the last 10 minutes, decades life when. This doesn't make sense. So any pot user at any moment of life cannot buy a gun. That solves our gun control problem right there. No one can. Okay, that's what they're trying to say. They're taking. Look, I don't know what part of this is ironic, what part of this is sarcastic. And again, you're dealing with somebody that's just kind of unmoored into reality. Campaign should be called something like KADAF instead of what? Instead of MAGA. Keep America democratic and free. At POTUS. At Biden. Trump's should be Massa, make America a slave. Oh no. I didn't see what that was, but yeah. That's where he's going with that. That's gross. That's gross. Democracy is on the ballot and we cannot lose. We cannot afford to fail. The world is counting on us. So yeah, supports Trump in 2016. Who knows who he supported in 2020? Supports Nikki Haley and Ramaswamy in the primary. Kamala, you and Biden should visit injured people in the hospital from the Trump rally and attend the funeral of the murdered fireman. Trump will never do anything for them. Show the world the compassion and the humanity is all about. And then there's a chain of numbers. No, that's his phone number. Oh no. That looks like a phone number. Joe Biden, you should visit the victims in the hospital of the Trump rally, victims and attend the funeral of the fireman that died. Trump certainly never would do that. Show the world what real leaders do. But that's their attempt to slot this guy into the far left radicalist box. This shit is weird, chat. This shit is weird. Are you ready for this rabbit hole? Are you ready for this? It's not his number. It's a volunteer organization that he set up in the Ukraine. You know, it's a weird thing. I always wondered what the Ukraine, like if you talk to certain people. In fact, I feel like there was like a episode, isn't there like a Seinfeld where they talk about like the Ukraine, they're like playing Risk and they're like, the Ukraine is weak. No, the Ukraine is strong, right? And then so they're playing it on a subway and some guy from Ukraine hears them and he's like, Ukraine is a game to you? And he flips the board over so they have to go back. But right, the reason they call it the Ukraine is I think in Russian, doesn't it mean something like the frontier? So technically there's like 4 Ukraines, right? If you go back in time in the USSR or maybe Russia itself, right? That's the Ukraine in the Ukraine where the war is right now would have been the eastern one. There's like a western one around like Manchuria, right? I think it meant something like the frontier, right? So that's where the Ukraine came from, and it's kind of shitty for people from Ukraine. I mean, I know nobody in this chat meant anything by it, right? I've just found out that this is why Ukrainians sometimes don't like to have it referred to as the Ukraine, because you're taking their country and you're just being like, oh yeah, the frontier, the frontier, the place where the farthest reach of the empire. What's up, Blitzkrieg? It's a Honolulu area code. Interesting. Haley and Ramaswamy are the same as Trump. Yeah, basically. He just doesn't know it. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like slotting this person into any ideology is wrong, but it does seem like there's some weird anti-vax stuff here. Trump needs to step down. A new psychologist report saying Trump is not mentally stable. Maybe we could look into that. We've got time. If it would be a nice thing for the Republicans if Trump stepped down, just like it was a nice thing for the Democrats that Biden stepped down. Did I bring my coffee? I did. Yes. Oh my God, chat. I'm going to need this today. I was like worried that I hadn't made extra coffee, but I'm going to need it. I am so freaking tired. How are you doing? One in chat if you stayed up with me last night to cover Ethan versus Hassan. We were supposed to cover a little Stardust too, but it turns out the Stardust is just kind of boring and irrelevant. So we didn't get to that. I just wanted to show you the irony of Stardust calling Hassan's community anti-Semitic, considering that you're talking about somebody who platformed Nick Fuentes before Destiny had, and also Richard Spencer, right? The whole, if you look back to Stardust, like early career on Twitch, friends with the Discord admin from one of the biggest like Nazi Discords in the world. Friends with John Zerka. Yeah, we got some people that were up with me. Yeah. Are you glad that I waited this long to come on? Because like I don't know, I feel like I'm changing everybody's sleep schedule. I hope not. Midas Touch just went live with a top psychiatrist with a new diagnosis. Well, I mean, it is kind of hard to diagnose somebody from a distance. But at the same time, like just the sort of appearance of instability from a presidential candidate should give you pause as far as, at least as far as voting for them, if not whether they should be even on the thing. 4 hours of sleep, stayed up working and listening in the background, and out of coffee. Oh no, you're all out of coffee, Double Dostoevsky? I feel bad about drinking coffee in front of you. I feel like I'm gonna make you feel bad since you don't have any. And I know that feeling. I am out of something other than coffee. Something that kind of has like the opposite effect of coffee. And it feels bad.
Void coffee.
I don't think they want JD Vance running though. Hey, here's my question though. If Trump did step aside, like who would replace him? I don't think that they have like a good person to replace Trump. No the anymore? Yeah, on Ukraine. Yeah, that's what I was saying is that like from what I've heard from Ukrainian people, they don't like the, right? Because it turns them into the frontier of the Russian Empire. And given that they're trying to break away from Russia, they're trying to stay broke away from Russia. They don't really want they don't really be called the Russian frontier anymore. So, but I didn't know that either until I looked it up. The ad just appeared while you were typing. Raven, I hate that. That happens to me all the time. That happens to me. Yeah, I'll get caffeine vicariously. Oh, that's okay. Then okay. I'll drink some void coffee then. So yeah, we need to get going into this whole thing. What are we doing? Let's see. I'm missing something, aren't I? So what did we... Oh my god, I replaced it with chat chooses violence. Was there not something else that I could use besides chat chooses violence? I mean, I do have some violence if chat wants to choose it, but... I was gonna, like, leave one of these things out, but people are voting for all of these, right? Okay, so here's what happens with the dono goal. If there's something that's just not getting votes, then it leaves the lineup. If people just aren't interested in it, then it leaves the lineup. But people are interested in Brianna Wu. It almost won last night. People are interested in AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian. That almost won last night. And even people are somewhat interested in breathing into your balls, although maybe not so much donors, but voters are interested in the balls. Sorry. Voters, they're interested in the balls. That's not what I meant to say, chat, but I said it anyway. Might as well embrace it. Embrace the balls, I say. Oh, there we go. We're here to embrace the balls today. Trump may anoint one of his children as his successor. I don't think that any of his children currently are ready for prime time. The closest thing would be Ivanka. And I honestly don't think Ivanka could do it. Yeah, we're breathing to the balls. We're really close to, not that close to, but fairly close to, decently close to NoFap November. That is the time for the weird manosphere red pill content where they talk about T levels and how your T levels might be increased through things like NoFap, through things like semen retention, and even through things like breathing into your balls. You picked the Hulk? Wait, why is the Hulk orange? Is it worthwhile for me to keep spreading the info? Wait, sorry. Are people interested? I keep entering sweepstakes to meet Trump too, but for different reasons. Trump would... Not a single one has the... Yeah, the closest thing... Actually, they're going to have to wait for Barron. As far as a Trump heir apparent from his own family, I believe that they will have to wait for Barron. And that is assuming that Barron does not grow up goofy. Like, right? Remember, Barron's still growing up. I mean, he looks normal enough now. He's like probably the most normal member of the Trump family. But is he really? Or is that just because we don't really know much about him? Testosterone makes people more impulsive and violent. Yeah, but these guys think that, like, that testosterone is like the golden elixir of all things male. Right? Barron is like 18, yeah. And since I was goofy as fuck at 18, that means that Barron might go the other way, right? Might not be goofy right now, but might become goofy. Just like I became awesome. He's friends with Aiden Ross? Oh, yeah. I mean, a friend. Oh, Barron is. Barron, I'm sorry. You're not talking about Trump. Yeah. You're talking about Barron. Barron is friends with Aiden Ross. Yeah, apparently that was... I've heard two different stories. One was like Don Jr. connected Trump and Aiden, and the other is that, yeah, Barron. I don't know which one to believe. Sweepstakes are required to offer free entries, no purchase necessary. So I always enter them whenever I can. It would be rad to actually go to... Oh, you're talking about sweepstakes to meet a candidate? I didn't know those existed. Well, I mean, good luck with that. If Trump family loves him, they'll ask him to drop out, right? Right? Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Biden's family didn't do that for him, apparently. At least not at first. Trump is mentally, there's a lot going on with Trump mentally. And people really speculate, right? He shows some signs that some people say might be syphilis. He shows some signs that some people say might be dementia, right? And again, like, it's hard, nigh impossible to make a diagnosis of somebody from a distance, let alone somebody that you're only seeing on the news and stuff. I don't think Trump's kids love him. Yeah, you know, like honestly, considering who Donald Trump is, I don't think he can teach, you know, if those kids learned love, it's probably from their mom, right? Or other members of the family. If those kids have a sense of, you know, like affection and that's not just purely transactional, it's not from Donald Trump. It's from some other family member. Because yeah, the whole way that Donald Trump works is like he's kind of, that stuff is like alien to him. Maybe their nanny, maybe their their childcare worker. Who does Trump loathe more, his kids or his hog supporters? Good question, several wolves. Here, let me go ahead. So that's the news conference that went on earlier today. This is the county sheriff, I guess. They've also got a secret service official there. I can't remember who the other guy is, but just sort of breaking down the, like, what we know. Looks like Sunday and Tyler are still fighting. I'm kind of bored of that. Chat. One in chat if you're bored of Sunday and Tyler fighting. I kind of been stepping off of that for a while just because I feel like I covered too much of that. Like, it was interesting when it was starting out, but now it's just like, okay, and I shouldn't say Sunday and Tyler are fighting. I don't think that Tyler's really talking about Sunday, really thinking about Sunday. I feel like it's just Sunday milking Tyler's content because he is a cow. Which is a meme I don't entirely understand. I thought that at one time, oh yeah, we also have Boblacks. Boblacks. Yeah, a lot of people, yeah, Tyler doesn't even care. And I'm over it too. I'm over it too. Right? Sunday's funny sometimes, right? So, especially when he's actually been talking about me, chat, and I don't really, there's not really anything to say. Right? I don't really have a lot to say back about Sunday's weird. Also, if I cover Sunday covering me, then here's what it would be. You'd be looking at me on the outside covering Sunday, one step in, covering me inside of Sunday's window, covering Sunday inside of my window, right? So that's like me, Sunday, me. So that's 4 levels of React. Look, we did a little bit of Reactception last night with Hassan just so we could get Hassan's, you know, input on the whole Ethan situation. I thought it was important. And that is me watching Hassan watch North Star Radio, right? Comrade Casey, aka North Star Radio. And that is 3 levels, right? But I feel like 4 levels is too deep. Is that Glorpo? Do we have Glorpos in the chat? Oh, it's a brain slug? Wait, what is that? That's not Glorpo. It looks like Glorpo, though. It turns into Reactception. Yeah, 4 levels I feel is too deep. Right? I mean, I've had shit before where, like, when Kevin Logan was having a go at me, I still haven't gotten an apology, by the way, chat, from the Kevin Logan. Look, I don't hate anybody. I don't hold on to grudges or anything, but I do think it's kind of weird considering that I talked to Kevin Logan behind the scenes about an account impersonating me that he took to be me. And this was when he was debating Keffels. The account comes in, says like weird, like sexual stuff about Keffels. And he's like, is that no comment chick sexually harassing Keffels? Oh my gosh, we've got trans on trans, I don't know what, right? And I'm like, I DM'd him. And I'm like, Kevin, that's not fucking me. All right, I'm right here. Here are my videos, right? This is my account. No comment chick CC. That is a fake me. And he was like, oh, well, very sorry. But he never said anything on stream. Like, he was willing to like let people think that that was me in his chat, like saying weird shit to Keffels, which, I mean, this is why I'm not friends with Kevin Logan anymore, if anybody wants to know, right? He got really weird on me around the time of the Dylan stuff. He was looking to get on the hippy dippy, and so he kind of glazed up Dylan, and I hadn't really talked to him since then, except that weird time where there's like a fake no comment chick in there saying weird shit, and like he should have known, and he did know, like, right? In fact, I've got it timestamped. Being a streamer seems needlessly stressful. It is. It will, you know, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing about being a streamer. So now in your regular daily life, right? If there's one person that a bunch of people are saying bad things about, if there's one person who doesn't get along with like a whole bunch of people, usually that person is the problem, right? Like that's a good way to kind of know of like, oh, okay, you know, like you don't get along with all these people, you probably don't get along with me. But with streamers, I feel like it selects for a certain kind of for certain kinds of antisocial tendencies, right? And so it can kind of cut the other way when it comes to streams. And there's also a lot of like pressure to affiliate. You know, like the Vosh network? You know how like there's a bunch of people that are around Vosh, get raids from Vosh, get shout outs from Vosh, say nice things about Vosh, and you don't hear them, you know, do anything else unless Vosh is like, you know, literally being exposed as a creep that is into loli, and then a few of them back away, but still like most of them sort of keep quiet about Vosh, right? So, you know, it's the same kind of thing, right? So in this case, you know, you can have like a lot of people following perverse incentives, you know, trying to affiliate themselves with really bad people that just kind of rise to the top, like I said, because of the antisocial nature of a lot of this stuff. And the one person that stands up and calls it out gets dogpiled, right? So that's kind of what's going on. I mean, I take it as a badge of courage that people like this hate my guts, that people that are like Twitch poll affiliated, because right back in the day, Twitch poll was the big conglomeration of streamers, and then you had like the Vosh, the Vosh orbit and the Destiny orbit, but they all sort of intersected with the Twitch poll orbit, and these people like all covered their ass. Like there's people like Sansol out there literally posting like the N-word, like having them and their friends, like Sansol post N, somebody else posts I, somebody else posts G, right? You know, shit like that, like it's just like normalized out there. And if you call that out, you are the problem. You are the problem. But yeah, it can be needlessly stressful. I just wanted to see if there's anything else that... Oh yeah, so Boblax. Anybody, one in chat if you know who Boblax is. I'm just kind of curious what... if anybody else in chat is like following this. Oh shit, we got Megyn Kelly going live about the Trump thing. That should be interesting. Do we need a song about milking Sunday's content? feel like I'm misspelling. How do you spell Lewandowski? Wait, it's not Corey Lewandowski. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh my god, I swear there was one more thing that I was gonna cover. Oh, wait, Laura Loomer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't want to put that on the Dono goal because we've already covered a little bit of Laura Loomer last night, but there's more to like the history, the life and times of Lauren Loomer. But yeah, wait, I asked you a question. Let me see what you've answered. Davy Cliff says no. Wait, about the Bo Blacks thing? A 0.25, kind of. A Twitch poll, is that related to the other poll? Yeah, actually, Davy. It's a weird thing, right? Because Twitch poll back in the day. Now, I'm talking about stuff that is of Twitch. Twitch doesn't really have as much politics going on as it used to. And, you know, it's kind of self-selected. If you're a politics streamer, if you're a commentary streamer, you're generally on YouTube. If you are a gaming streamer, you're generally on Twitch. It's kind of self-selected. But back in the day, it wasn't so. It was a little bit more mixed. And Twitch poll was centered around actually a Discord started by a Nazi, and that was like at least half of the people in that Discord were full on like fire breathing fascists, right? But they were good people to know for a debate because that was what the server was about. And so a lot of people in that were on Twitch would kind of be buddy with this admin for the site and sort of just, you know, glaze him up, just sort of sweep for him to pretend like he's not a, you know, documented far right weirdo, because, you know, he could bring, you know, if you wanted to debate somebody from the far right, he could bring them, right? This is somebody that like helped and also was on the Hippy Dippy a few times, Prime Kai, right? Stuff like that. So there was this weird cross-pollination where left-wingers were friends with right-wingers, and that was something that never quite sat right with me, and I'd call it out, and that made me a little bit of a pariah in the scene. So why I say it's related to the other poll is because of this sort of far-right connection there, and because these people that were on this Discord server, I'm talking about Eris, I'm talking about Samantha Banana, I'm talking about someone named Doobie, that's the admin of the server itself. Because people had these connections with these far-right individuals, that there was a kind of, you know, tendency to, for them to join. There was like another server that existed, a Discord server for Twitch content creators to meet each other, to meet and greet, and to set up collabs, which is very useful, right? And the only people that were doing it were like Aristocracy, Samantha Banana, Doobie, and some other like ne'er-do-well, some other far-right individuals. So essentially the entirety of the political Twitch, which is not all Nazis, right? I'm not saying that, don't get me wrong, right? There, you know, there's a lot of liberals. Honestly, there's a few people that call themselves sock dems that are liberals, and then there were leftists who were like kind of turned into pariahs because the Discord that everybody would meet up on and plan things out on was a Discord that was run by people from that far right server, and they were like, "Oh, that's really nice. I got invited to this server. Let me join. All my friends are here, right?" And it just became really weird when they'd see, you know, some people would screenshot some of these supposedly leftist creators with their name on a list of a role in the server right next to Lauren Southern, because that was who Samantha edited for, right? It was connected to Lauren Southern. So when I say that it's connected to Poll, I'm serious about that, right? The original, the Nazi Discord that I'm talking about was called simply the Politics Discord. It was kind of like a project by this one guy named Doobie, who never showed his face, never had his real voice on stream, would always like modulate his voice and used like this weird demonic frog as his VTuber to not show his face. And he created a server by actually assimilating other political servers, by shaking them down, by threatening them, by saying, "Hey, would you like to either fold your Discord into mine or give me admin for your Discord? Because if you say no, then what we're going to do is we're going to blacklist everyone on your server, right? And since I have the biggest server, they'll be banned from there. They won't be able to meet there. They won't be able to use the biggest political server, right? So you can either be on the outside if you choose to remain independent as a politics Discord server, or you could be on the inside, in which case, you know, you'll be connected, but you won't be in charge anymore. I'll be in charge." So he essentially, like, there's a podcast that describes this guy as the Genghis Khan of Discord, right? In terms of the way that Genghis Khan would take over kingdoms by, by showing that anyone who opposed him, anybody who did not allow him to come in and take over, would be violently, like massacred, right? And so most people, if they were smart, would just be like, "Oh yeah, Genghis Khan, yeah, you can totally have my kingdom. You are our king. That's right. We are under you." And Genghis Khan wouldn't do much to you in that case, right? So, this guy is doing this with Discord servers. He gets like this giant monster, like Frankenstein server that's like, I don't know, like hundreds of servers combined. And then he uses that influence to kind of incur on, the Hippy Dippy, on the Prime Kai show, on what was going on in Twitch poll. And then his friends make a server called the official Twitch politics server. Now, as far as I know, this server no longer exists. I don't know if people caught on to what it was and who was running it, or if Twitch poll itself just kind of died and faded out. But for whatever reason, it doesn't seem that influential anymore. But this was like his attempt to kind of, commandeer the movement of Twitch politics. Anyway, chat, I've talked about that for too long. We've got so much more to talk about. So much more to deal with. Stephen Miller. God, it's Stephen Miller. Okay, let's see if I can find the Stephen Miller. I thought it was Corey Lewandowski. Stephen Miller interview. There it is. Oh, it's from Dash Dabrowski. Chat, check this out. This is a interview that I want to watch with you today. This guy is the this is the big news. Oh boy, Donald Trump, big news. But let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It's like an H3 clip. I'm waiting for this. Oh, there we go.
Oh boy!
Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
Boy!
It's really good.
Oh boy! Pig news! Oh boy!
Yeah.
Oh boy! Pig news! I haven't heard pig news! Oh boy! CNN is more. So Donald Trump. Oh boy! Oh man! Here's a video of a. So Donald. Pig news! Donald.
So if you're familiar with TikTok at all, you know what this is, right? This is when you get on somebody's TikTok. This is when you look at one of their videos and then you just like, you just swipe around, right? Right. So this is somebody swiping through Dash Dabrowski's videos. I don't know much about this guy other than he was apparently paid by the DNC or some Democratic Party official to do news for. To do news for to sort of like cover the news with a Democratic flavor.
Trump, big news, Donald Trump, oh boy, the DO, big news, oh boy, so Donald Trump, oh boy, big news, oh boy, big news, oh boy, big news, Governor Greg, oh boy, big news, oh boy, big news, Marjorie Taylor, oh boy, big news, oh boy, big news, oh boy, big news, Governor Greg, oh boy, big news, oh boy,
Big news. Yeah, so yeah, that's Dash Dabrowski. The reason I bring him up though is because he's got this video that shows at least part of this interview. Is this the oh yeah, no, this is the one we want though. So yeah, sorry. The reason I brought up Dash Dabrowski is let me show you right here. I gotta switch to no, you can see him. Yeah, that's Dash Dabrowski. He kind of looks like I don't know, for some reason he makes me think of like he's like a Weasley brother from Harry Potter, right? You know what I'm saying? He graduated like a few years ago, but he's still like hanging around the school selling weed or something. I don't know. This is like, what is the dude's name from Dazed and Confused? Wooderson? This is like the Wooderson of Hogwarts. So, somehow he just looks like a Hogwarts graduate from several years ago that did not become an Auror. Anyway, that's Dash Dabrowski. This is the interview itself that we'll be looking at today. That's Stephen Miller. This is an amazing interview, by the way, right? He's trying to throw out the anti-immigrant hatred, and this reporter just, Jose Maria del Pino, just absolutely stays on him and forces him to ask the questions that he doesn't want to answer, and he tries to change the subject, and Jose is like really, like this is really good reporting, in other words. So we'll take a look at that in a second. He looks like Carrot Top's brunette son, kind of. Yeah, I could see that. So what are we doing today? We are got that ready, got this ready, and we are dono goals. So I was trying to find something to replace Chat Chooses Violence with. I don't know if I can do it. I see that Twitch has already had its first top of the hour ad break. That's the ad break that comes every hour at the top of the hour, and that is unskippable if you don't use a sub. What is a sub? A sub is like a paid membership for my channel on Twitch, and you can get one for free if you have Amazon Prime. You can pay $4, I think it is, to get one right now. Yeah, there's like a special. That's why I keep on mentioning this. I was kind of hoping to get the sub count up during September, since it is the cheapest time to get one, and we just really need to kind of grind subs over on Twitch. I may have to just do like a subathon on Twitch itself in order to get that going, but you can get one for $4 now. It's usually $6. It's $4. It's 25% off for the month of September. You can also possibly get one by being active in the chat, right? If you're active in the chat, somebody might see that you don't have a sub and might be, might actually save you from the top of the hour ad break with a gift sub. That can happen too. It's more likely to happen though if you're active in chat. I put Lauren Chen stand-up video on stream suggestions. Oh, Is it funny, Narwhal? Should we add Lauren Chen's stand-up? If you think it's good, I trust your judgment, Narwhal. Yeah, that's probably better than like having Suntent on the agenda again. I really like there's stuff I could show you. He can't stop talking about me, but I kind of just don't want to deal with him right now. Lauren is so cringe. What is it about? There's so many Laurens that are right wing. You notice this? Lauren Southern, Laura Loomer, Lauren Chen. There's more, right? Davy Cliff, are all political operatives just the worst? I mean, kind of. It's fun to watch. Okay. Well, if people think it's fun, we'll take a look at it. You know, I'd love to see somebody right wingers crash and burn. Steven Crowder. When I think of bad right wing comics, I think of Steven Crowder. Lauren Boebert. Oh yeah, Lauren Boebert. Yeah, good point. She's kind of become less relevant lately. Now Marjorie Taylor Greene's battle is with Lauren. Sorry, it's with Lauren Loomer. Laura Loomer. Sorry. Lauren might take the Lauren Chen or as far as bad right wing comics. So yeah, that's what we got going on. We got Brianna Wu leaves the left again. This one keeps on getting votes, so I keep it on there, right? I'm not keeping it on there to annoy you or try to force it down your throat or anything like that. I feel like there's a constituency for this one, right? Breathe into your balls, of course, Manosphere content regarding T levels and the balls and semen retention and purity of essence and all that great cringy right-wing red pill kind of stuff. We got Lauren Chen stand up. Why did I put it in capital? Stand up. All right, let's just make it not capital. HAW, Actual Justice Warrior, simps for Anna Kasparian. Yeah, he's got a video just like glazing Anna up for her takes on MSNBC. Oh, she's so brave. She's so brave for standing up to the Democratic or the what is MSDNC. You don't see the poll. It's not up there yet. Well, it's right here. So see what I'm saying? It's right there. I'm just trying to get everything going for us. Let me put it in. Start the poll. Bonus content, question mark. The question mark is that we get the bonus content. We see the bonus content if this meter right here, which, oh yeah, Sunday was making fun of my dono goal. Like he correctly identified that I was inspired by his own theory meter. I feel like mine's nicer though. I don't think this is not something that he should be dunking on. Brady, you just got weaseled. Right, he shouldn't, like, when Sunday points out something that I do, just been weaseled. And that's a good... Brady, you just got weaseled. When Sunday points out something that I do, like for instance, right, Brady just got weaseled, okay, by Izzy Sanchez. Izzy Sanchez just gave a gift sub. Now, if I was President Sunday, I'd be like, thanks for the money, sucker. All right? But I'm not. I'm Irene Geller. And so... instead of saying, thanks for the money, sucker, I say, would you like me to put your money where your mouth is? So we got 3% from Izzy. Izzy also donated before, so that's 6%. And we also have Davy with a super chat. Look at that. Super chats, memberships. Wait, no, 11. Super chats, memberships, super stickers. All of this counts towards the dono goal. All of this drives the dono goal forward. So unlike Sunday, I'm not trying to like exploit you by demanding like a tribute of like 100 in super chat, exclusively in super chats to move off of drama. I allow you to donate in the way that makes sense for you. Some of you, want to get memberships to get exclusive access. Some of you like to give memberships in order to help other people out. Some of you like to give people subs over on Twitch to get them out of the top of the hour ad break. That's fucking awesome, right? By the way, because like the Twitch ad break is brutal. So I love it when people are gifting memberships on Twitch. Some of you might be signing up for Patreon, might be donating to my Throne account, which is very helpful for me. Always like when I'm paying rent, sometimes that comes through. Also, sometimes Patreon comes through for me when I'm like short of money, so I appreciate that. Like, so basically anything that is a donation goes towards the dono goal. I'm not like Sunday where I'm snobby and there's got to be a super chat and you've got to say theory or draw. Like, Sunday's basically holding his chat ransom to get off of the boring drama by paying him, and I don't do that. So I don't know if I would I don't know if I would brag about this, but what he's bragging about is the fact that I'm using a notepad, all right? And he's got this like Doom, like it's like this Doom screen, right? It's like this the game mechanic, the health or whatever from Doom. He's got that at the bottom of the screen. So I don't know, maybe we should upgrade. Put a new rig on throne. Good idea, Shakespeare. I have been having computer problems lately. I need somebody to suggest the right rig for me to get, if that makes sense. But you're on point there. For your information, YouTube viewers accept to receive gift memberships, you have to toggle the setting in your account to be eligible to receive. Yeah, and there's something weird about. There's also something weird about, like if you're on iOS, right?
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Let's get to that dono, let's make Sunday jealous, and I choose Lauren Chen stand
Lauren Chen stand up. All right.
The donos for that as well.
Okay, so that's 6 plus 5, 11, right? So yeah, thanks for also helping me explain how this works. Like, see how Izzy Sanchez donated 2 memberships and $5 super chat, right? That all goes to that adds 11. That puts this to 16. So the dono goes up by 5 from Izzy's super chat, and since altogether Izzy's donated 3 plus 3 plus 5, Izzy's able to add 11 points to Lauren Chin stand up here. I need to put the poll up so this will make sense, don't I? Yeah, I do. All right. Brianna Wu leaves the left. There we go. Breathe into your balls. Also. Lauren Chen, stand up. Actual Justice Warrior simps for Anna Kasparian. And any of these, when you donate, you can let me know which of these you want to see. And Ophelia with the $4 super chat. Help, I fell through the computer screen and I'm trapped in the internet. But while I'm here, I will vote for Brianna Wu. Okay. So we're going to add $4 to Brianna Wu. Again, chat, apologies. I have to sort of round people's super chats. Sometimes they get rounded up. Sometimes they get rounded down. Usually they get rounded up, actually, because a lot of people do something 99. But there we go. 20% already. We got 4% extra for Brianna Wu, 11% extra for Lauren Chen. And here's your poll, right? So how this works is that you get to vote in the poll, right? And then I add the dono amount to the topic of your choice. And if we get to 100%, which we are 1/5 of the way to already, if we hit 100% by the end of the stream, then I will do one more segment for you. What segment? The segment that gets the combination of the most percentage in the poll plus the dono amount that's on here. So, and you can also say Vox Populi if you feel like there's too much money in politics and you want your donation to go to counteract other people's donation. And you're like, the poll, that's what should decide, right? You say Vox Populi, and instead of a plus, you get a minus. You can also say Fallout New Vegas if you want me to play Fallout New Vegas, which I should be playing. I owe you a Fallout New Vegas, right? So, you know what? Maybe if we hit the dono goal this time, maybe I'll do bonus content and Fallout New Vegas. How does that sound? So you got a little extra incentive. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's a poll. That's the poll that happened the other day. Okay, just delete that. Yeah, so look, this is Sundays, right? If I was Sunday, I'd be doing this. I'd be like, starting you off on theory, boring theory that nobody likes, that nobody understands. It's just something that I'm obsessed with, right? And I force it down your throat until somebody pays me $100 in super chats, right? And then if somebody, with the drama weasel, somebody pays $100 and people pay $100 and say drama, right? But if somebody else comes in and pays $100 and says theory, then this thing that could be like at 90%, it goes back down to 50%. So it gets cut in half, right? So it's like, it feels like very extractive, right? That's why I don't do that. Because unlike other streamers in this space, especially, you know, asshole streamers that their whole persona is being an asshole on the internet, I am nice. That's what NCC stands for. It stands for nice, but with 2 C's. So I'm like nice and also kind of thick. But that is a combination that some people appreciate. That's why, you know, that's why this community exists, right? Because you don't get that from other streamers sometimes. But anyway, we are almost ready to make this happen. I just have to fire up the shorts chat. If it'll ever fire up. Here, I'll do a poll for shorts. Did you know that you can interrupt me with a super chat of $5 or more and have your question read out by a sassy British AI voice? Question mark, yes or no, but I do now. And there we go. Add wait, why? Question is too long. Change this to the ampersand. There we go. We got an ampersand. All right. They make it so hard to do a poll. There you go. There's your poll, though. And there is... And there's your short stream. There we go. So we started on shorts. We're starting on regular. I'm ready to get going here. Nice comment, chick, right? That's the weird thing, because it kind of flies in the face of the way that other... content creators sometimes try to portray me, but I really am actually pretty nice. Anyway, let's get to what we're doing today. Going over some Trump tent.
We are coming on the air with breaking news.
Sorry, I don't know why I think we're coming on the air is funny. I'm just immature, chat. Look, if I was coming on the air, it would probably be not on any of these platforms. It would be a separate platform that would be very exclusive and very member focused. Oh my God, chat! Why did I have to say member focused? Anyway, I'm not focused on members, am I? Not too much. Let's get this volume. Why is the volume so low? Oh, that's right. I turned the volume down. All right, here we go. So what else do we need to do? We need to press our buttons. We need to press the buttons. Press the button here. Press the button here. And then press the button here. How about here, though? I like the jellyfish. I'm here for the jellyfish. If you like the jellyfish, press 1 in chat. So yeah, here we got like kind of a update basically of what we know so far. We'll also watch a press conference.
NBC News, Secret Service fired in the direction of a person with a gun just outside Mr. Trump's golf course in South Florida today, and that they recovered an AR-style rifle. They say one person is in custody tonight. Want to show you, we're about to hear an update from officials there in Palm Beach County in Florida. It looks like that news conference is going to begin any second, and as it does, I want to bring in our correspondent Tom Winter, who's been
Oh, Slater Stan, you're so nice.
This. Bring us up to speed on what we know, and Tom, importantly, what we don't know, because there's still some real big questions here, too.
big questions here, Hallie, as far as the sequence of events, but as best we can figure it out, when the former president or any president is on a golf course in what's called an off-the-record event, in other words, they don't tell us about it ahead of time, it's not publicized, what the Secret Service does is they fan out agents behind the president or their protectee or in front. The agents that were in front, several holes ahead of Trump, were told spot an individual along the tree line or in the bushes outside of the property, the golf property where Trump was playing golf. They see him. It's not.
Cindy Prim says, was it another Republican? This is definitely somebody who voted for Trump in 2016. As far as we know, somebody that was supporting Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy in the Republican primary. But it's kind of hard to typify this person's ideology because it's all over the map and it doesn't seem super tethered to reality. So, they've definitely got some Republican tendencies. They've expressed some sort of anti-vax, anti-China sort of viewpoints. But at the same time, it's hard to pigeonhole them considering that their beliefs aren't really grounded in reality in a lot of cases.
Clear whether,
but yeah, I guess that does kind of make them a Republican.
He was aiming at the former president, whether he was aiming at the Secret Service agents or something else, but they see clearly, according to them and the law enforcement officials we've been speaking to, they see that this individual is armed. They fire upon that individual. He flees, dropping the weapon, and then is pursued by local law enforcement who has the license plate and has the details and the information to make that pursuit. They take that person into custody. The Secret Service and law enforcement find an assault-style rifle, a semi-automatic rifle, in the bushes there, and perhaps some other items as well. That's something we're still trying to figure out. So it does appear, to bottom line it, Hallie, that an armed individual with a semi-automatic rifle was outside of the property where Donald Trump was playing golf this afternoon, and the Secret Service engaged with that individual in gunfire. The question is whether or not that person fired upon the Secret Service or fired upon Trump prior to the Secret Service engaging. There's a lot of conflicting information, as you might imagine, Hallie, at this stage of the investigation, but that's something that we're trying to figure out, as well as who this individual is and what their specific motive might be.
So we've got a little bit more, this is from 2 hours ago, we've got a little more information now about who this individual is. Again, it's confusing. They are somebody who's definitely had a history of mental illness, also a history with guns. And, somebody that seemed to have some really strange ideas about China and the COVID virus and stuff like that, right? So some anti-vax kind of views as well.
But the statement from the FBI is just put in by our colleague, Ken Delaney.
Maybe if J.D. Vance had not compared Trump to Hitler, says Black Spidey, this wouldn't have happened. Polarization has gone way too far. I agree.
Is abundantly clear. They view this as yet another attempted assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
Coming just about 2 months, of course, after that first attempted assassination against the former president in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, the suspect was caught basically up I-95, so north of Palm Beach County in a different county. And the sheriff there says when taken into custody, the suspect appeared relatively calm in demeanor. Do we know anything else about where this investigation goes from here, Tom? Because as you point out, the big question I think remaining is,
what's the frequency? Kenneth says Omega Star. That's the question we're all asking.
Did this person get a shot off, essentially, on former President Trump, on the Secret Service, etc.?
Right. And all indications are here, Hallie, given the fact that these agents were several holes away from Donald Trump, that if he was firing upon them, believing that the president was part of this group, well, then likely he was far, far away from where Trump.
I gotta say, given what's happening, right? Given Donald Trump's propensity to spend so much of his time on the golf course, and given the amount of, deranged people that seem to want to take a shot at him, I have a feeling that Donald Trump is going to affect the U.S. budget in a profoundly negative way. I feel like, I don't want to hear, in other words, I don't want to hear Trump talk about expenditures for SNAP, for EBT, for the social safety net. Given how many expenditures the U.S. government is making to protect his ass.
was. We should note that no shots or rounds are believed to have been found near Trump at all. He was immediately taken to safety by the Secret Service. He has since departed that location. And so right now, all we know is that if this individual did fire, they were probably too far away for certain to be able to hit Trump, if even to be able to get an accurate shot off from that.
So here's an important question, right, that may not get answered quite as succinctly as I said succinctly for some reason. Quite as succinctly as we've got it here, right? Was Trump in any real danger, right? Was there a active attempt on his life? And it seems like the answer at this point is no.
And so that's, again, all part of the investigation, all part of what's going on. One thing I can tell you, there are serious discussions at this hour about the ongoing safety of our political candidates and their families in this country, because as you just pointed out, we're within 2 assassination attempts here within the last 3 months. We have the United Nations General Assembly kicking off here in New York City a week and a day from now. That's when everybody is in town, all these world dignitaries, at a time where we have 2 wars going on in the world. With Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as what's going on between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah. And so,
you mean what's going on between Israel and the Palestinian people? The massacre, continuing massacre? Okay.
Put all together, and Iran's threats and some of the...
I know that Netanyahu would love it to be a war against Hamas, a war against Hezbollah, even a war against Iran, but it seems at this moment that the war seems to be against human life in Gaza.
Things U.S. law enforcement has been ringing the bell. An individual just...
So Izzy Sanchez is echoing something that I have got to say I've been hearing a lot of on Twitter. Dr. Butler, welcome in. Izzy says, I'm really thinking Trump is setting this up so he can get a bump in the polls. You know, I don't have any information on that. I can't deny that. I can't disprove that, but and I can see why you might think that, but it just seems like a lot. And considering that a simpler explanation is that 2 mentally unwell people, you know, took a shot at this guy or wanted to. Yeah, in this case, this guy didn't take a... So here, from what we know so far, unless this has changed in the last 2 hours, this person did not get a shot off at Trump, right? They might have shot back and forth with the Secret Service, but it more seems like the Secret Service saw their gun muzzle pointing through the bushes, and they took a shot at them. The person drops their gun, they run, they get in their car, they speed off, and somebody was able to take a picture of the car and the license plate. They found the license plate on a road north of there. He was in the next county by that time. And that was when they apprehended the suspect. That's where the see if we can find the picture. There we go. That's where this picture comes from, right? They get him out of his car, and I don't know why he's holding his shirt up like that. Oh no, chat. Look, I don't want to say this, okay? I don't know if I want to say this, but he's kind of reminding me of somebody else. Anybody else getting some vibes? Let me see. We might have a read on this guy. We might have a positive idea here. Let's see. I'm gonna show you a picture, and you can tell me if you think that it might be the same dude. Here, take a look at this. What do you think? Is it the same guy? This is a picture taken from the 1990s, I believe. So the suspect is a bit older, but it's just too close to the same thing. What, chat? What if this wasn't even about like an assassination attempt? What if this gentleman just wanted TP for his bunghole? Right? What if he'd eaten a lot of sugary snacks, a lot of caffeinated beverages prior to getting up that day, and he was just in the bushes with the gun to ask the former president for some teepee? I don't know. This could have been all a big mistake. I don't know. But anyway, that's the suspect.
several months ago, arrested for attempting to assassinate a former U.S. political figure here in the United States. The alert level when it comes to protecting political candidates and the amount of threats that are coming in against Donald Trump as well as against his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris, remain very high.
He was just open carrying. I mean, that is the Republican take on it.
And so I think if there's a better illustration of that, again, pending the motive on this individual and pending what we know as far as this person that's now in custody and a gun being found where they were in the Secret Service firing upon them.
Wait a minute. What is up with this background? Do you notice something, Chad? So the people that stand behind a political candidate, they're not accidentally there. They didn't just get to the venue first and get to take those seats, right? They're specifically planned. They're specifically chosen to stand back there. And while you do have 1, 2, 3 guys back there, I gotta say, like, what is this, like a MAGA wine mom convention? Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, these people standing behind him seem to be have been specifically chosen for a certain reason.
Still an open question mark, but specifically we know from the FBI that at this point they do believe that this is an attempted assassination attempt. And I think this changes the entire conversation about security.
This changes everything. Now we're going to spend more money on his ass, right? Yeah, there was some conversation about, like, had he been currently the president, they would have been able to, like, with the amount, they give you different amounts of security depending on if you're like a president, a former president, a candidate, or whatever, right? And you don't get, like, for the president, they lock that shit down. For a presidential candidate, even a former president, right? It's not, they protect them, but there's less of a, a locking down of it. Like, because a golf course is big. Golf courses are huge, right? Golf is, I don't even know. What would you say, Chad? What is a regular golf hole? It's like it's like a football field. It's like longer, like a regular golf hole, right? From one end to the other is like a football field. And just imagine this, chat. You've got 18 of these golf holes. The tee to the green, kind of just interlaced everywhere. Some of them are shorter, some of them are par 3s, some of them are longer. They're par 5s, but they're all, around a football field in length. So we're talking about like 18 football field lengths, right? Kind of stacked up on each other, right? So it's impossible. It's very hard to secure that big of an area.
Well, remains to be seen, Hallie, but I think it is easy to say and perhaps assume today that...
What's up, Dr. Butler?
The ongoing presidential campaigning, as it snakes its way across states across this country, will probably look a lot different going forward.
Tom, what I'm going to ask you to stand by for just a second. As we are standing by now, we understand that there will be a representative from the Secret Service at this news conference that is about to begin any minute from now. We also understand, of course, that this is led by the Palm Beach Sheriff. I want to bring in Vaughn Hilliard, who covers the Trump campaign for us. What are you hearing from folks on the campaign side, Vaughn? Because our first indication that something significant had happened was when the campaign revealed that gunshots had happened in the vicinity of the former president, quickly clarifying that he was safe.
Right. It was just 2 sentences from a campaign spokesperson who sent out a mass email saying that shots were fired in the vicinity of Donald Trump while he was golfing in West Palm Beach here. For Donald Trump and his campaign, I don't think the gravity of this could be understated. We're 51 days away from the general election. This is just days after the debate between he and Kamala Harris. After the Republican convention, Donald Trump is now clearly more than a political target. There are at least 2 individuals who it appears that this time per the FBI saying that...
Okay, now I don't like what he's saying, right? Because my understanding of the 2 would-be assassins is that they are not political actors as much as they are mentally disturbed individuals. So like, what did he just say? It got like, this feeds into the like Trump narrative, right? Of this Trump's biggest narrative, his biggest meta narrative is that he is a persecuted individual. There's this evil group called the Deep State, and they are gang stalking our special guy. They just hate him for some reason, probably because he's the only one who can save the world from World War III. And so they have it in for him, and that feeds into this shit. Like, I hate it when the media is this irresponsible.
Donald Trump is now clearly more than a political target. There are at least two individuals who it appears
he's clearly more than a political target. I mean, he's less than a political target. He's like a target of, individuals that are kind of unmoored from reality. And probably because a lot of what he says is unmoored from reality. Look, the issue is, like, when somebody sees a celebrity or a political actor and they hear them speak and they kind of think, well, this person's speaking, to me specifically, right? You've got a lot of cases where, shooters of celebrities are reading into the words of the celebrity, things that the celebrity themselves did not intend, right? It occurs to me right now that this very kind of thing could happen to a streamer. But with Donald Trump, like, he's not just saying like kind of normal stuff. He's talking about Hannibal Lecter. He's talking about sharks and batteries. He's reading The Snake. He's reading The Snake. He's constantly reading that, right? The poem, The Snake, it's the "Let me in, gentle woman, let me in." And he's trying to, that's supposed to be, to him, that's about immigrants, right? The snake is immigrants, and the woman is the United States, and, the immigrants are poisoning our blood or what. Yeah, I mean, that's literally like what he's trying to do with that, right? But imagine how some of this stuff sounds, and especially his persecution complex. I think that we've got a situation where you've got an individual running for a president that is somewhat himself unmoored from reality, and he is getting the attention of other individuals who are unmoored from reality, and he's becoming a character in their delusions. Does that make sense? That's my analysis of why Trump has gotten, had like 2 attempts on his life. Now, granted, chat, there was like a shooting earlier, or there was something that went on at the White House with somebody putting Biden in danger earlier this year. Obama, was subject to this kind of stuff too. I think there's other plots that are uncovered or individuals that are looked at by the Secret Service. This stuff isn't that abnormal, but for the attempts to get so far, where in one case the person actually did manage to shoot Trump's ear, and this other case, this person managed to get like about 1 golf hole length away from Trump on the golf course, right? I feel like there is something a little bit more happening here. I feel like there's something special about the delusional nature of Trump's rhetoric that is attracting these individuals to, and this individual was a big fan of Donald Trump circa 2016. This was a supporter of Donald Trump in 2016. At some point, he became disenchanted with Donald Trump. He became a supporter of Nikki Haley, and Vivek Ramaswamy was hoping for a super ticket between Haley and Ramaswamy in the primary. Did not get what they want. Now they've got Donald Trump running. They wrote weird Facebook messages both to I almost said former president. He feels like it, to President Biden and Kamala Harris. Begging them to go and talk to the wounded in the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, saying that Trump would never do that, and this is their chance to. So obviously not a fan of Donald Trump at this point, but this is a chat. Do you see what I'm saying? This is a fallen fan. This is a former MAGA cult member that has changed his mind and now sees the president, instead of some agent of ultimate good, as some agent of ultimate evil. Sees the former president as some sort of Like this is somebody that's been through the MAGA cult, in other words.
At this time for the FBI, saying that it appears that this is an attempted assassination on the life of the former president. Somebody here who is now very clearly a target of violence here. He has started having outdoor events again, which have been surrounded by plexiglass. I was actually with him at his golf club in Los Angeles just 2 days ago, where he was holding a press conference, and there were multiple Secret Service snipers in the proximity of him there on that golf course there, paying close attention to the surroundings around him. But we have seen most of his events move indoors. He just got back late last night from that West Coast swing there with each of those events.
And that's the other thing is like, right, he has really scaled back his campaigning. Like for Trump, the rally used to be his main thing. It was also a point of pride that when he was running against Biden, his rallies would be attended much more heavily by people that were much more enthusiastic than Biden's supporters, right? And so he would kind of brag about this. Now the tables have turned, and you see almost every single one of Kamala's rallies is outpacing and out enthusiasming Donald Trump's rallies, and so that tactic doesn't work for him as well. Also, yeah, he's been had an attempt on his life in Butler, and this seems to be another attempt on his life at a golf course, right? I just wonder how this is going to affect his campaigning. He's also got something that doesn't get talked about nearly enough, is that, he's run for president in 2016, in 2020, and now again in 2024, right? During those first two campaigns, he was he had a pattern of booking a venue, going to the venue to speak, and then finding some reason to not pay the venue. You're supposed to pay for the costs of your event to the venue. And he would regularly stiff these venues. So those venues that he owes money to, he can't go back to. So those are off the limit. So imagine Donald Trump. Imagine planning a campaign for him and, looking at different cities, marking some cities of like, okay, the venue that we would use there, we can't use it anymore. Looking at other places, okay, this is outdoors, but do we really want to have another outdoor event given what's happened? There's not a lot really open to him. I wouldn't be surprised to see Donald Trump kind of take a more podcast centric. That seems to be the one appearance that he is leaning into now, that these other kinds of appearances are, for whatever reason, not nearly as appealing to him as they used to be, right? Him going on podcasts, trying to have conversations about non-political things, trying to humanize himself, trying to get into that sort of manosphere podcast demographic of people that might not usually show up to vote, right? They're maybe given to be a little bit more right-wing, but they're also less given to vote. And if Trump can kind of appear in front of Aiden Ross's audience, in front of Theo Vaughn's audience, et cetera, then maybe, the calculation is some of those non-voters, he can turn them into voters.
That were taking place other than that golf course press conference happening outside. Those other rallies have been happening indoors here now. But, it was 2 months ago when the first assassination attempt took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. And in the immediate week after that, at the Republican National Convention, you saw a different Donald Trump with a different tenor, a more passive, a more retrospective Donald Trump.
The other question I have, I guess, and I hate to say this because I'm not trying to engender any sort of sympathy for this guy, but is he maybe traumatized? Like, just speaking as, like, a human being, he has actually been through a lot. And even though, he's a vile piece of shit, he's still got the same, kind of nervous system as the rest of us. And when a nervous system gets traumatized like that multiple times, I don't know if it's possible to remain the same, right? I don't know if it's possible to campaign with as much intensity maybe as he used to. Whoops, wrong button. Let's get this.
Who is calling for the idea of a more unified country.
Brits Creek says, I don't think he's reflecting on things. He's doubling down. Izzy Sanchez says, sorry, but I have no I'm not trying to engender sympathy. Just understand. I'm just trying to explain what I'm seeing as a change in his behavior. I'm trying to explain his sort of more, passive. I don't know. I mean, it's not entirely passive. You saw him recently. When did we watch this? Right, there was one rally in which he was basically yelling, and obviously at the debate he was very very whiny, very loud, very obnoxious.
Almost taking a step back from the heightened tension that the country's politics have gone through over the last years. Really, ever since that week, leaving the Republican National Convention, though, we've seen Donald Trump escalate the rhetoric, and we have seen our politics really at perhaps its.
I mean, he's definitely revving up the rhetoric, so it's not like his rhetoric has been softened or anything like that. It feels like he's a different person. Also, he's getting older, right? It might not even have anything to do with some sort of trauma response from the events that happened. It might have more to do with just aging, because I did look at we looked at a little bit of video of him last night from I don't know how many years ago, several years ago, probably like 2016 or so. Different man entirely, different person entirely. He's very much showing his advanced age.
Most divisive point in recent decades here. And for Donald Trump and his campaign, he has been going, has other rallies planned in North Carolina, in Michigan this week. Of course, battleground states. We're looking at early voting starting in places like Wisconsin just this very Thursday here. And this is a moment where we've already seen some allies of his call out the idea that there is an ideation of violence on the political left.
This I don't buy. I'm not. No. I'm sorry. Ideation? What the fuck are you talking about? On the political left. Also, neither of these shooters. Okay, like I said before, I'm being super, I'm trying not to jump to conclusions, right? There are signs that you could use to kind of put this guy on the political right, but when I look at him, from what we know so far, I don't feel it's proper to pigeonhole him as either ideology, but if I had to, yeah, I'd say right wing. These are one Republican, one registered Republican, debate lord, possibly even somebody, for the guy in Butler, Pennsylvania, possibly even somebody that is further to the right than Trump, and one just deranged anti-vax, weirdo obsessed with China and COVID and kind of anti-vax coded, right? You do not get to throw that on the political left and say, oh yeah, it's because the left is saying bad things about Trump. That's causing ideation. No, I'm sorry. I'm not buying this at all.
Of course, we have seen, as we're looking at here, these shots here, getting ready for this press conference.
All right, so we're going to move to this version of the press conference just to keep things kind of switched up. I don't know if it's going to help monetization, but it might, or help avoid any sorts of claims. What's funny is with the news, I don't get copyright claims from the networks themselves or for my coverage of their coverage, but what I do get is claims from like little incidental music they have at the beginning and the end of their programming. Simon Pierre says both were right wingers. Yeah, I mean, if I had to characterize this guy in any ideology, I'd say that he's like very QAnon anti-vax sort of coded rather than. But yeah, a little bit of a never Trumper as well. He's kind of a puzzling guy, actually. I still get Kennedy vibes from this latest guy. Wait, Kennedy vibes? What do you mean, like CBS News for the pictures they're showing of Donald Trump. Like this feels like I get that they want to show, I don't know, other images. And in this case, they're talking about Trump's rallies, but this is like hagiography, right? This is like, if I had to characterize these pictures, these are like shots that the Trump campaign itself would take. These are not just like random, photos of Trump at rallies.
And we were able to
look, standing in front of the chat, are the bushes going to become the new grassy knoll?
2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro. which he was going to take pictures of.
I feel like the real events of this shooting aren't going to be satisfying to the right-wing narrative. Like, they really need to portray this as they are coming after him, right? They really need to portray this as somehow these people who are both, you know, further to the right than they are to the left are like, you know, Biden's people or Kamala's people or the deep state's people. And when what they really are is just like kind of mentally unmoored. Is asking ceramic tile. So my understanding of the ceramic tile is that this is a plate that goes into a armored vest, and that most armored vests are sufficient to deflect, like, let's say a 9mm, like a very, you know, common ordnance that would be in a gun. But there are you know, different kinds of guns that, say, the Secret Service might have, including like high powered you know, anti-sniper sort of weapons, and that this ceramic tile would be more likely to be able to deflect like a larger caliber. Is that the right word for it? I don't know much about guns, but Gavi Close says, I want this to be the deep state, but really a really weird part, like the Bush era operatives, yo. Like armor piercing rounds. Well, yeah, that's what they have. They have armor piercing rounds. So I feel like, from what I've heard, even the ceramic plates would not stop the kind of weaponry that the Secret Service would have on hand. But the question is, do the, you know, when in the moment when he would be taking a shot, would the agents right there, would they have the kind of caliber to be able to pierce the ceramic tiles? He also had a GoPro. So I don't know what he was thinking, that he was going to, post this on social media or something? You know, it actually doesn't make sense, because check this out, right? If you're this guy and you want to get his, you want to, you know, make it do an assassination and then put it up on social media? You would need to be broadcasting. You would need to be live streaming this event in order for it to even be shown. You know, you can't like I don't know what he thought he was going to do. He was going to take the footage with the GoPro, leave from the scene, go to like a Starbucks or something, plug in his laptop and upload it. What is he going to do? They're going to start transvestigating him soon enough. Look, I feel like they've already been through that. I feel like they did. I feel like there was a little bit of that. Like when it first happened, right? This is what, with any shooter, with any mass casualty event, school shooter, or, you know, like this, an assassination attempt, they get in early when it's in breaking news phase, when there's a vacuum of information, which means that any information that's given, even if it's not from a credible source, is going to be taken more seriously than it probably should be, right? And that's when the right wing tries to inject their narratives of like, it's a trans person, it's a, you know, immigrant, it's a, you know, any kind of marginalized group, right? That's who they're going to throw it on. They said 300 to 400 yards. That is, I don't know, would he even, like on a golf course, I don't feel like they would, so it may be far away, but like, you know, the way that these things work, right? There's a golf course is like this, right? The place where the person hits the ball from is called the tee. And past the tee, towards the hole, is the fairway. The fairway is sometimes straight, it's sometimes curved, a lot of times curved, actually, because that makes it harder to, you know, it makes the hole harder, right? So, you know, the golf hole could either be a par 3, a par 4, or a par 5, depending on the length, the length from the tee to the hole itself. And there's hazards, right? That are, you know, either like a sandy bunker, like a sort of hole that's got sand in it, that if you hit the ball into there, it's, you know, harder to hit it out, and takes a special golf club to do that with. water hazards where it's possible to, if you don't hit the ball correctly, you could hit it into the water. It could cost you strokes, and trees, right? Where if you hit a tree, your ball's going to be deflected and it's not going to go where you want it to go. So because there's like, and in between every single hole and the next one, there's like an out of bounds area that's often heavily wooded. It's got bushes, it's got trees, it's got like all kinds of stuff in between there. So, in other words, the line of sight on a golf course isn't quite, I don't know. I'm a little bit distrustful to this idea that, this person was within shooting distance of the president. My understanding is that there's a Secret Service detachment that goes, so when he's playing the holes, right, there's like hole 1, hole 2, hole 3, he goes in order, plays the holes, right? And so while he's on hole 1, the detachment is on hole 2, checking it out, making sure the place that he's going to go to right next, they're there first, right? And then he gets to hole 2, they move to hole 3, they're checking that area out, right? And so, these Secret Service agents were on a hole ahead of him, saw the muzzle, not the nuzzle, sorry, of the rifle stick out of the bushes, and fired because that was a threat. And so the idea that he was with, like, I don't know, I feel like he wasn't really in danger of. They're gonna try to make, in other words, like there's like a optics question here where his team wants to make it seem like he was in the maximum amount of danger, even if he wasn't. Wants to seem like he narrowly escaped. Wants to make this look heroic, right? The fight. They want to have another one of those moments. And in reality, what this was the detachment ahead of him sees the muzzle protruding through the bushes, shoots at it, right? They go and try and give chase, try to apprehend this visual. They radio back to the team that's with Trump. These people jump on Trump, knock him down, get him, out of the line of fire, basically, if there were somebody firing at him, and then immediately grab him, throw him into what I'm to understand is some sort of an armored golf cart, and then speed away to get him to safety as fast as possible. And it wasn't, he gets up and there's a crowd and he's like, fight, or anything like that. There's no fucking glorious moment here. And it feels like even the law enforcement, like I told you, law enforcement tends to be right wing. So even the law enforcement here is trying to portray greater danger for the president, a more heroic scenario than what's really going on. You know what he said after the event? He said, I was almost even. I was about to putt for a birdie. I really wish I could have finished this round of golf, right? That is what his mind was on, right? So that shows you that he did not perceive himself to be in any kind of great danger. It's hard to hear the questions, but it sounds like they're confirming that all 4 rounds. So 4 rounds were shot, all of the rounds by the agents, right? So from what we know right now, the assailant did not get off any shots, not at Trump. I don't think they had a line of sight on Trump, and not even at the Secret Service agents, right? It was all them firing at him. He gets the fuck out of there, jumps in his car, tries to escape, gets 1 county north of where he was, and his plates are picked up because on his way out, somebody saw him run, saw him get in the car, snapped a photo of his license plate, snapped a photo of his vehicles, and with that, the law enforcement authorities were able to use they've got things on the highways that track people's license plates, and it detected his license plate, right, as showing up. So they sent the cops out there, and that's where this happened, right? That's where this happened, all right? But yeah, as far as we know from this, and again, this is just the initial press conference, no rounds were fired by the assailant. So again, it kind of cuts against. Now, the worst thing that could happen as far as the optics of this, and again, like, the optics shouldn't be so important, but there's people trying to spin this. Trump's going to try to, use this as a campaign, booster. But the worst thing that could have happened is if this had turned out to be somebody that had no design whatsoever on Trump, because if it was reported at first as an assassination attempt, and then it turns out to be like two guys like shooting at each other, unrelated, then this turns into the Trump campaign crying wolf, right? Doesn't seem like that's what it was. It seems like this person had a GoPro. They're, hiding in the bushes on the golf course, one hole ahead of where the former president was about to golf, and they, it does seem like they had intentions on Trump, likely. So it's not going to be a cried wolf moment, but it's also, I don't think it's a fight moment either. This feels like the natural outcome of Trump politically activating people with mental health issues. Yeah, whether on purpose or on accident, right?
And their agent did a fantastic.
I mean, and specifically because of the persecution complex that Trump exhibits, right? In all of his speeches, in all of his rhetoric, his narrative casts him as this heroic figure that is being persecuted by a myriad of forces. Any judge that that indicts him, any prosecutor that goes after him, any former campaign official, general that worked with him, anyone from his from his administration or transition team that says, I've been on the inside and I didn't like what I saw, and I don't think that this man should be in power anymore. They are all involved in this plot, involved in this giant gang stalking plot, going after our protagonist, right? And that is a narrative that corresponds with other people that have persecution complexes.
Fantastic job.
Which direction was the Trump where he was?
Trump is going to rave about the Knights Who Say Knee now.
All right. Thanks, folks. We'll get back to you.
All right, there you go.
Well, I think it's, I think just because everything is stirred up so much, people are responding.
Oh shit, this is about the Springfield, Ohio thing. All right, so I've got a few more videos for us to watch here. We got I don't know about, so we did take a quick look at, there is video of the would-be assassin from years ago talking about who knows what. I'm a little worried about, kind of exploiting, I don't know, I'm not trying to exploit a mentally ill person, I guess. And if it just becomes like a kind of, freak show at this guy's, weird delusions, I don't really want to watch that. But apparently there is some video. We've got a Luke Beasley video going over that, so maybe we can get some kind of analysis if it reveals anything, right? That's, I do want to look at that. But I in other words, I don't want to just kind of gawk at somebody's mental illness, if that makes sense.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. We are continuing our breaking news live coverage after the FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump.
Okay,
We are told
she's not the only one that I've heard doing this, right? There have been several people now, several members of the news media that say exactly what she just said. Which, look, if it, you're lucky it's me and not President Sunday, because he's kind of a grammar Nazi.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. We are continuing our breaking news live coverage after the FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt.
An attempted assassination attempt. Is there any, apologia that could be made for the way that she phrased that? An attempted assassination. Is the idea that it would be an assassination attempt if the person had gotten a shot off and they were attempting to get a shot off, which would... This is tortured language, isn't it? Am I wrong? This is the media just using, yeah, it's redundant, isn't it? Am I wrong, though? Is there a distinction there? Is there a distinction worth, is an attempted assassination attempt different than an assassination attempt? Or is this just people kind of falling into a weird pattern of speech that doesn't really make sense? What do you think, chat? One in chat, if you say, like me, you feel like this doesn't make sense the way that they're saying it.
Former President Donald Trump. We are told the former president is safe after shots were fired in his vicinity while he was golfing at his club in West Palm Beach, Florida. That's just about a 15-minute drive from where his Mar-a-Lago club is in Palm Beach, Florida. Moments ago, we got an account.
Simone Pierre says, I'm French and it's bothering me also. Yeah.
From the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office detailing.
And she's not the only one doing it, right? This is the second person I've heard say an attempted assassination attempt.
How all of this unfolded, Wolf, and it is quite stunning.
It's stunning and very detailed.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So now we got the, this is a two-hole theory confirmed. Look at that, chat. They're showing 2 holes. Okay, now I need a little bit more information, right? So there's the highway that he got on, headed north on I-95. There's the golf course, right? So where's the exit? Okay, so there's the exit up there, right? So it's really close to the highway, which explains how he was able to get as far away as he did before he was caught. So we got hole 5 and hole 6. The shooter was in the bushes, I guess, in between the 2 holes. Now, what I don't know, though, chat, is because he said the sheriff said there's hole 4, there's hole 5, and there's hole 6. Okay, so the places where you see a lot of sand are going to be, the sand is usually closer to the hole than it is to the tee. So if you want to orient yourself about where they start playing, where they hit the ball from, the tee, to where they're hitting the ball to, the hole, right? Any place that you see sand is the place that they're hitting the ball to, if that makes sense. So for instance, for hole 5 you're seeing runs like, I'm assuming this is like, south to north. So they hit the ball from south to, they hit it north, and that's where the hole is, right? And then hole 6, oh my God, I'm trying to figure this out. It looks like it goes from the west to the east, right? We got some bunkers over on the east. And then there's one more hole that's really near here. I'm going to assume that would be hole 4. They said that oh my gosh, I wish they would just show where they think the shooter was, right? Because that's interesting. Sheriff, AK-47 with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro recorder from the bushes. Yeah, but which bushes? I would love to know.
In fact, very, very revealing law enforcement officials saying a person has been detained in connection with this incident that occurred at the Trump International Golf Club around 1:30 p.m. Eastern earlier this afternoon. U.S. Secret Service agents fired gunshots at the suspect, who they believe was armed and intended to target former President Trump. An AK-style long arm rifle.
So that's more information that we've got. There were 4 gunshots altogether. They were, as far as we know, all shot by Secret Service agents, right, who noticed a gun muzzle protruding from the bushes. So how this works is there's a detachment, right? There's the main team that's with the president where he's playing golf, right? Which I'm assuming, what, hole 5, maybe hole 4 he's on. And then there is a team that goes ahead, goes to hole 5 if he's on hole 4, and checks things out to make sure it's safe before he gets there, right? So they're there, just, you know, kind of looking around. They see a muzzle of a gun come out of the bushes, and they take aim and they fire. After they fire, the individual flees the scene, leaves his backpacks, leaves his rifle, leaves his GoPros, or his GoPro on the fence, and gets in his black Nissan. Someone witnesses what's going on, takes a picture of the Nissan, takes a picture of the license plate, gives that to the cops. The cops put that in the computer, and then they've got this thing that on the highway that detects the license plates, that like a camera that's like on the car's license plates, and that reads them as they go by. So when the thing reads the license plates, it alerts the cops. He's right here. They come onto the highway. They, pull him over or whatever. And that is when you get this. No, I'm sorry, chat. Wrong window. That's when you get this. There we go. That's the right one. That's when you get this scene, right? He gives himself up, and he is in custody now. The guy's name is Ryan Wesley Routh. He has prior, incidents with firearms in 2002. Seems to have barricaded himself. He has maybe some kind of mental illness going on. He was a Trump supporter as of 2016. Changed his mind at some point and seems to have become anti-Trump. He supported Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy in the primary, and then seems to have messaged Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, encouraging them to visit the injured people in the hospital from the Trump rally. Right, so he's on Twitter, and he's tweeted about the that. Now that's not his only Twitter, right? I think I've seen another. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. Yeah, they're retweeting his tweet at Nikki Haley. This is Ed Krasenstein. There's one of the Krasenstein brothers. These are two left wing. No, I shouldn't say left wing. They are two liberals who are on sort of Team Elon, blue checks, right? Big Twitter posters. Maybe get a little bit of money from their tweets, but I would call them like controlled opposition, right? I'm not a fan of the Krasenstein brothers. Wait, let Tulsi speak. What is this? We didn't see this yet. After voting for Trump in 2016, Ryan Wesley Routh became a massive fan of Tulsi Gabbard. Jesus Christ. Let's see what we got here. Tulsi understands the horrors of war, realizing that world leaders cannot allow the children to be murdered and families ripped apart over ideology. She will tirelessly negotiate peace deals in Syria, Afghanistan. If you don't know who Tulsi Gabbard is, she ran for... Did she run in 2016 as well? I know she ran in 2020. She's kind of a Robert F. Kennedy-like figure in that she ran as a Democrat, but was clearly right-wing. So, kind of a... I don't know what you want to call her. She's like a Republican in Democrat clothing, right? And this is who he was supporting. She does make like overtures towards being anti-war, but overall is just like extremely right-wing. Tulsi understands the horrors of war, realizing the world leaders can allow the children to be murdered and families ripped apart by ideology. She will tirelessly negotiate peace deals in Syria, Afghanistan, and all the turmoil zones. Now it's funny, right? Because he's like, as far as Syria and Afghanistan go, he wants peace. In other words, he wants the United States to withdraw, and the other major world power in Syria, at least, is Russia. And Afghanistan, goddamn, they stayed like forever, right? This is funny because you've also got Trump attacking Kamala and Biden over the withdrawal from Afghanistan when he had 4 years to withdraw troops and did not do so. Instead, he negotiated and kind of made pretty favorable deals with the Taliban. International Women's Day, we need to join together to support Tulsi for president because we must have a leader that will fight for world peace and end all turmoil and struggles around the globe, make an opportunity for kids everywhere, freeing our military funds for home. So the irony, right, of him wanting the U.S. to like kind of back out of Syria is that he's got the exact opposite perspective from what I understand on Ukraine. And opposite perspective on Taiwan. I mean, these may have been different times in his life. Again, we're also, 2020, we're also dealing with somebody who has shown some pretty clear signs of mental illness. So I hesitate to characterize, as right-wing coded as this guy is, I hate to characterize his ideology as anything, because he just seems like a very confused ungrounded individual. We all need to join together to support Tulsi for president. We must have a world leader that will fight for world peace and end all turmoil and struggles around the world. We cannot allow either of these old men, this is in 2020, to try... we cannot allow either of these old men. Is that, what, Bernie and Biden? Yeah. Because 2020 kind of came down to Bernie and Biden. So he must be talking about Biden and Bernie here. We cannot allow either of these old men to beat Trump. Not happening. Tulsi, we must really ramp up our efforts now. This is this just got extremely important. Want to help your staff create unlimited, powerful speeches. Oh, he's offering his hand. I fly anywhere. Yeah. He's offering his services to Tulsi Gabbard. I suspect she did not take him up on that, right? Let Tulsi speak. Forget debate. Let's push this campaign forward on the ground. The time is now. Time for fresh, new, powerful videos to fill the internet. I have emailed several speeches into info. Can you imagine? Has anybody ever gotten a job with a campaign with shit like this, where they're like, I emailed you speeches that I wrote for you, and there's somebody's going to be like, oh yeah, these speeches are really good, Ryan. Come on over and join our campaign team. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how it works at all. We can make 100 more. We need to get the message out now. Let's work. So anyway, that's him supporting Tulsi in 2020 after supporting Trump in 2016. Supporting then in 2024. Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. And here's his other kind of soapbox, right? China. He's accusing a Chinese scientist of making a new improved coronavirus for biological war, for a second round. So so this is kind of, this is strangely like, some anti-vax stuff in terms of like viewing the virus as a bioweapon, as something that was purposely made in order to achieve some kind of political, agenda for China, right? But let's check this out. Tell pharma and the free world to prepare for this new attack. So not exactly anti-vax. Very, very much, in that QAnon sort of space of conspiracy theories about, weaponized viruses and bioweapons, but not in the, it doesn't sound like tell pharma and the free world. Let's get pharma on board, right? He's looking at pharma as a potential ally. That's what I mean when I say that it's hard to cast him. Oh, this is interesting. It's hard to cast him as having any political ideology because he just seems so confused and he seems so like unmoored in the real world. He seems like a just complete conspiracy theorist that's got like an ideology that sort of crosses political lines, right? I was not supporting Bernie, he says in 2020, but now I am, as Sleepy Joe stands for nothing, no plans, no idea. So he flirts with Bernie. After saying neither of these old men should be allowed to beat Trump, right? Just as limp as Hillary. Bernie, give them hell, fight to the death. Oh my God. Okay, well. And then he ends up supporting Nikki Haley, hoping that Vivek Ramaswamy can become the vice presidential candidate. What do we have here? Do we have a better?
Hi, David.
Yeah, hey, Eric. Hey, Molly. We're told the suspect's name is Ryan Wesley Routh, R-O-U-T-H. Not much more known about him at this time, except that he's the suspect currently in custody right now.
Okay, so this is before they really knew very much. Now, this is that speech that I'm going to look at it through Luke Beasley, just because, like I said, this is a very clearly mentally ill person, and I'm not trying to do content where we just laugh and point and gawk at somebody's mental illness. He also had, like I said, a big supporter of Ukraine. Maybe have even been involved in some sort of like, people going over to Ukraine to fight. Owner of Camp Box Honolulu. Constantly focused on contributing as much as possible to the community. Always trying to put... Oh my God. This is too much for me to read. Oh, here's more about Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Please, I'm not a NAFO person, chat, so I don't know how to say it right. Please, can someone respond? I am willing to fly to Ukraine to fight and die, but I need to. Is it looking very much for a cause to die for? It looks like. Need you to help with a media campaign so we can get thousands of civilians around the globe to join in the fight. We need thousands to. That is not what Ukraine needs. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the Ukrainian forces trying to deal with thousands of civilians, of like untrained, busybody, like, I'm gonna come and help, right? Look, you got to understand, Ryan, they've already got Dylan Burns, right? And he's their GOAT, right? Dylan Burns single-handedly fended off the Russian onslaught on the Kiev airport, rescued the famous Ghost of Kiev plane, and, sniped all the Russian troops on their way into the airport, thus, saving Ukraine. They've got Dylan Burns already, right? They're good. They've got Dylan, right? Support Ukraine. Come, people, please respond. I'm willing to fly to Ukraine, fight and die, but I need someone out there that will help me with media. You should call Dylan. Oh my God, chat. If only Dylan Burns had responded to this person, he might be okay. He might be okay. He might not have gone down this dark path that led him to whatever he's doing. Please, someone help me. Everyone should be angry. Help me change this war. Okay, so more pleading with people to join his quixotic quest in Ukraine. Oh God, here he is. So this is where is this when he got into? But no, he was actually arrested for blockading himself in with a gun in 2002. So this would not be his first. But look at this, like he's got a U.S. hanky. Very patriotic. This is what I mean, is he's hard to figure out. It's hard to figure out, like, as much as we want to, like, when we see somebody, take a shot at a president or try to get in position to maybe shoot a president, as seemed to be the case with him, you want to sort of pigeonhole and say this is like well, if you're right wing, you very much want to say that he's an Antifa super soldier. He's a lefty. He's And look, they can make the argument that he's very pro-Ukraine, but at the same time, there's a lot, he's a former Trump supporter, former Tulsi supporter. He's all over the map. This is why I say that I feel like it's kind of improper to try to characterize his political ideology as anything. What does he write here? Okay, this is him explaining why he doesn't support Donald Trump anymore. He's voted for Donald Trump in 2016. I and the world hoped that President Trump would be different and better than the candidate, but we were greatly disappointed. There were a lot of people that, despite Donald Trump's just absolute shit show train wreck of a campaign, thought, well, just give him a chance. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, the status quo is so bad. Let's get a reality star that knows nothing about anything. Let's put him as president. And this is one of them. Oh God, yeah, here he is using the chud logic word. We were all greatly disappointed, and it seems you were getting worse and devolving. Are you chud logic? I will be glad when you are gone, he says, and that is apparently something he tried to expedite on the from what we know on the golf course. Again, chat, it's very early in the investigation. More details will be coming in, but from what it seems like, it does really seem like he made a real attempt. I don't think he was doing something else on the golf course other than trying to assassinate a former president. That he's got the GoPro, like everything points to that this was indeed an attempt on Trump's life that he would have made had Trump gotten close enough to the bushes that he was hiding in. Yeah, so here's more of the anti-vax stuff, the Chinese bioweapon stuff. Support, defend Taiwan stuff, right? So see what I mean? It's like, it's hard to really peg him into an ideology, and I just don't. Oh yeah, here we go. So I was talking before when I was saying that this wasn't his. I'd seen another ad for him. It's defend Taiwan, right? Defend Taiwan. So very much, casting charges at China of trying to make a bioweapon. What are these? Oh, these are people he follow. Wait, what? Verified followers? What? No. Are you serious? Wait. Followers. Are you fucking serious? Am I reading this right, chat? You were confused. Chud Logic just likes to use that word, and I don't like to say that word because, like, it feels mean. It feels fucked up. It's just kind of like a needless slur, but you know, it's like when people like Chud Logic can get away with saying a slur. There's a lot of slurs that they want to say that they can't say, and so you know, when a slur like that one becomes available, they love to, you know, he just overuses it, right? To try to make himself sound cool, probably because he was bullied on a playground when he was young and possibly called that slur many times himself, right? In his awkward childhood. So now turns around and like, oh, are you a rah, rah, rah. So we just say Chud Logic, right? Instead of like, since it's like his favorite word, it's a crutch that it's like a you know, go-to phrase that he always leans on. So, you know, we might as well just say Chud Logic instead of the slur, since he loves it so much. Chat, am I reading this right? Am I reading this right? That is a satire account. Wait, which one? Which one? The JD Vance U.S. Senate? Let me see here. Christian husband, dad, U.S. Senator for Ohio. Oh, there we go. Satire. Thank you. Hoping to be your next vice president. Satire. So he's following a satire. JD. Oh, no, sorry. He's followed by, right? That was what confused me, right? It's one thing if he follows, like, I'm not going to read a lot into, like, who this guy follows, but the people that follow him back, that might mean something. But indeed, this is not actual JD Vance following him back. This is the satire JD Vance rep. It's not a very good satire, though. Christian husband, dad, U.S. Senator for Ohio. Oh, wait, we got to see this, chat. What kind of... Because there's different kinds... You know, there's a Trump satire account that just, like, Trump posts. Some satire accounts are not really... Let's take a look. I want to see JD Vance. What else is there here? Ultra MAGA. These are verified followers, so... MAGA account follows him. Orange Sheffield. Actually, I don't know who that is. U.S. geopolitics, military strategy, capitalist, musician, artist, poet, means prognosticator. Sometimes I'll be funny by accident. Okay. Another Trump account. Pat Wojak. Yeah. So some, you know, right-wing meme accounts. But good call there, Huckfen. Good call. You caught that one. You saw that before I did. Let's see. Let me look. I want to see what this JD Vance parody, what kind of, because it doesn't look like one of the parody accounts that is like actively making fun of the person. JD Vance rep. Okay, so here it is. Question is, are they making fun of JD Vance? Oh, Elon, I do love when you get caught lying. Okay, so catching Elon lying, making fun of Elon. Why does JD Vance follow Trump supporter, Trump shooter, and it's not actually JD Vance, it's JD Vance parody account. Yep, there we go with the community note. Biggest tell, so it's not done maybe from a sarcastic point of view, but it's not JD Vance. See, what the thing that I would like, I just don't like, they say parody so they can have JD Vance as their avatar and as their name, but they're not really doing, it doesn't look like they're really doing a parody here. It looks like they're just saying what they think, but I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird how people use parody on Twitter. Here, let's scroll down a little bit. Biggest tell that Ryan Tulsi Vivek 2004 Routh was devout Republican is his use of the phrase. So wait, this person followed this guy though. This JD Vance parody account followed him. So let's get a sense for, yeah, it sounds like the JD Vance parody account is actually a left-winger. A lefty, a leftoid, as Chud Logic would say. Routh was a devout Republican in his use of the phrase, "Are you Chud Logic?" while addressing former President Donald Trump. The phrase is rarely used by Democrats, as the word Chud Logic is considered highly inappropriate. I would say so too, yeah. Ryan Routh voted for Trump in 2106. Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, so that's all we've got from them. But seriously, they should have some explaining to do, right? Why did they, like, this is like a left person. This is a leftoid. We've got a leftoid right here doing satire on J.D. Vance. But why did they follow this weirdo right-winger? Why did they, was this a follow back situation? Please, you got to explain, fake J.D. Vance. You got to explain why you were following this guy, right? Especially considering that right here you're being like, you know, he uses the chud logic word, and you correctly identify that as belonging more to the right than to the left, and indeed it's way more accepted to use any kind of slur at like this as you know, on the right than on the left. Just ask chud logic. I don't know. This is weird. This is pretty weird. But yeah, indeed, satire account. So yeah, here's here's what he looked like in person on the, Capitol Hill here. What are they going to say about him? Ryan Wesley Routh, would-be Trump assassin, is a Republican, a gun nutter, pushes COVID conspiracies despite having... See, like, this is the thing that bothers me. Like, a lot of people on the left want to cast this guy as a right-winger, and indeed, there are some, very right-wing aspects to his personality, and people on the right want to cast him as a left-winger, and indeed, you can find him making positive tweets towards Bernie, making tweets towards Tulsi or towards Kamala and Biden, begging them to go and so look, he's a Trump superfan that then became anti-Trump, supported Tulsi in 2020, supported Vivek and Nikki Haley in 2024, and when that was not, when Trump won the primary, then he seems to, just support. So yeah, he's anti-Trump, not left-wing, given that his first choice would have been to support a Republican ticket of Haley and Ramaswamy, which is weird because as far as policy goes, as far as politics, like Ramaswamy lives up Donald Trump's ass, right? Ramaswamy is just the biggest fucking D-rider for a man with very small crowd sizes, right? It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. It's like a but yeah, that's who we would have rather had. But then saving that, he's so anti-Trump that he's like a never Trumper, right? He's a never Trump Republican, but somebody that endorses a candidate that like Ramaswamy that's basically just repeating Trump verbatim. So in other words, here's my assessment. He doesn't understand the world. He is deluded. He is delusional, and his, political ideology, I don't really think should be used as any kind of a, okay, it's the lefties' fault that this happened, or, okay, this is another, like, I don't really see this as more, another call from inside the house. He's not, obviously he's anti-Trump, but I also don't see this as like a left-wing guy, right? This is a Ramaswamy Haley supporter, a Tulsi supporter, and in 2016, a Trump supporter. Moe Nope, thank you for the resub. That is, you've been subscribed for 3 months. So wait, what should I do? Moe Nope, just been weaseled. You just got weaseled. That's a good thing. And that's a good thing. Thank you so much. That brings us up to, I haven't even been thinking about this, but it brings us up to 26%. We are over 1/4 of the way towards the dono goal. Make sure to vote. The poll is in the full scale stream. So if you're in Shorts chat or you're on Twitch, you can kind of mosey on over to No Comment Chick on YouTube, and you can find the full screen stream. That's where you can vote if you want to. You can also, whenever you donate, or remember that all you got to do is let me know which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content. Because after we get done with today's stream, if we hit 100% on the dono goal, we will have bonus content. That bonus content is decided by the poll that's going on in the full scale stream, as well as I add for when people donate and tell me what topic they want to have covered, I add percentages for their donation. So whatever you donate, you get as a percentage to add to the topic of your choice. Or you can say Vox Populi if you just want to, poll to be the ultimate arbiter. And what that does is that takes points away from the other donations. So you could also say Fallout New Vegas if you want to see me play some more Fallout New Vegas. So that's what we're doing. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but thank you, Moe Noep. And remember to let me know in the comments or in a super chat when you're donating, whether that's super chat, super sticker, membership, gifted membership, whether you are signing up for my Patreon or donating to the throne, or on Twitch, if you're getting yourself a sub, a Twitch Prime sub, which you can get for free, a regular sub, which is 25% off right now. It's $4 instead of $6. Or if you're gifting subs to other people to save them from the ad break that happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. It's a long ad break. It's a very long ad break. Simon Pierre with the super chat for Brianna Wu. I will add your super chat and I will round it up, even though it should just be 1%. We'll say it's 2%. Canadian dollar. The Canadian dollars do not get the a good exchange. So, but yeah, there's our dude. There's our dude right there. Right. This is the perpetrator. This is the perp. Not really easy to classify in any sort of... Here we go. So this is the story about him barricading himself inside a business in 2002. So, it's kind of a prior incident with a firearm. We got more of his anti-vax shit. Oh, I'm sorry, voted for Trump. When I saw this at first, I thought this person was saying like all this shit about this person. So this is another, leftoid making an argument. Now, I would agree with them that the dipshit MAGA saying he's a dim, that's bullshit. Why did I say it like that? That's bullshit. I pronounce that weird, right? I put the emphasis on that's bullshit, I guess, is what I was trying to say. But I also don't think that classifying him as he's not a voted for Trump, in 2016, became anti-Trump afterwards, right? You can't pigeonhole this guy. He's a weird, never-Trumper Republican who, when faced with not being able to vote for Nikki Haley, I'm surprised he didn't end up supporting RFK. But we'll see. Maybe there's some RFK tweets. He's been all over the map. That's why I really don't think it's appropriate to try to be like, he's a right-winger, he's a left-winger, he's a, right? You can't really characterize this guy. He is deluded. He is delusional. He is a messed up guy. That's the only conclusion that I can really make from this. Anyway, back to this.
With a scope, 2 backpacks and a GoPro camera were recovered. Let's go to our panel right now and get Charles Ramsey's assessment.
Oh, great.
What's going.
That's just what we need, a CNN panel. Let's go.
The fact that there was a scope, Chief Ramsey, it says to me, it explains, I think in part, why the FBI has concluded this appears to have been a second assassination attempt against Trump.
At least Wolf Blitzer didn't say an attempted assassination attempt.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, clearly in my mind,
what's going on here?
That's the appropriate classification for this particular incident. We're just fortunate. We're very lucky. We were lucky in July in Butler, Pennsylvania, and again.
Yeah, we were very lucky
today.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really like either outcome, right? I don't really like Trump continuing to be a presidential candidate. I really don't like what would have happened if his life had ended that day and, given the Tim Pools of the world a pretext to start a second civil war. I don't know. I don't know if any of this is lucky. This whole timeline seems fucked up.
Luck only goes so far. And so everyone has to be incredibly vigilant, enhance security, not just for the former president, but for all of the candidates, because we're just in an environment right now where you have a lot of unstable people who
voting for Fallout New Vegas. Nice.
Try to actually
gotcha, Moe.
So we're very fortunate. that the Secret Service agent was able to spot this and able to take immediate action and prevent a tragedy from occurring.
And that Secret Service agent spotted the barrel of a rifle sticking out from those trees near that golf course right there. And that's when shots were fired at the suspect. And eventually another individual saw what was going on and took some pictures of the vehicle that the suspect was using, the license plate, and eventually the suspect was captured in Martin County, just north of Palm Beach County, not very far away. Jonathan Wackrow, the fact that there was a GoPro camera that was right near that fence, near those backpacks that this suspect had over there, what does that say to you?
Well, listen, Wolf, I think that a lot of these...
Are we at 29% now, chat? I kind of oh God, I got distracted. Wolf Blitzer, yeah.
Level of sophistication by this shooter, right?
Wait, why the Alfs?
So, the GoPro camera was the intent here to live stream, this attack.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joint Specialist. I think it's better if Donald Trump loses the election, right?
By the fact that we saw those...
The only way to put the MAGA era of politics behind us forever is if Donald Trump is thoroughly and soundly defeated in this upcoming election. But it doesn't make me worry any less, the fact that, he is like one of two candidates.
We heard reporting that, and I believe we heard it during the press conference as well, that the backpacks contained ceramic plates. Again, this was, really setting up a firing position. The shooter probably intended to, engage directly with Secret Service agents at one point. I think the Secret Service structure, though, the protective methodology, by putting out agents.
What is my favorite thing about Kamala Harris? I would say that she's not Donald Trump.
In advance of the protectee during their golf operations
Yeah, Kamala Harris, in terms of her political ideology, is well to the right of me. So I'm not, super thrilled about her policy proposals for the most part. There's some things that she's talked about that are indeed good if she goes through with them, fighting back against price gouging. But in terms of the way that she and Biden have caved into Trump on immigration, and honestly a lot of other issues too, it's actually pretty disheartening. That being said, not being Donald Trump is quite important.
Really flush out this type of threat along the
For some reason, I thought you found Alf cringe. Not surprised. Alf cringe. I mean, no, like, oh my God. I was explaining the Alf emoji is very difficult. Here's the deal, chat. Alf is okay normally, right? But when he gets a little bit faded, yeah, he might say some, kind of yikesy stuff, right? So it's important not to let Alf in. If I ever leave the street, if I ever have to go get food or something like that, and I'm leaving the stream on, the important thing for the mods to remember is to never let Alf in, right? Because we don't know what state of mind, Alf might have just smoked a blunt, and in that case, he's probably gonna eat,
the edges of the fairways really proved successful. This is a model that the Secret Service...
He might say some edgy stuff that would get me in trouble. That's the problem with Alf.
Applied to these types of activities for a long time. I mean, dating back to, I believe, the Bush and Clinton administrations, where putting agents, anywhere from 75 to 150 yards in advance. Again, trying to expand out that protective bubble around the protectee, just for this very reason. But it's difficult. I mean, they're out there, flanking, the protectee for a long time. This person obviously set up their location. They had a level of cover and concealment to launch this attack.
Oh my God! Look at his. He's like got a what is this thing called? Like a model sailboat.
He most likely had a line of sight.
I do wonder what substances Waluigi is on. That's a good question.
From that fence line back into the fairway, that's disturbing. And more troubling is the accessibility, the ease of ingress and egress by this attacker. They had that escape route. The critical factor that we heard during the press conference is the witness. They saw the...
Yeah, I wonder where do you think the car was parked? It has to be on the street, right? There is a parking lot. over here on what looks to be, assuming this is north-south, right? That's the east side. There's a parking lot here, apparently. But I'm assuming that maybe the shooter was actually part. And this is what I meant about like I felt like maybe the law enforcement were in the press conference might have been overinflating the danger that Trump was in. And like I said, law enforcement, if it has a bias, it's going to be a right-wing bias, not a left-wing bias, right? A lot of people, especially Trump sycophants, seem to think that the FBI and law enforcement have it in for Trump, when the truth of the matter is Trump is just a fucking criminal, right? The law has it in for Trump because he breaks the law. But then he's got the Supreme Court justices to help him out and make it easier for him to do that. But that being said, yeah, the general like sort of bias of law enforcement is going to be to the right, and that's why I think that they sort of overemphasized the danger that Trump was actually in, given that golf courses have a lot of cover. This is cover for the shooter, but this is also going to obstruct the line of sight of the shooter to Trump unless he's, really close. And because of the way that the Secret Service works, they're always one hole ahead. They check out the place that he's about to go while he's on the previous hole to keep him safe.
Suspect running away, getting into the vehicle, and I think Andy McCabe said, very smartly, the person took out their phone.
So yeah, I'm guessing he must have been parked on the street if he was able to get to his vehicle so fast.
Took a picture of the car, and then got the license plate.
And we still don't know which bush, which bit of we see a lot of shrubbery, or we can't tell what's shrubbery and what's trees. But apparently he was in a bush in the shrubbery, in between, I guess, the two. See, I don't even know. It could have been like on the outside of the golf course too, right? That's what I'd love to see. Somebody place the shooter in terms of the picture, the aerial photo of the golf course.
The communication with federal, state, and local law enforcement entities through the real-time crime center got that information out almost instantaneously, and utilizing license plate readers, they were able to track the direction of the vehicle, make the vehicle stop, and get the suspect in custody without incident. So this
Schmegley says there was also a 6,000 family credit. Oh, you're talking about. Oh, we're talking about the policies that people of Kamala's that people like. Look, my biggest takeaway as far as why I would were I to live in a battleground state, I would seriously consider and probably weaponize my vote against Donald Trump, against him returning to the White House, is that I'm not really voting for who I support, because neither of these candidates represent my ideology, right? I'm somebody who believes in supporting the working class. I am somebody that believes that we need to, a government that ensures the rights of marginalized people, voting rights, right? So some of the things that the Democrats pretend to stand for, but at the end of the day, they don't really stand on much, right? When it's convenient, they just cave and they take the right-wing position. And that's my problem with the Democrats, is that they're not different enough from the Republicans. So I would prefer somebody way further to the left. That's not really a choice. That's not a candidate that's going to get elected. I don't really trust Cornel West or Jill Stein or any of these other third-party candidates. So instead of voting for the candidate that I agree with, since there is no candidate that I agree with, I am forced to vote for the candidate that I think that I'm forced to vote for somebody. Who would I rather fight against, right? Trump or Kamala? Who do I think that I could potentially pressure into having better policies? And the answer is Kamala. Trump's going to be completely intransigent on the issue of Gaza. Trump's going to let Netanyahu just execute everyone there. Trump's going to let Netanyahu annex the West Bank, right? Trump's going to essentially do things that are going to cause more bloodshed in the Middle East, and I'm against that. Kamala is way too complicit with what's going on. Kamala has not said that she's willing to condition like arms for Israel on a ceasefire, which is like the bare minimum that I'd like to see from a candidate. And so she's not great either, but she is more closer to be, closer to being able to push and to be pushed into the right point of view than Trump is, right? Trump is just, fully rubber stamp that genocide. That's what he said. He said, get it over with, right? Get the genocide over with, in other words. So definitely don't support that. Simon Piero says, just added 1 point to woo to compensate for the weak dollar. That makes sense. I will do that. So like what we got 30 here, and we add 1 point to woo. You're evening it up to compensate for the weak Canadian dollar. That makes sense. Both flavors of fascism. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, interesting question from chat.
This is a real big
from Shorts chat of all places.
Success for law enforcement, and it all centers around the coordination, the rapid coordination of information and dissemination to all stakeholders. We heard that during the press conference. It was great to see everybody reassuring the public that there's no additional danger, and that all stakeholders within the law enforcement and prosecutorial community were represented there.
And you can see how close this golf club is to Interstate 95, a major highway going all through the state of Florida, all the way up the East Coast as well. Caitlin, go ahead.
While we're looking at this, I just want to keep this image up because you're seeing Trump International Golf Course right here. We're highlighting hole 5 and hole 6 because that's where we believe Trump was getting close to when the agents were walking ahead of him. And
so I'm guessing he must have been on hole 4 and the agents are on hole 5, either that or he's on hole 5 and the agents are on hole 6. Remember, the detachment that we're talking about walks 1 hole ahead to secure the location before he gets there. So if he's on hole 1, they're on hole 2. If he's on hole 2, they're on hole 3, etc., etc.
What's remarkable about this is they were talking about the 3.
True Hosam says this is happening right now. Pretty much we're looking at this is a 4-hour old video, but we're sort of working our way up to the present moment in terms of what we know. We do have a confirmed picture of the shooter, right? Oh no, sorry, this is the shooter. There we go. That's what I meant to do. Not this. That's clearly a cartoon character and not the actual assailant. I shouldn't say shooter because he actually, from what we understand, he did not get a shot off. But yeah, we're just kind of going through the news reportage, what we can confirm at this moment, and
roads that are the access points. The Palm Beach County Sheriff.
Oh my God, no, this is confusing. Wait, they were oh Jesus Christ, chat. So this is way different. I don't think they know for sure where hole 5 and hole 6 are, right? Before they were showing us up here in what seems to be like, assuming this is north-south, right? They were showing hole 5 and hole 6 in what seems to be the northwest, right? Now they're showing hole 5 and hole 6 in the southeast. And then hole 4 would be, it looks like maybe there's a par 3. If you look right here, there's a short hole that like kind of is on a isthmus. Maybe that's hole 4. Maybe that's where Trump was. And then I'm assuming there's like a bridge somewhere to get to hole 5. Hole 5 goes, west east, and then hole 6 goes, I'm assuming, north south. Again, this makes me think that there's not a lot. There's not a lot of this is super firm, right? Not a lot of this is like 100%, right? This like before somebody else thought that hole 5 and hole 6 was up on the north west, and now we're seeing it portrayed as being in the southeast. So again, maybe there's some confusion about where Trump actually was.
The sheriff's office is right there to your top right, a little bit above where hole 5 is. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office in the jail actually backs up to Donald Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida. And just to give you a sense of what we were looking at on the ground and how quickly officials were able to move here, and they put out that be on the lookout alert for the person that the witness luckily was able to see a person leaving the bushes, emerging and getting into a black car and then driving, which they apprehended on I-95 just north of Palm Beach County and what we're looking at here on this image. And so, John Miller, when you look at this.
Yeah, I mean, like hole 5 and hole 6 being here maybe would indicate that the shooter's parked along this road, making it a pretty straight shot. Because my understanding is like to get to the highway from this golf course, the quickest way is up this. God, I can't point. Oh, wait, no, I can. You're seeing it, right? So the quickest way to get to the highway from here, right? So look at this right here. That goes to the highway, but look. There's no on-ramp, there's no off-ramp. So if you want to get on the highway, you got to be on this road here. You got to go up here and there. So the shooter escaped to the north of this area, was found in the next county, indicating that this was probably the route that the shooter took. Again, we don't know for sure. I'm just making these assumptions based on the idea that the shooter maybe was parked on one of the roads adjacent to the golf course.
And what we've heard from officials, they would not say outright that they have a suspect in custody, but the sheriff said, John Miller, that they have a potential suspect in.
So this is way earlier. I think they're a little bit more sure about the suspect.
And so when that is the case, and they have someone that they are obviously questioning, what we were told.
Here, we'll speed this up because I want to get to the more breaking.
But they did describe a
news
earlier when we were hearing from the Martin County Sheriff about actually apprehending this person and turning them over to the FBI. What does this look like behind the scenes right now?
Well, he is definitely a suspect, and he is definitely in custody. And all the qualifiers that law enforcement uses, potential suspect, person of interest. Once the state's attorney took the podium at the press conference and said, we are preparing charges and we are preparing for a detention hearing where they're going to argue that this suspect is dangerous and a flight risk. That means he is on his way to being charged here. Some of the mechanics behind that, Caitlin, were there was that witness on the scene that we've all talked about. He snapped that picture. He saw that person. And there's a Secret Service agent who may have confronted him and seen him as well. But that witness was brought to the scene and they did what we call a show up, where they have him in a vehicle where he can look out at the person in custody, and he's asked, is that the person you saw? And he answered in the affirmative, we are told by law enforcement sources, as he did that show up. And they then took him into custody, impounded that car, and so on. There are, two different stories in the forefront here. One, as Jonathan Wackrow really well explained, is a combination of old-fashioned police work, shoe leather, grab a witness, combined with modern technology. Here's a picture, here's a plate, put it into the LPR, license plate reader system, look for the first hit. It hits on 95. RTCC, the real-time crime center, is spinning the registered owner of that car, who it belongs to. All of this is happening rapidly. And Martin County, which hasn't waited, it has already flooded 95 looking for that car heading south with units, then does that vehicle containment technique. They block the car in on 3 sides, come out with long guns. And when the sheriff describes
so there's the assailant's car, ostensibly.
Sheriff Snyder of Martin County describes his calm demeanor. We have to put that in context. When the suspect...
Yeah, it's funny. When they said a black Nissan, I wasn't expecting a SUV. I was expecting like a sedan or something.
Gets out of that Nissan vehicle. He is looking at multiple AR-15s and handguns pointed at him from multiple directions in this vehicle containment technique where they've blocked him in on 3 sides. So he can be nothing but calm. And he was compliant with the commands they gave him, and then he was taken into custody. So a lot went right today, and a lot came together.
Well, and Andrew McCabe, when you look at this, and Wolf, I was just thinking about this, when you look at what we're hearing from officials, and you see those 2 pictures there of the backpacks that were left at the scene that they found inside these bushes. On the right side of your screen, on the left, that's a GoPro camera, official said, that was mounted on the fence, and then 2 bags as well. Andrew McCabe, when you're an investigator and you're looking into that, I mean, it clearly speaks to some kind of premeditation here of what they're looking into when they're talking to this suspect who was in the bushes.
There's no question, Caitlin. This, as Jonathan mentioned this a little bit earlier, this whole setup indicates a very high level of pre-planning. And that is done because this person, whoever he is, he clearly had the capacity to engage in that sort of structured and organized thought.
against former President Trump, who the campaign says is safe. So here is what we know based on the information that we just got, that just about 1:30, a Secret Service agent, a couple of holes ahead of former President Trump, maybe one or two, was essentially...
So before we'd heard one hole ahead, now we're hearing there are a couple of holes that would make sense with Trump being on hole 4, and they're maybe staking out hole 5 and hole 6.
Clearing that area, spotted a rifle barrel in the bushes potentially along the fence line, opened fire. The Secret Service then made the call to local law enforcement there.
To clarify, the Secret Service opens fire, right? From what we know, the assailant did not get a shot off, right? They see the barrel stick out of the bushes, and they shoot at it. They shoot it, where they think he is. He may have had some sort of an armored vest on, or may have just been missed. He escapes, gets in his car, and heads north. They are able. Somebody takes a picture of his vehicle and his license plate, gives it to the cops. The cops run the license plate through the system that tracks plates on the highway, and sure enough, the plate shows up 1 county to the north of the golf course.
About shots fired, essentially, and the responding local police saw an eyewitness, according to, again, the officials here at this news conference, who said that this eyewitness saw somebody running out of the bushes. They remembered what the car was, a black car. They took a picture of the car and the license plate, which local police say helped them catch this individual, this suspect, on I-95, a little further north from the golf course, essentially. At the scene here, at the golf course, they found in the bushes, they say, an AK-47 rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks hung on a fence with a ceramic tile inside, and a GoPro camera as well. Now, it is not clear if this individual was able to take a shot at that Secret Service agent who opened fire on him. But I want to bring in now Tom Winter to help us unpack some of this here. Tom, what do you make of what law enforcement found on the scene here? It was striking to hear the Secret Service representative say, essentially, we live in dangerous times, of course, referencing this moment, the threat environment, especially that this is now the second assassination attempt against former President Trump, about 2 months, of course, after that first one in Butler, PA.
That's exactly right, Hallie. And it was kind of what we alluded to prior to this press conference, that there were a number of things that were found, apparently, where they found this semi-automatic rifle. The backpacks with ceramic tiles. I'm scratching my head a little bit to try to understand
what is that? What does that mean? What does that do?
About. I can think of a couple of things, but just in fairness to not speculate, I think I'll hold off for the moment. As far as the GoPro,
I'm pretty sure it's got to do with body armor. I could be wrong, but
it's interesting to me. We had heard that about an hour or two ago that was found at this scene. That indicates that somebody perhaps wanted to film this, or maybe perhaps had started filming this prior to fleeing to it. The actions of the witness here, at least as described by the sheriff's office and by law enforcement in Florida, are fairly incredible. He sees this person engaging with the Secret Service, has the presence of mind, and perhaps at risk to him or herself, to take a photograph not only of where this shooter was, but also the vehicle. So what they were talking about there in this real-time crime center and the license plate, once they get that license plate, and I'll use an example, a fake example, ABC123, they can type that into their computer at the real-time crime center. And then they go to their license plate reader system, LPRs as it's referred to in law enforcement, and they see, do we have that vehicle anywhere? And whenever you use an Easy Pass, or in the case of Florida, Sun Pass, or any of these type of electronic tolling systems, whether or not you have that pass, they're taking constant photographs, but they're also taking an electronic kind of a readout. So they take a photograph, and then the machine recognizes that license plate, and it spits it out. And they say, okay, ABC 1234 was moving north on I-95 at such and such time, and sometimes with some additional information such as speed. It'll also show that photograph when they pull it up on their computer screen. So they'll say, hey, that matches the photo that the guy had. And now we're looking at the scene.
This is now, just so people know, this is what was found hanging on the fence. These are pictures, and the reason why it looks a little bit wild.
So yeah, there's another picture that they shared during the press conference that we saw earlier. That's the GoPro. I'm assuming these are the ceramic plates, maybe? And then there's another bag.
Probably. The camera person there at that news conference is basically taking a picture of these pictures there. That's why it's a little bit shaky, but this is what police are showing. We are going to get a digital copy of this, and you see now somebody else taking a picture of a picture and their head in the way here. Tom, I'll go back to you here. But obviously, police releasing now some of the photographs. We've seen these. We've seen, for example,
What a dickhead. Seriously, like they're like trying to film it and he's like, oh, let me get a picture.
the scene on I-95. You see it there. This other version here. Is there anything that law enforcement can glean from photographs like these? Talk to us about how the investigation will proceed now that they're presumably looking through these backpacks. They're trying to figure out what was this GoPro used for, et cetera.
Right, and you clearly see the weapon there on the ground as well. It's in black silhouette. It's a little bit difficult to make out, but the thing that I can now think of based on where those backpacks are is that in the fact that this person used ceramic tiles. Ceramic is used as a ballistic plate inside of tactical armor. So if we were to be in a war zone, if you were to be a member of the military, you wear a bulletproof type vest, and then you have plates that are ceramic. So perhaps this individual thought if I hang these ceramic tiles there, it could have the same effect. One does not always equal one when we're talking about this, but that's, at least to me, what it would appear what this individual is doing. The GoPro is there on the left. That's also hanging on the fence. That's pointed out towards wherever this individual was firing upon. And then you clearly see the rifle there, or perhaps not so clearly, but you see the scope on it, and you also see where the ammo is located. That's kind of the curve thing that's coming out of where the gun is. So that's at least a sense of what that is. Back to the LPR data, Hallie, I've seen homicide cases and shooting cases solved within a half hour because of that information. So what they said is they knew where this vehicle was. It has a photograph of this, and I believe he described it as a black Nissan. So they would see that the plate matches the car, matches the photo they were given by this witness. And then, and perhaps I misheard it, they said that they flew the witness up there. Palm Beach County Sheriff's does have a robust aviation, so they may have been able to fly him or at least get him in a car. And then they get him to that scene and get him to that location where he's able to make a witness identification of that alleged shooter. The details we'll get shortly. Dave Arenberg, somebody who's done a number of interviews with NBC and MSNBC over the years. He's the local state's attorney there. He says they're typing up the warrants right now. So what they'll do is they'll look at the evidence that they've already recovered, put that in an affidavit, any information that they've received subsequent to that, and then they'll file that. That will then allow them to be able to search the vehicle, search everything about it, and anything that they find, and they're used to working with both the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office as well as the state's attorney's office, used to working with the FBI. They'll hand that over to them. I think at this point they're going to charge him locally and hold them, as the state's attorney said, just as a matter of course. This will be a federal investigation. It is a federal offense, and so this individual, I would imagine, will be charged federally here within the next day or so, perhaps sooner than that. So that's at least the state of play as it pertains to this investigation. There will be a prosecution at some point, and so we will presumably get a lot more information about this individual and about their social media accounts and their.
So I think we'll take a look at the social media next. I got a video about that.
What they believe or what we glean, or perhaps not a lot, is
again. This is a 4-hour-old video. So there should be some new information coming out. I'm guessing. Otherwise, we might be at the point where it's so late at the East Coast that there might not be new information coming out until tomorrow. But we'll take a look and see if there's any new, new facts confirmed, right? If not, we've got a lot that we can look at as far as the shooter's social media account. Again, we are 30% of the way towards the dono goal. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, you'll unlock extra content, right? We got Brianna Wu Leaves the Left. We got Breathe Into Your Balls. That is some red pill content about, guys that want higher T levels, people that, we're coming up on NoFap November, right? So all this red pill pseudoscience is going to be back in vogue again, and it's funny. It's funny to see the weird theories about how these guys think that they can get their T up. One of the ideas is breathe into their balls. This has been on around for a long time, so kind of funny right-wing cringe to look out there. We got, speaking of right-wing cringe, we have Lauren Chen doing stand-up. This has been recommended to me through the Discord, right? That I take a look at Lauren Chen's cringy stand-up. So That's actually got a lot of donations towards it. What this means, right, these numbers are when people donate, you're allowed to tell me which of these topics you want to see covered, and I will actually put your money where your mouth is. I will actually add that to the percentage that I'm adding to the poll. You can also vote in the poll that is over on the full scale stream, the full screen stream on YouTube. No comment chick. If you're in the shorts chat or you're in the Twitch chat, you can head on over there and make your voice heard in the poll. And also, when you donate, feel free to let me know which of these topics you want to see covered next, and I will add your donation to the topic of your choice. And then the last one, AJW, that's Actual Justice Warrior, also known as Actual Racist Warrior. Simps for Anna Kasparian, as he does. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to add emphasis to the poll, to the vote, and take emphasis away from the donations, right? That's a kind of a donating against other donators to like take points away from these additional points that are added. If you say Vox Populi, you're just like, it's a quick and easy way to re-emphasize the vote and re-emphasize the poll and de-emphasize the donation. Or you can say Fallout New Vegas if you want to see me play some more Fallout New Vegas. There we go.
We saw from the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, the first apparent assassination attempt on former President Trump, though I think in this case it is more likely than not that we'll at least gather some more information, at least initially, than what was out there as far as the Butler, Pennsylvania shooter.
Tom Winter, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to stand.
So I think the reason that he's saying that is because this is not Mar-a-Lago, right? This is the Trump International Golf Course. It's in West Palm Beach, so it's in the same city. But because Trump lives in West Palm Beach, you could think of this as sort of a staging area for the Secret Service detail assigned to former President Trump. And as such, it's a lot easier for them to work in, to get information than Butler, Pennsylvania, which is way the fuck up in Pennsylvania, right? I think that's what he's talking about when he says we're going to get more information quicker there, just because there's more on the ground presence of the Secret Service in, of course, Trump's hometown.
Well, I know you're working the phones. Let me go to Vaughn Hilliard now, our correspondent who covers the Trump campaign. And Vaughn, we know a couple of things here. We know that the president, that the vice president back here in Washington say that they have now, according to the White House, been briefed about what happened. They say they're glad that former President Trump is safe. We know that he himself is now back at Mar-a-Lago, right, from which sources are telling us. What else can you share?
Right. We should note that he was back here.
So the fact that he's back in Mar-a-Lago, right, to me indicates that the assessment has been made that this was a lone shooter. And that kind of matches the profile, right? Like the thought that this guy is a lone wolf is not that surprising. And so what that indicates is that like there's really not danger. There's not further danger for the former president. It's this guy that, it's weird. This weird guy camped out in the bushes, tried to wait for Trump to get to the place where he was at and take a shot, and obviously unsuccessful. So now, if there were danger, we'd expect Trump to be in the air. That's what I understand, and he may have actually gotten in a plane earlier. Details are kind of mixed, right? But in terms of keeping him safe, for some reason they think that having the president in the air. Were there to be like a plot, were there to be multiple people involved, were there to be other shooters that, if this shooter failed, they were going to try to, ambush him in one place or another, it sort of makes sense for the president to be airborne as much as he can. But, at this point, he's in Mar-a-Lago, and that to me indicates that the danger from this scenario is considered to be over by the Secret Service.
Here at his Mar-a-Lago estate, he got back late last night after a West Coast swing of campaign events. He has no formal events on the docket here today or tomorrow until a crypto business that he is announcing tomorrow night there from Palm Beach here. And so we have seen him enjoy taking his more off days, if you will, on the campaign trail to play golf, whether it be at West Palm Beach, where this incident is evolving, or he was in Los Angeles at his Trump Golf Club just 3 days ago here. But we're so far hearing from one of his sons, Eric Trump, who's saying, quote, serious change is needed.
Vaughn, I got to jump in here. Vaughn, thank you very much. Only because we've got a lot of information here, and we want to make sure that we have a chance now for all our stations to join us. We're going to pause for a second to let folks join in.
No, let's try to avoid the sound. Yeah, so as far as like getting copyright claimed for watching news, it doesn't tend to happen to me for watching news, but there's music, sounds, little transitional music that they do. Sometimes I do get hit for those. That's why I'm avoiding that. And plus, you don't need to hear that.
Courses in South Florida. Now, Mr. Trump is safe.
Anyway, we're almost done with this. We're going to take a look at the shooter's social media accounts next. And then we're going to take a look at, we may have some, photos and video of the place where the shooter hid out, where he camped out in waiting for the former president.
The Secret Service fired in the direction of somebody with an AK-47 style rifle, they say, who was outside Mr. Trump's golf course, aimed it in that direction while Mr. Trump was on the course. Moments ago, top state and federal law enforcement officials said it happened this afternoon. The Secret Service says that along with the rifle, you're looking at a picture here, they found a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro camera. Now, the suspect was then found in a car on I-95, the highway running through South Florida, and taken into custody. Law enforcement officials say they have recovered the gun. I want to let you hear more now from the Palm Beach County Sheriff, Rick Bradshaw.
A Nissan sports utility vehicle.
And the tank.
Police, of course, crediting that eyewitness with helping them catch this suspect here. Now, since that happened, you are looking now at the motorcade from former President Trump leaving the golf course. He is now, we understand, back at his home at Mar-a-Lago. And his campaign says that he is safe. NBC News has also learned that President Biden and Vice President Harris have both been briefed on what happened. That concludes this NBC News special report. But
there we go. Okay, so let us take a look next at... Here we go, social media. So we looked a little bit on Twitter as far as the social media. My assessment is that I don't really think this guy is I don't think you can be like, this is a right winger, this is a left winger. I think that more than anything, this is a delusional person with a lot of conspiracy theory beliefs. A lot of voted for Donald Trump in 2016, would have preferred to have supported Tulsi in 2020, would have preferred to have been able to vote for a different Republican candidate that is not Donald Trump in 2024, that be his favorite being Nikki Haley, and hoping that she could link up and name Vivek Ramaswamy as her vice president. So in other words, it's a person that's anti-Trump, a person who's dissatisfied with Trump, a person who voted for Trump in 2016, but then a person who decided after the 4 years of Trump that he didn't want more years from Trump, then supports Nikki Haley and Ramaswamy, which if you know anything about Ramaswamy, he's basically a parrot of Trump. Ramaswamy has got the same... So what I'm saying, Chad, is that this is somebody that very much is against Donald Trump, but is so sort of detached from reality that he's willing to vote. He's endorsing a vice president that is identical to Trump in terms of his policies. So I don't know, make of that what you will, right? I see a person that's not basing any of their supposed political ideology on reality, doesn't have a strong affinity to the right, to the left, in one of the social media tweets, he calls Trump the R-slur, the chud logic word, if you will. And, so that's very sort of right-wing coded slur to use. But at the same time, some of his beliefs are, he wanted to go to Ukraine to fight the Russians. And he also has some weird, beliefs about the Chinese government potentially using the coronavirus and maybe another virus as a bioweapon. So he's all over the map is what I'm trying to say. It's really hard to typify this guy as right wing or left wing, but of course you're going to hear a lot of left wing people say that he's right wing, and indeed there are some right wing beliefs that he has. That sort of anti-vax strain that he exhibits is pretty right wing coded. His sort of ableism in his insults towards former President Trump are pretty right-wing coded, but at the same time, you could find stuff on the other side. So, rather than seeing this, playing this game of like, is he right-wing, is he left-wing? If he's left-wing, then that means you should vote for Trump. If he's right-wing, then that means that, I don't know, like right-wingers are fucked up and dangerous, right? It's just like he's a guy who's been in violent, he's been involved, he's had gun incidents happen before, and just does not seem to be very grounded into reality in any way. But here's Harry Sisson talking about what maybe this will change our mind. Right? Let's give Harry Sisson a chance to change my mind if he can.
We have some major breaking news and an update to the story from earlier today on the guy that tried to assassinate Donald Trump. His social media pages, specifically his Twitter account, have been found. And this guy is crazy. He supported Donald Trump at one point. Now he supports Nikki Haley and other Republicans. This guy's just all over the place.
Yep.
He's also very clearly crazy. I mean, he was spreading a bunch of conspiracy theories, and now his Twitter account has actually been taken down. So these posts are no longer accessible, but I have some pictures of the posts that we managed to get before the account was taken down. So I'm going to show you them. We'll talk about them a little bit, but I warn you, this guy is off his rocker. So first and foremost, the man has been identified.
Oh, hey, and if I could pause it for a second just to trouble you to hit the like button, right? It really helps me out a lot. And in fact, it helps you out a lot too, because it lets YouTube know that you're the kind of viewer that appreciates my stream. So the kind of people that it'll recommend to the stream based on you liking it are people a lot like you. So if you want more people like you in chat, it behooves you to hit that like button. And it helps me out a lot, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Thumb Gang, for supporting me. Thank you, people that are donating for supporting me too, right? Helping us get to that dono goal. We're at 30% now, almost a third of the way there, well within striking distance of getting that dono goal. If we get it, then we get extra content, right? It won't just be this story. We'll do a story after this story. So if you want me to stay on a little longer, hang out and talk about maybe something a little bit more fun, the topics are Brianna Wu leaves the left, breathe into your balls, some right-wing, red pill testosterone raising cringe. We got some more right-wing cringe with Lauren Chen doing stand-up, and yet even more right-wing cringe with actual Justice Warrior simping for Anna Kasparian. Feel free to go over to the full-scale stream nocommentchick on YouTube and vote for any of those. And if you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see come up next as bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will actually increase the score. I will add points to the total vote and help you get what you want in terms of bonus content as well. Let's watch what Harry Sisson has to say.
And he's on your screen right now. That is Ryan Routh, spelled R-Y-A-N-R-O-U.
People are saying this guy looks like a Gary Busey with a, maybe a Gary Busey on Ozempic.
U-T-H. He is 58 years old.
I think to me, right, because of this picture, it kind of makes me think of, right, there's a little resemblance here, mostly in just having a shirt up over his head. But yeah, he maybe he just ate too much sugary sweets before, going to the golf course today. Maybe it's a big misunderstanding, and he was just looking for TP for his bunghole. But yeah, we'll find out more, hopefully.
Lived in North Carolina, Hawaii, a bunch of different places, but that is him on your screen. A picture of him has been dug up and located among everything else that we're learning right now. But in addition to what he looks like, who he is, how old he is, his criminal record has been found and looked into, and this is just one of his rap sheets. He has a lot of priors, including like charges and convictions. This is just a small look into the criminal history of Ryan Routh. But we also have some reporting here from the Sacramento Bee talking about this, saying Routh, 58, has an extensive criminal history in North Carolina that includes convictions between 2002 and 2010 of a variety of things, including carrying a concealed gun, hit and run, possession of stolen goods, and resisting law enforcement, among other charges. So long criminal history. lived in a variety of places in the United States. But now let's just dive into some of these social media posts I was talking about. And you can see what I mean when I say that it's all just kind of weird. It's kind of all over the place. Here's the first one I want to show you, where he's talking about his support, or at least one-time support, of Donald Trump. On June 10th, in 2020, he said, "At real Donald Trump, while you're my choice in 2016, a spelling error, I and the world hoped that President Trump would be different and better than the candidate, but we were all greatly disappointed, and it seems you are getting worse."
OnlyFacts says he did go to Ukraine. He must have learned low-level guerrilla tactics there. Very smart from a tactical perspective, all things aside. Wait, big banana clip? That's what we saw?
I will be glad when you are gone.
Look, I'm not a firearms person, so you'll have to explain to me exactly what a banana clip is. Curious.
Pretty crazy stuff there, but it indicates that he voted for Donald Trump.
Sisson asked if the FBI and Secret Service are going to visit Elon. Wait, here? Did I miss that?
In 20.
Yeah, I know, that's ironic. The Secret Service sometimes gets called, gets like acronymed as the SS, and terrible historical parallels there.
16, he did support him at one point, but I guess became disappointed. And then fast forward as well to 2020, he also supported.
Oh, from his tweet. Wait.
Tulsi Gabbard, who was running as a Democrat at the time, but now, of course, is very much a Republican, has endorsed Donald Trump, helped him with debate prep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Conrad's helping me out here. Banana clip is just a nickname for a magazine for an AK-47 because it's shaped like a banana. Thank you. I did not know that.
Didn't go well. But here's a tweet from the 11th of March, 2020, where he put
Harry's where I go for my political news to the political news to the 15-year-old.
Hashtag stand with Tulsi for president. And
he gets made fun of for his baby face, especially when he was on Piers Morgan. But it was funny. It was Vinny from the Patrick Bet-David show, the Valuetainment show. So it's kind of like just everybody was dunking on this Vinny guy, right? Harry Sisson's on there with like Hassan, and Vinny's like, "Oh, you look like you're like 15 years old. Go back to kindergarten," right? And everybody's just like, "Dude, you're turning red. You're going to burst a blood vessel. You're going to have a heart attack. Settle down," right? Vinny could not control himself. So despite the fact that, Vinny could dunk on Harry for his age, I feel like Harry kind of got the best of Vinny on that exchange.
Slam Trump, Bernie, Biden, all this stuff, saying that he was a Tulsi Gabbard supporter, offering to help with her campaign at the bottom, saying, "Let me help." So Trump in 2016, then Tulsi Gabbard, and then now fast forward all the way to 2024, and he was supporting Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. You can see in this tweet right here from 2024 saying, "At Nikki Haley, please join Vivek Ramaswamy as a team of president and vice."
We've seen a lot of this stuff already.
A winning ticket that we can all get behind. Please do not be selfish and arrogant. Partner now to change the course of this election, break norms, and give us an option. So quite the evolution when it comes to political views, starting by voting for Trump in 2016, then supporting Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, and now Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. And this guy was also clearly a very big fan of Vivek Ramaswamy. This is not the only thing.
You know what's funny about this, right? Is that of all the political factions in the United States, the place where you could most accurately put Ryan Wesley Routh, or Routh, is in the quote-unquote politically homeless camp. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, if you ever listened to Anna Kasparian I almost said formerly of the Young Turks. Look, I feel like any day she's gonna leave the Young Turks, right? She's gonna leave the left. But the people that say, like, I don't really like the right wing and I'm politically homeless, right? The kind of enlightened centrist types, right? That's the way, and these are the kind of people that say, "Oh, the right's crazy and the left's crazy and everybody's crazy. I'm normal because I've become politically homeless. The left is too woke, and the right wing, well, they're fucking conspiracy nuts. right? So it's funny, the sinner that always tries to hold itself up as the most reasonable, portion of the people that don't, don't feel at home on the right or on the left. This is your guy. This is your guy, Anna Kasparian. This is your guy.
That he posted in reference to Vivek, he actually posted something.
But realistically, I don't feel like placing him on the political spectrum and blaming a certain, political cohort. I really just don't think it's useful here, right? This is a guy that seems to be, very delusional, very not grounded in reality. And so really, his perspective on politics, I don't think should really reflect on anyone
else telling Vivek to stay in the race when it was looking that he wasn't going to get the nomination, which it had been for.
So yeah, when you're dead set against Donald Trump, but you love Vivek Ramaswamy, what the fuck is that? That's somebody that doesn't understand who he's supporting, right? Ramaswamy's a carbon copy of Donald Trump. If you've ever looked at what he stands for, if you've ever looked at what he says, if you've ever looked at that was the thing during the primary, right? You'd have these debates where they debate, Vivek, Chris Christie is like Chris Christie, Mike Pence, people like this are actually even Ron DeSantis a little bit are actually attacking Donald Trump. And Vivek Ramaswamy, what is he doing? He is dick riding. He is glazing the Donald the fuck up. And his policies are just like identical. He's like, well, we can make America great again just with me instead of, but you get the feeling that he's not actually like opposing Donald Trump. It's kind of like the big question for Vivek Ramaswamy is, dude, why are you running? You love Trump. You support Trump. You say everything that Trump says. Why would you be the candidate? Why should somebody support you over Trump, given that you're just a carbon copy of the guy? And so if you're anti-Trump, you're so anti-Trump that maybe you even took a shot at or wanted to take a shot at him, right? But you're supporting Vivek Ramaswamy, then I got to say, you don't understand what's going on. You are not grounded in the real world, right? You are parasocial. I don't know, like maybe parasocially attached to Donald Trump and then becomes like parasocially, anti-Trump in the same way. So I don't know.
Said at Vivek Ramaswamy, like, stay in the race, keep giving speeches, keep campaigning, all of this stuff. So very clearly a big Vivek Ramaswamy fan. So, the Republicans right now, not to like politicize this, but the Republicans right now are trying to label this person as Antifa or a Democrat or a liberal, whatever it is. They, often
look, that's fucking ridiculous. What is he on Instagram or something? Chat, can somebody help me out? These balloons, is this an Instagram live thing?
Do this with stuff,
or is this a TikTok thing? Maybe. Oh yeah, no, he's from TikTok. I'm sorry, I forgot we're watching. I do get. Look, I'll be honest. I get it. Like I appreciate Harry's perspective, but I do sometimes get him mixed up with like the Adam Mocklers and the Luke Beasleys of the world. Sometimes I confuse my Zoomers. Okay, I'm sorry, but yeah, no, this Harry Sisson is, I think, his primary platform is TikTok. I haven't streamed on TikTok live myself, so I don't really know. What any of the
this.
I know you get what stickers instead of like so here on YouTube you can support me by making a super chat. If you make a super chat of $5 or more, you'll actually interrupt me. TTS voice will play and it will ask a question for you or make a statement for you, and I'll be forced to respond. If you super chat $5 or less, I will get to your super chat after the segment. So we'll watch the end of this, and then I'll get to the super chats there after that. You can also push the dono goal forward by becoming a member yourself, becoming a weasel, as we say, or gifting the weasel to other people, giving memberships to other people. That also gets you, and it gets you the ability to skew the poll a little bit, because when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're signing up for my Patreon or gifting memberships, or you're over on Twitch and you're getting yourself a membership for free with a Twitch Prime sub for $4 now, because it's $4. It's 25% off during the month of September, or you're gifting subs to other people. You can put that money towards the topic of your choice and actually push us towards the bonus content that you want to see next. We've got Brianna Wu leaving the left. We've got, oh my God, we've got Breathe Into Your Balls, some kind of right-wing red pill cringe of guys that think they can increase their T levels by breathing into their balls. We got Lauren Chin doing stand-up, really cringy Russian asset, trying to be funny, even though she's not clever, she's not funny, she's not anything. She's roaming millennial, aka Lauren Chen. And we've got actual justice warrior simping for the likes of Anna Kasparian because he really has strong feelings for her. So yeah, you can affect the poll when you donate. Just all you have to do is let me know after you donate which of these topics you want to see next. Or you can say Vox Populi and kind of turn it back to the voters. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. It's on the full scale stream, which is on YouTube. You can go over there, nocommentchick on YouTube. And whether you're from the short stream or the Twitch stream, make your voice heard. And then you can also make your voice heard by donating and literally make a AI voice heard. If you donate $5 or more, you'll interrupt me with an AI TTS voice. And I will be forced to answer your question.
But I don't think that is a label that is warranted. I don't think that labeling this guy right now in terms of political views is helpful.
Okay, so we're on the same page here.
Because it's clear that all over the place, his views were everywhere. He didn't really have any consistent views. And I think that this is a good summary from journalist Peter Hamby saying, just after a quick scroll of this guy's Twitter account, he voted for Trump in 2016. He became a big Tulsi guy in 2019, wanted Biden to beat Trump in 2020, although
But no, he was Bernie before he was Biden.
I can't verify that myself. I haven't seen that tweet.
I don't know. I didn't see the Biden shit either.
But then wanted a Vivek.
But yeah, he did seem to, after Nikki Haley dropped out and endorsed Trump, he seems to have tweeted at, or I don't know if it's tweeting or Facebooked at both Trump, both Biden and at Kamala, asking them to visit the people injured in the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, before apparently attempting a shooting of his own in Florida.
Ticket in 2024. So, some weird tidbits from this guy's social media page, some shocking posts from his social media page talking about his support for different candidates or certain conspiracy theories, just very weird stuff. And as I mentioned, Republicans are not responding to this news in the way that you'd hope they would, kind of putting the politics aside. Instead, many of them are blaming Democrats and rhetoric like they did when the first assassination.
Yeah, Conrad, I agree with you. He does not seem to be an Antifa super soldier.
Attempt happened. But kind of in this same vein, I just saw this tweet from
Lucky Gang 13 says, I said from day one, RFK Jr. was a MAGA in Democrat clothing. I agree with you. I agree to help Trump win against Biden. Or even can you imagine if people were people were sick of Biden, right? That's kind of a dangerous thing. This is why I think the Democrats have got to change from this. When there's either a strong candidate like Hillary Clinton in 2016, a candidate who's quote unquote got next, or there's an incumbent, the Democrats tend to not run a real primary. And I think that's a mistake, right? In other words, there weren't real candidates in there challenging Biden. So you get RFK Jr. challenging Biden. And that could have been tempting to people. People really, and it's clear that Biden was not up to the task of running for another term. And, you could have had RFK Jr. If RFK Jr. had not been the fucking nutlog that he is, right? The absolute cheeseball that he is, the conspiracy obsessed weirdo that he is. He might have actually challenged Joe Biden, especially given that he's got that Kennedy name and given that nobody wanted Joe Biden to run again. So that's why I feel like the Democrats have got to stop. They've been doing this since the 70s, essentially, or sorry, 1980. The Democratic primary came down to Jimmy Carter, the incumbent, versus Ted Kennedy, somebody kind of running to Jimmy Carter's left. And because of the Ted Kennedy challenge being so vigorous, and Jimmy Carter ending up losing, in a lot of ways because of Iran-Contra, in a lot of ways because the Republicans were actually negotiating with the Iranians behind the scenes to try to keep hostages that Jimmy Carter was negotiating to have released from being released. But the Democrats instead, they blamed Kennedy. And ever since then, they've been really big about not having a real primary when there's an incumbent or when there's a Hillary Clinton that people are all kind of, getting behind. So I think this is a big mistake for the Democrats. Even when you've got an incumbent, I think it's good to go ahead and run a primary, run a real primary, allow the challengers to appear, and most of all, do not blackball people for challenging an incumbent candidate. That's why nobody runs. That's why you didn't have another challenger to Biden, a serious challenger, and you get like a MAGA in Democratic clothes like RFK, who, in another scenario where he's not so obviously, a weird anti-Semite conspiracy theorist, might have actually, can you imagine that? If MAGA captures like both like political candidates, what a disaster it is. And then he just like drops out and endorses Trump. Like, I don't know. Right. I think the Democrats have got to rethink their strategy in terms of primaries and actually embrace that. Because when you have a primary, you're getting attention, you're getting free media. And, if your incumbent is indeed strong, then he should have no trouble like clearing the field. And then that gives him a win, and then that gives him media exposure. And it also tests out to see, is this guy ready to run again for another 4 years? Because obviously Joe Biden wasn't. I think they really got to change things up as far as the primaries go. Anyway, off my soapbox.
J.D. Vance, that, he's Donald Trump's running mate, that I thought was interesting. He said, "I'm glad Donald Trump is safe. I spoke to him before the news was public, and he was amazingly in good spirits. Still much we don't know, but I'll be hugging my kids extra tight tonight and saying a prayer of gratitude."
He's evolving politically. We all do. I mean, he just doesn't seem, well, he's not, like, here's another thing, right? A lot of American voters view the political process as team sports rather than understanding what policies a candidate stands for, which if you understood Trump's policies, you'd understand that Vivek Ramaswamy's are identical to Trump's, right? And you wouldn't support Vivek Ramaswamy after turning on Trump. So, he's evolving, you say. I would say, I don't know. As much as I don't like his Trump support in 2016, I would say in some ways devolving, because in an effort to get away from Trump, because he was on Team Trump in 2016, then he's like Team Anti-Trump, Team Never Trump. From then on, he's willing to support somebody who's just basically, Trump and another guys, and who's basically supportive of Donald Trump, right? I don't think this guy was really connected to reality.
And this, honestly, like, it's a nice tweet. I think it's like the right tone to be taking from a vice presidential candidate. It just seems a little bit rich coming from J.D. Vance, given the fact that he and Donald Trump for the past couple of weeks now have been demonizing Haitian immigrants in Ohio, saying that they're cause of all the problems. And a lot of these people have been the targets of many threats, many attacks. People's houses have been vandalized. Hospitals and schools have been shut down due to bomb threats. And J.D. Vance even admitted today on CNN that he made up the story. So it's just like, I bet those Haitian immigrants in question are hugging their kids tonight. Those legal Haitian immigrants are concerned about what's going to happen for them, what their future looks like. And I just think, like, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, so any pretense of the Republicans being against illegal immigration and that being what they stand for, rather than it just being a stalking horse for racism, is blown away by their demonization of Haitians in Springfield, who are there legally under temporary protected status based on the dangerous political conditions in the country that they came from, and Venezuelans much in the same boat in Aurora, Colorado, right? They try to pretend, we like legal immigrants. That's all well and good. You should obey. Like, try to make it about law and order, when in reality it's just fucking racism. It's just like, we don't like Haitians and we don't like Venezuelans. This is fucking un-American. This is, even from like a right-wing perspective of like America, the great America, and it should be a melting pot, but only for like legal immigrants, even though we don't create a pathway to citizenship. It's wild that we expect, people in bad situations in destabilized parts of the world that the United States itself has destabilized, to, stay in place or somehow legally immigrate when there's just no pathway for that. when even the Democrats have given up on programs like DACA that provide that kind of a legal pathway for people who are born in the United States to non-citizens, right? The Democrats have absolutely caved in to the Republicans. That's my biggest complaint about Kamala and Biden, is not that they are, some kind of communist invading radicals or something, but rather that they are too similar to the Republican Party, and I want to vote against that Republican Party. I'm not for that shit. And just too many times they're caving in. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile, especially if you live in a swing state, to think about weaponizing your vote to deny Donald Trump, second 4 years, right? I think that's absolutely worth doing. But understand that your political duty does not end in the polls in November, right? After potentially Kamala and Tim Walz are elected, if you want real policies that actually support a pathway to citizenship, that actually bring people together and that fight against this demonization of immigrants, you're going to have to push them, because they've caved in, they've given up. They've surrendered to Trump on that issue because they think that it's a loser issue, right? People that don't want America to be racist and xenophobic, we got to stand up and we got to push back. And there's already signs of that, right? Haitian voters in Florida are very much, excited to vote against Trump now because of this. And, they're going to pay a price in some of these countries, now that it's clear that this was never about legal immigration in the first place. It was about fucking racism. That's what the Republicans stand for. That's what Trumpism is about. It's just pure fucking racist bullshit. And yeah, it does make the country more hostile, and it does make the country less safe.
Cares about a threat or an attack toward Donald Trump, but these Haitian immigrants who are experiencing something terrible right now at the hands of Republicans.
A reporter asked Trump if he denounced the recent bomb threat at Springfield. He did not. Not surprising.
Well, tough luck, according to J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. It's just it rubbed me the wrong way when I saw this. But I think, generally, of course, I think we're all happy that Donald Trump is okay and that, nobody was injured. I mean, seriously, thank God nobody was shot.
Look, I'm mainly happy because rather than being, gunned down by some, unstable person, I'd rather see Donald Trump defeated in the general election, right? I think that is the proper end to MAGA, rather than making him a martyr, because that's what they'll do. Even though it's not a left winger, it's not a Antifa super soldier that was planning to shoot at him, right? Him being assassinated would make him somewhat of a martyr and would ensure MAGA to become this just sort of virus that takes hold. I feel like a lot of Americans are sick of this bullshit. We're sick of what's been going on since 2016. We're sick of being divided and pitted against each other. And we want to turn the page. And the one thing that Kamala and Walz kind of offer is that ability to turn the page. If Donald Trump is soundly defeated on this November, then you might see a change in the Republican Party. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be what we need. They're not going to start standing up for workers or I don't know. But at least this, just demagogic fascist movement will come to an end. Because if you know anything about Trump, if you studied his life, you know that everything that he's touched, with the exception of his reality show, right? With the exception of The Apprentice, everything that he's touched, everything that he's done, every business that he has run has turned to shit. He has declared multiple bankruptcies, and if he was anybody else who didn't inherit a shit ton of money, right, he would have been out on his ass. He would have been in a bad way, right? He's failed multiple times. Everything this guy touches turns to shit. If you were given the money that Trump was given through his inheritance, and you just invested it in some very basic bitch, S&P 500 type stuff, you would be richer than Trump today. He's not a good businessman. He's not a good deal maker. He's not a good anything. He's a fail son who's just had a silver spoon in his mouth, right? He got into the casino business. This is an easy business, right? Taking people's money that are silly enough to go and gamble it away, right? It's a pretty easy business, right? You've seen casino, right? They skim off the top. There's so much money that they can, skim and they still make money. Donald Trump somehow lost money on casinos. Donald Trump had to be bailed out by his fucking dad in the casino business. So yeah, no, he's a fail son. Everything that he touches turns to shit, and he touched the United States of America in a very profound way in 2016, and I don't think we've recovered yet. I would love to recover from that. I would love to turn the page. I would love to see the fever actually break. I'm not like 100% sure that would happen, but the best bet on that is to soundly defeat this guy in the election, not for some crazed shooter to end his life with a sniper rifle. So yeah, in that way, I guess I'm glad that the attempt was not successful.
Nobody was killed. Seriously, that's priority number one: safety for everybody, regardless of political belief.
The Gambinos made him quit. I mean, he did do badly
because at the end of the day, I'm not interested in Donald Trump being taken out.
The political scales for the U.S. are so skewed anyway. Dems are mostly centrist, but the left seem left-leaning compared to the fascists. Yeah, that's the sad thing, and that's my biggest complaint about the Democratic Party. Is not that they're some kind of radical communist Marxist like Donald Trump would like to have you believe, but rather that they are not different enough from the Republicans. That since the late 70s, early 80s, the Democrats have been scared of their own shadow, and that shadow is FDR. That shadow is policies that really benefit the worker and improve people's material conditions, and it's not the kind of thing. Don't ever get it twisted and think that Democrats or even social Democrats are going to bring you to a equitable means of production. That's not what they're about. They are very much defending capitalism, but when capitalism gets threatened, there's two paths it can take. One is like the Keynesian economics, social democracy, New Deal kind of policy, where they're like, Jesus Christ, the socialists might beat us. We better improve people's conditions, or else we're cooked, right? And the other way is fascism. Let's turn the people against each other. Let's turn them against immigrants. Let's turn them against the homeless. Let's turn them, let's make them think that crime is a huge issue when crime is going way, way down. And let's cause carnage, right? And I'd way rather see it go in the social democratic direction than in the Trump demagogue fascist direction. So
I'm interested in beating him at the ballot box. I don't, we can beat him fair and square here. We don't need something like that. You know what I mean? It's really gross what happened today, and hope it doesn't ever happen again. It's just political violence in this country is far too common. And look, I think we move forward by focusing on the facts and focusing on the future, not lying and focusing on the past. And maybe some folks in politics can take that advice. So yeah,
Well, yeah, Thomas Jerome says both parties are saying that now. Both are fascist. The Democrats have caved to the Republicans on immigration, right? And that is because they are insufficiently afraid of the left, as opposed to Roosevelt, who feared the left more than the business plot of fascists that tried to do a coup against him, right? I would rather see a Democratic Party. And that's why I say that, there is no candidate that represents my political beliefs in this election. So instead of voting for who you believe in, voting for who you agree with, you're kind of voting on your opponent, who you want your opponent to be. And I'd rather have a further left party take on the Democrats than see this continued, demagoguing by the right wing, and the Democrats just embracing that. So I think in this case, there is a real utility towards weaponizing your vote to deny, to deny Trump another 4 years, and fighting the Democrats once they're elected into office, pressuring them, making them feel the heat, and different. They need to heighten the contradictions, ironically enough, because they are both parties representative of capitalism. That's the common thread between the Democrats and Republicans. It's two different faces of capitalism. But for the Democrats to heighten the contradictions between themselves and the Republicans would bring the United States at least back into a place where you've got like a sort of a New Deal type coalition running against a whatever kind of weird fascism the Republicans have turned into.
That was that guy's Twitter account. So he's still in police custody. I'm sure that they're questioning him, and we'll get more information on that later in the night, or maybe even tomorrow, the next week, whatever it might be. But there's a lot more to hear, and I'm sure there's a lot more to discover. His Facebook page was taken down as well. I don't think anybody really managed to scroll his Facebook page that extensively to see what he had said prior to this. But, as I mentioned, a lot yet to be seen, a lot yet.
I feel like did we see some Facebook posts from him?
We heard. We'll be learning more about this very soon. The FBI.
I feel like we saw, I don't know, assuming they're real, right?
Is working on it, of course.
Like the tweet, I couldn't tell. Was the adding of Biden and Kamala, was that on Facebook or was that on Twitter?
Are investigating this extensively right now, so we'll see what they have to say when their investigation concludes. But I will wrap up the video there. I just wanted to show you this, guys, show this stuff to you guys. It's very shocking, all very.
Okay, so there we go. We didn't really learn anything that new from what Harry Sisson had, but you got another perspective, and he, like me, has concluded that placing an ideology on this guy is kind of a misnomer. It's not. He doesn't really represent like a political ideology, certainly not a coherent one. So here we got the Adam Mockler. Speaking of Zoomer political content creators, we got Adam Mockler with some new shocking Trump assassin hideout photos.
Trump was on his golf course today when a man was found 300 to 500 yards away with an AK-47 style rifle making his own nest so he could attempt to assassinate the former president. That is what the official FBI reporting has said, and we will stick to the facts reported by the FBI. Many people watching this video will have conflicting beliefs and think that Trump is faking this, but all of the local police, all of the FBI and Secret Service have said.
One thing that confuses me about Adam is that, like, I don't know if it's a shirt that he's wearing in his, like, in his avatar photo here, but it makes it look like he's wearing a backpack. I don't know. Because, like, he is, despite his youthful appearance, he is a serious political pundit, and I don't know if this is, like, it kind of makes him look like a backpack kid. I don't know.
That this happened, and now we have photos that I'd like to report.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the...
Okay, so chat, this is kind of a short video. Next we'll watch a, we'll take a look at the video that we've got of this guy. That's the one thing we haven't looked at. I've been kind of afraid to look at it because it's a video by a, what I assume to be a mentally disturbed, a person in terms of the would-be assassin. And I definitely don't want to, like, watch a video of some guy as a spectacle to sort of point and laugh and gawk at, somebody, somebody's delusions, right? But we'll see what it is. We'll see if, I think it's from Luke Beasley, has any insights on this, and then we'll move on from there.
Places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger.
We're still at 30% of the dono goal here, unless I've missed something. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have. Wait, have I? Maybe I've missed something. Let's check. Sometimes sometimes not really. Not really. So, yeah, that's, so yeah, we're at 30% of the dono goal. If we get this to 100% by the end of the stream, which is coming up kind of quicker than you might think, I'm not going to stream as late tonight as I did last night because I was up way too late, and I kept you up too late too, and some of you got, it's Sunday night, so we can't stay up as late as we did on Saturday night. But if we hit that dono goal, we're 70% away from it. We're almost a third of the way there. We will have some extra bonus content. What bonus content, you asked? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the poll, right? So I've got the poll going on in the full scale stream. If you're on Shorts or you're on YouTube, feel free to come over here. nocommentchick on YouTube and check out the full screen stream, and you can vote. Right now, Brianna Wu Leaves the Left is way ahead at 43%, followed by Breathe Into Your Balls at 23%, and third place is Actual Justice Warrior Simping for Anna Kasparian at 21%. Lauren Chen Stand Up way behind. I thought this was going to be a banger, but apparently only 13% of you are voting for Lauren Chen, so that one's not as popular. We do have a lot of people donating for that. Remember, when you do donate, to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is. It basically will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So right now, Lauren Chen is being boosted 11%, which is not enough, but it is something by people donating for Lauren Chen stand-up. So
here, and we'll make it very convenient for you.
So that is responsible. He is calming the town down. You know, Trump would try to be panicking people if he were the leader, but I do want to show you these photos with an AK-47 style rifle, a GoPro, and a backpack in a hidden spot on the Trump International Golf Course. First, let me update you on some breaking news updates we just got. Schumer, briefed by Secret Service director after Trump security incident. Senate Majority Leader
wait, Simon Pierre wants President Sunday night? I took Chat Chooses Violence off of there.
Chuck Schumer said he has been briefed by
I thought that people didn't want more President Sunday content.
Secret Service director after shots were fired at the Trump International Golf Club. Quote, I applaud the Secret Service for their quick response to ensure former President Trump's safety. Walz said he's glad Trump is safe and condemns violence because he is a classy person. Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz said he and his wife are, quote, glad that former President Donald Trump is safe following what the FBI is saying is an apparent assassination attempt against him. And for all of the people who are still going to deny that this ever happened and think that this is all a fabricated narrative,
grab some food really quick.
And Tim Walz agree with the FBI if they weren't briefed with some convincing evidence. We should believe the evidence in front of our eyes rather than creating our own narratives. The statement, which follows closely to what VP Harris said earlier, also condemns violence. Quote, Gwen and I are glad to hear that Trump is safe. Violence has no place in our country. It's not who we are as a nation, Tim Walz wrote on X. And these golf courses, in particular Trump's, have long proved a difficult assignment for Secret Service. This was an update 7 minutes ago. Golf courses, in particular Trump's own properties, have long been a source of concern among Secret Service. See, a golf course is often the largest outdoor area a president can visit, and their design, often abutting public roads and containing elements like trees and hills that can conceal would-be assassins, make them particularly difficult for the Secret Service to secure. And like other presidents before him, Trump's presence at a golf course does not prompt the club to shut it down to the general public, nor the roads. Instead, a group of agents in golf clothes typically ride in golf carts. The Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach abut 3 heavily trafficked roads. And I want to break down these photos, but of course Marjorie Taylor Greene is already saying President Trump is safe and sound after another assassination attempt. Thank God. They are trying to kill him. They will do anything to stop him from winning. Now, when she says they, she's talking about a skinny 20-year-old kid who had no political affiliation. And when she says they, I'm sure she's talking about some lone wolf, mentally ill person, again, who had a GoPro strapped to the fence. We don't know any information about the shooter, so I won't say anything yet, but we do have these photos that were released from the FBI and from local law enforcement. This first photo shows a vest, a GoPro strapped to the side of the fence right here on the left-hand side. Right below, you see a gun leaning up against the fence, and you can see that it's perfect for him to be in a prone or crouched position with the gun hanging out of the fence. Here is the backpack hanging off of the fence. It looks like it might be zip tied or tied with some sort of plastic up here. Not sure how it's tied, but right here, this shows an evidence box which most likely contains the rifle being pulled out of the golf course.
God, I need to get the whatever he's using to zoom in and zoom out. I need that. Right, that would make my stream so much better.
This is the crime scene unit taping up the area, pulling out an evidence box, which we can only presume has the rifle in it. We can only presume this person right here took the photos we were just looking at. And I have more live updates, but I do want to say, in situations like this, we have to acknowledge that violence is never acceptable. We are definitely against everything that Donald Trump stands for. He is the antithesis of my beliefs to the very, very core, but I would never wish violence in America that would destabilize the country, divide the country, hurt a presidential candidate while he is campaigning or while he's relaxing during a campaign.
It's like Adam's practicing for his next appearance on the Hippy Dippy. He seemed to really enjoy it. We saw this guy the last time I covered Dylan Burns's Hippy Dippy panel, and yeah, this is the what would you call this? This is like the civility politics. Look, I mean, I'm actually, I like I said, I'd rather see Donald Trump defeated in the election than see Donald Trump end his campaign by being by losing his life to some shooter, and definitely have that get weaponized by the right. But I feel like I feel like this is a little excessive. Like, we don't like violence here. We're really good people. We're gonna virtue signal all over the place. Yeah, I don't think you need to do that.
Pain.
It makes it look like the left has something to hide, and they absolutely don't. The idea that like anything that anyone on the left has said about Donald Trump has contributed to this confused person, trying to shoot him from the bushes is laughable. And when you protest too much, when you're like, oh no, we don't like, we're all about civility and yada yada yada, it just makes you look guilty.
That is not a precedent we want to set. We should not be making conspiracy theories up about this, because then we are no better than people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are immediately jumping to conclusions. Let me show you part of this conference that I found interesting. My question to people who doubt this is, what is your source? And your source competes with the local law enforcement who were on the scene and who took pictures. Let's break these pictures down one more time. We have this backpack strapped to the fence with a rifle leaning against it. This is important stuff. We have another backpack type vest laying here, a GoPro on the left hand side. Here's what the scene looked like right after the shooter was discovered.
So the question, why do people both in the Butler shooting and in this case, why do people say that it seems like it was staged? Well, I mean, like, on some level I get that it seems like too perfectly timed to be real. There's some weird stuff about medical reports not coming out as far as the Butler shooting, and for this is like sort of perfectly timed to try to change the media narrative. I sort of get why people say that, but it's just like, I mean, unless you got some evidence, unless you see some evidence, it's not, I don't know. I'm not going to waste my time like, scolding people about conspiracy theories, but I will say that, without any proof, without any evidence, without any a reason to say that, other than just the sort of what would you call it, like circumstantial evidence, it is a conspiracy theory.
At the Trump International Golf Club, you can see a bunch of cops pulling up. I'm sure they were on rapid response, trying to make sure the entire area was safe. And it's nice to see the police chief being responsible and saying,
Miskatonic says the threat that Trump poses as destabilization as attacks on him are likewise destabilizing. Yeah, and seeing him go down in the election would be one way to maybe move past, close the book on MAGA. That's what I want to see. I want to see the book closed on MAGA. Although I do fear that it's not going to be done until the Democrats get serious about until the Democrats can support workers, can improve people's lives, can revitalize our social safety net, and can fight against climate change and say that shit with their chest, right? In some ways, they are the cowardly lion that has forgotten how to roar at their best, right? And still a cowardly lion, still insufficient, still not what you need. What you need is what you need is people power. What you need is worker power. What you need is workers taking control of their destinies. But in order to sort of close the book on MAGA, I feel like you need a Democratic Party that has like, could at least say it with their chest, right? Already seen what was tried to do, what he tried to do to hold on to power. Eric says, for me, the second attempt calls into question the first attempt. Bovine says, Democrats can't stop people, especially two right-winger. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah.
This is no reason to panic. I want to end you off with this great clip of George Conway.
Well, he's reaching his final, his final destination.
I did step away for a second. Did Adam like endorse the idea that like Democrats have contributed to the, to this in some way by, like over the top rhetoric? Because that I do not buy. SM says, I'm just skeptical.
Which is complete decompensation. He doesn't, none of his tricks are working anymore. We're on to them. They don't excite anybody anymore. He's losing in the polls. He has to try to make things up. And his own vice presidential candidate on another network.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like their racism and their xenophobia unfortunately does excite a certain demographic. Luckily, though, I feel like the anti-Trump consensus is starting to form. I feel like there's an outright majority of people that are sick and tired of Trump, and same people that are sick and tired of Biden, right? And they don't want to see another 4 years. I think they'd be ready for someone to run an Obama-style campaign on hope and change, but unlike Obama, to actually fulfill that, right? I think that this is a time that, if you had a candidate who's willing to do this, you could see, I think the American people are ready for a sea change. Whether that'll come from Kamala or Waltz, I'm sadly kind of doubtful of, right? I had some hope earlier on that they'd make a huge break from Biden and his policies and go forward like boldly, but no, it's a lot of it's more of the same.
Today basically said we're making up stories in order to win this election, and it's not working for him, and he knows it, and he knows he's going down and over him, and the only person who seems to have any control over him is the person who's telling him or whispering in his ear or doing something to tell him that everything's great, you're amazing, and that's Laura Loomer, and that's where this is the ultimate implosion, and
that's kind of where I want to go next. We got into Laura Loomer a little bit last night. There's actually more to her, right? This is the woman that was too racist for Marjorie Taylor Greene, which says a lot. And this is a woman who's got Trump's ear. She's on the plane with Trump. And if you believe Milo Yiannopoulos, she's glazing Trump up, literally. She's literally glazing him. I mean his eggplant, right? I mean his crowd size, right? Like this is what Milo Yiannopoulos said, is that like she's literally filleting the man. We don't really see any anything to confirm that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
We're watching it live, and it's going to get worse.
That is a great clip, and let me just preemptively debunk what some people may say. You guys are going to say, because JD Vance said they're creating stories, Trump created this story, but no. This would be the FBI, the Secret Service, local law enforcement, multiple witnesses, multiple videos, and photographers all colluding to create this big conspiracy. It's just not a conspiracy. It actually happened, and if you guys agree, make sure you leave a like, comment a blue heart, hit that subscribe button, and have a great day. Peace out. That is an amazing clip that went absolutely viral. It has 22,000 likes because it's true, and I just want to preemptively debunk something that I know people will say. And
oh my god, that Loomer sloppy toppy. Yeah, we'll get into that next. We are only at 30% of the dono goal. I'm a little bit worried about that. We kind of stalled on that. So hopefully we can move on. I've got a few more. Let's see. What did I also? There was a Luke Beasley. Oh, here we go. We'll see about this. I don't know. Like I said, if this is just gawking and staring at a disturbed person, I don't really have a lot of interest in that, but if we can gain some insight from this video, this is video of the would-be assassin prior to the attempt.
The attempted assassin, as he's believed to be, has been identified at Trump's golf course. This is where it occurred, as I've been telling you today, all of this developing as I'm making these segments. I do have video of the guy. We won't play a bunch of it, but I'll show some of that to you in just a second here. And deciphering his social media feed, starting to get an understanding of the background, the name being Ryan Wesley Routh. Media reporting the name of the suspect who law enforcement believes attempted to assassinate former President Donald Trump has been revealed. Before going further, just
okay. So it looks like after this, we've got a video about a social media post that Trump made after the attempt that might have gone a little off kilter. We'll take a look at that next.
As a little explanation to catch you up if you missed some of the past coverage, Trump was golfing, was around hole 5, and
look, let's put it this way, all right, chat? We got like 2 or 3 more videos to watch. If we can hit 50% by then, I'll go ahead and give you the Laura Loomer content. I don't want to I gotta be, kind of a little bit more stingy with my time than I'm being, and I'm gonna kind of gauge that by the dono goal. But if we can get to 50% in the next, I don't know, it'll take what, like 30 minutes or so, 30, 45 minutes. Then we'll extend the stream a little longer. I'll do the Laura Loomer content, and maybe that'll give us the time that we need to hit the dono goal and unlock this content. It looks like people are voting for Brianna Wu. People have been voting for Brianna Wu for a while, but it seems like whenever she actually wins, we don't have the dono goal. Whenever we do hit the dono goal, something else wins. So, it could be Brianna Wu's time. It depends, right? It depends on you. What do you donate? Make sure to let me know which of these topics you want to see next. Brianna Wu, Leaps to the Left, Breathe Into Your Balls, Lauren Chen and her stand-up, AJW, Simps for Anna Kasparian, Cringe, or Fallout New Vegas. If you feel like it's a night for Fallout, I'd have to. We'll have to see where we're at in after these videos, and I'll decide whether to stay on and give you kind of a rundown of the Laura Loomer. Where did she come from? What's she about? Why is she famous? Who does she represent? Et cetera, et cetera. And a little bit about her connection to Trump. That would be what I would do next. If we can hit the dono, if we can get to half the dono goal before the end of these next segments. So we got this one. We've got the Donald Trump, I don't know, sicko posting, whatever. Whatever he posted on Truth Social was kind of out there, so we'll take a look at that. And then maybe one other video. We'll see where we're at then. If we can hit the 50% mark, then I'll keep going a little longer, give us a chance to hit the dono goal of 100%, and we'll go from there.
Just beyond where he was, we're still working with a number 400 to 500. I think it was yards away. You had a Secret Service agent reviewing the area that Trump was about to go into. He saw someone with an AK-47 and shot at the guy, meaning the Secret Service shot at this Ryan Wesley Routh, and that prompted him to run away. He got an SUV, tried to escape, ended up being captured. He's now in custody. He left behind 2 backpacks, and notably a GoPro, and then his AK-47, and that's what we knew previously. Now you're up to speed. Trump was brought to safety, and everyone is okay. Like I said, the suspect is in custody. Law enforcement, media continues, has detained Ryan Wesley Routh in connection with the attempted assassination on the GOP nominee on Sunday afternoon at West Palm Beach, Florida. Pictures of the suspect's rifle popped up against a fence alongside a black backpack, and a GoPro attached to the wires was released by law enforcement. There you can see what was left behind: the gun, the 2 backpacks, and I guess that is the GoPro. To reiterate, the fire, or the noises of gunfire, the shots that were originally thought to be from the attempted assassin, from what I've deciphered from the information that's been revealed so far, it seems like this time, and this is a good thing, Secret Service stopped him from even getting a shot off at Trump. Now, as we go through, we will get to MAGA reactions that I take issue to. We'll get to people on the left and reactions that I want to take issue with. But first, in understanding the motive here, as we talked about a lot with the Thomas Crook shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, the more we learned about his internet history, social media history, it didn't seem like he was really motivated by a strictly political anti-Trump ideology, which is why I would point out it's even more rational for some of the MAGA people to try to make this a point about how, see, this is all Democrats, it's the same Democrats who try to steal the election, what? But contrasted against that scenario where he was going after multiple high-profile people, it seemed, based on his internet history, here there is more of a political motivation, and there is more of an explicit anti-Trump angle.
Now that's weird. That's weird because the previous shooter, like, I'm not sure if I agree. The previous shooter was politically motivated. It's hard to really pin down what their politics were, but by the words of their classmates, this was somebody that was a debate lord. If you had a political opinion, he would want to debate you. If you were for Bernie, you fucking suck. If you were for Biden, you fucking suck, right? You're for Hillary, you suck. If you're for Trump, you suck, right? That this is what, I don't know if that indicates that he was further to the right or what, but it was a very politically engaged person. I mean, I guess this person's like sort of politically engaged, concerned with world affairs, especially Ukraine, and also the thinks that China created the coronavirus as a bioweapon. Yeah, I guess because this guy is more so the previous shooter, we didn't really know, we didn't have him on record as supporting any specific conspiracy theories. Like, there just wasn't a lot. There wasn't a big social media paper trail. It's not paper, but you know what I'm saying? There wasn't a screenshot trail of the previous shooter. This person has definitely left that trail. So, but I don't necessarily know if I would say that makes this person like more political than what they do. I guess what Luke Beasley is going for is the fact that the previous shooter had searched not just for Trump, but for Merrick Garland, for, was it Joe Biden? I guess it would have been Joe Biden. Had apparently been looking for other political actors in the area on, ostensibly maybe to do an assassination attempt. So I guess you could make the argument that the previous shooter just seemed to want to get in the news, just seemed to want to make a big impact by shooting some politician, and didn't really care, which politician, and just settled on Trump because he was convenient. He was literally, going to be speaking a few towns away. I don't know, though. I don't know if I agree with this.
The social media account believed to be associated with this guy, Trump. While you were my choice in 2016, so he did vote for Trump in 2016, it seems. And then he goes on to say, I hoped, and the world hoped, that President Trump would be better than the candidate. And then he calls him the R slur. And then you have this post just to see. Actually, I'll show you a Zateo reporter making a point about this. Nikki Haley, please join Vivek Ramaswamy as a team of president and vice president. We must do this now to create a winning ticket. This must have been during the primary. Now that we can all get behind, please do not be selfish or ignorant. Partner now to change the course of this election, break norms, and give us an option. And you have someone saying Ryan Routh voted for Trump, donated Tulsi Gabbard, Andrew Yang, Tom Steyer, Beto O'Rourke, Elizabeth Warren, and then has tweets like this, yearning for a Nikki Haley Vivek Ramaswamy ticket, which is to say it's a bit hard to put him in a convenient little political box. Mehdi Hassan said, how about the nutcase box? If you haven't already and want to support us on our race to 1 million subscribers,
the jump scare.
It wouldn't make any sense to allow a lunatic to prevent us in future conversations from speaking accurately about what
he has Pac-Man mannerisms
we're opposed to when it comes to Trump, right? Okay, that's obvious. But we should be very clear on our denunciation.
So Andrew Hylton says, why would the shooter bring 2 backpacks? This is staged, and time will reveal. I mean, you could be right. You could be right. From what I've seen so far, I don't see evidence that it's staged. It does look like somebody that is suffering from delusion, somebody that's, very conspiracy minded. so somebody who's politically homeless, I guess is how I described it. It's funny enough, like all the people, like the Anna Kasparians of the world that will say, "Oh, I'm politically homeless," like, right, the right sucks and the left sucks, right? This is your guy, right? This is somebody who is, traveled from being a Trump supporter in 2016 to being like a Tulsi supporter in 2020, flirted maybe with Bernie for a little bit, supported Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy, which is weird if you're anti-Trump, like as he seems to have become. Like it's weird to support Vivek, given that Vivek is just a carbon copy of Trump. So that's why I say that I just don't feel like he was really connected with any sort of reality. And his posts about the Chinese are creating a bioweapon, to destroy the democratic nations or whatever the hell he was saying, right? Just kind of makes him. But you might be right. More might come out. We don't know what we don't know. And you shouldn't really rush to judgment. That being said, I don't see the evidence yet that this was, any kind of staged event. And I don't buy the idea that there's going to be some kind of collusion. Well, now that being said, right? So if you're a Trump fan, right, you see a lot of them characterizing the FBI and law enforcement and judges and as being left wing, as being part of the deep state. And that is so fucking backwards, right? If there's any bias that law enforcement has, it is a right-wing bias. That being said, pulling off something like a fucking staged attempted shooting or something like that, and not leaving any breadcrumbs, not leaving any clues, I'm not sure if I buy that either. But like you said, time may tell. You may be proven right. Second time around, we still can't figure out what happened. For the record, I don't condone violence. I didn't take what you were saying as being condoning of violence. Oh, his comments on Israel. I haven't seen those, Bovine. Let me take a look at what you're saying.
Regardless of our political views towards Trump, and always take these moments as an opportunity to articulate when we say there's these threats against democracy. I need all of you to hear. Not that for a lunatic's ears this would make much of it.
Oh, you're saying that YouTube is increasing censorship on comments like last time? Increasing censorship on comments? Oh, okay, so are people getting their comments deleted? By YouTube?
A difference, but it's important to say we protect our democracy through democracy. Otherwise, we're contradicting the very principles that we're advocating on behalf of.
You don't have to make an argument against fucking assassination, Luke. Come on. We've seen Adam do this. Now we're seeing Luke do this. I don't know what fucking, like, what would civility politics liberals, I don't know what's wrong with you that you feel like you have to defend yourself when there's a shooter who is clearly not left wing. Like, this is not something you have to defend. You don't have to, like, this should be obvious. And the fact that you're stating it, it sort of indicates that you think that you've got some part of your audience that's all like, oh yeah, that's fucking based to, no, I don't know. I think this is a mistake. I don't know why they're doing this.
Opposing political violence has to be across the board. Has to be in all these scenarios.
This is like saying, you know what, you need to regardless of your feelings about Palestine, you gotta condemn Hamas. No, you don't. You don't need to make that statement.
And that is super, super important to emphasize, especially in moments when horrible things like this happen. Luckily, again, it was stopped and no one was harmed. But here's a little bit of this video.
Tell me who you are and why are you here?
56 from the U.S. From North Carolina originally, so I live in Hawaii now. So flew.
Wait, where is he?
All the way from Hawaii here. So the question as far as why I'm here, to me, a lot of the other conflicts are gray, but this conflict is definitely black and white.
Is he in Ukraine? It looks like it says, I'm seeing a little caption down here. It says Newsweek, and it looks like it says maybe Romania?
White. This is about good versus evil. This is a storybook, any movie.
And this was him talking about, I guess he traveled to Ukraine, and his social media feed does seem like he was very active when it comes to Ukrainian issues. Now let's go through some reactions. I showed you Marjorie Taylor Greene pushing a conspiracy theory about this. I said, as I still believe, that's just not helpful at all. You do have those on the left, and I want to encourage you all not to react in this way. I also mentioned already that
Kristen, who is FOP? I'm curious.
At one point, staged was trending. When we criticize right-wing conspiracy theories, it's not just because they're right-wing, it's because we should oppose people without evidence claiming, especially very provocative things. So no on that. Let's go based on the facts. And also, Rachel Vindman said no ears were harmed. Carry on with your Sunday afternoon. Just not an appropriate response.
Really? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this what we're doing?
Then getting to...
Like, that is not a endorsement of violence. I don't know what the fuck. Like, that is actually the right viewpoint, right? The big takeaway should be that even if there was like an attempt on like Trump, it shouldn't make you consider voting for him. That's not a reason to fucking vote for him, right? The real conspiracy that we should be worried about, we should be opposing, is the idea that like Trump getting shot at by a delusional person is evidence of some grand conspiracy against him, and that if you oppose the fucking powers that be, now you gotta support Trump. That's the more harmful conspiracy. I'm not gonna, like I said, a few people in this chat have said this looks weird, this looks strange, right? I'm not gonna waste my time like scolding them. They can think whatever they think. I don't need to like morally grandstand or virtue signal that I am against jumping to conclusions. I just, I don't see, evidence is all at this point. But I also don't think you need to go through and like be like condemn, like, somebody saying no ears were harmed. That's the most innocuous fucking banal comment that anyone could make. And it does, I think, encapsulate something that Democrats and even like Republicans that are supporting Kamala this year need to get through their heads, which is like, it doesn't matter. You don't owe Trump or Trumpism anything if some delusional person takes a fucking pot shot at him. You do not have to fucking, kiss his ass and be like, oh, we don't support violence, that's very bad. You're like, you don't need to condemn it. You're not on the line for it. This is not your floor. This is not your problem. What they are saying is essentially carry on with your fucking Sunday afternoon. That is actually kind of based, right? I don't see the problem with that.
A MAGA guy, Michael Flynn, the shooter had to have known Trump was playing golf today, screams of another inside job. So this would be...
Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah. But that's Michael Flynn. Come on.
Theory also not helpful.
It's a scary guy. If you know anything about Michael Flynn, truly scary guy.
Inappropriate. Makes things worse.
Probably somebody who, if Trump were reelected, would be back in the Trump administration. That's another reason to consider weaponizing your vote this fall and denying Trump another 4 years.
Alex Jones's response is this.
America is now in a state of war, not just with Russia, after Biden authorized NATO to start using U.S.-made heavy missiles to start bombing Russia next week. No, they just tried to kill Trump again. They had their cover story that it was gang crossfire, but Trump wasn't killed. But the media all put it out the second the news broke, even though the Secret Service and others were...
You really think there's an info war out there and the media was trying to like, oh, we can get the story to stick. Maybe it was a gang violence and it had nothing to do, even though we all know it was the deep state and we're part of that conspiracy. Come on, Alex Jones. Come fucking on. This guy is so ridiculous. Where is his info wars? Where's the studio? What is this doing? Like, where does this come from, right? We all know that he like lost his studio. He got sued into oblivion, and rightly so by the families of Sandy Hook. But like somebody's obviously built him like a little place that he can stand in front of a screen and pretend that InfoWars is still a thing.
Shooting at Trump. And they had to tackle him and return fire, and thank God he didn't kill him. That's twice this has happened. God's hand is on President Trump.
He's, by the way, from when this video came out, 5:01 p.m., he's listing off so many things that either aren't confirmed or are just completely inaccurate. I've heard no reports yet of the guy being tackled. He was shot at and then ran away.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he was tackled, actually. I think Alex is very like, look, this is the so what we know is he's apprehended on the highway after his license plate came up in a camera, right? They apprehend him. He's obviously got his hands up over his head. I don't know why he's holding his shirt. He kind of reminds me of this guy right here. Maybe he had too many sugary treats, before going to the golf course this afternoon. But yeah, it doesn't look like. I mean, maybe was he tackled after this? I don't know. But yeah, I don't trust Alex Jones saying I got a source that says he was tackled. I don't believe him. Alex Jones is so full of shit. So utterly full of shit.
Top Democrats have said they're not going to accept the Trump win. They're going to have civil war conditions. We're at war with
the fuck?
Deep state. They're at war with us. They've dissolved our borders. They're destroying our dollar.
Yeah, so again, let me put it in other terms, okay? To try to explain this to MAGA as to why this rhetoric is so wrong. When the lunatic right-winger attacked Paul Pelosi, what did we talk about? We talked about how
Alex Jones is right. Are you smoking crack? What is wrong with you, Unit X?
a lie, not an accurate statement about how it's bad to block the peaceful transfer of power, a lie.
Oh, sorry, National Fraternal Order of Police. I mean, that's not that surprising. Oh, supporting the idea. Yeah. That does. Yeah, police are right-winging. So this whole idea of a deep state, right, has to involve law enforcement. People like Unit X in Shorts Chat seriously believe that law enforcement, the most, establishment conservative institution in the nation, possibly, is somehow like left wing, is somehow in on some big grand conspiracy. You have to have Trump's persecution complex in order to believe that shit, right? Trump is a sick individual with a weird persecution complex that if you take seriously, you fucking believe in gang stalking. And you believe that Trump is being gang stalked by this deep state. And they all got it in for him because only he can save it. It's fucking delusional. It's as delusional as this fucking shooter is, all right?
About the election being stolen was cited by this guy who was trying to get a hold of Nancy Pelosi and ended up bashing in the head of Paul Pelosi, nearly killing him. And he was motivated by the election lies, thinking that Nancy Pelosi engaged in stealing the election in 2020. And he wanted to get her to admit to what she did. And then Trump since then has been mocking that. And so we took issue with correctly the lie and said, see, that's a dangerous lie, don't tell that. And the fact that the violence was mocked by a lot of people within MAGA, particularly in positions of power. Because you just saw there, people online, left, right, and center, are going to make vile statements about a lot of instances, and we should denounce those, but in our political discussion, most relevantly is people in positions of power. But then the Butler shooting happened, and we saw how people in positions of power on the Democratic side don't do that. They don't do what Trump did when it came to the Paul Pelosi attack. They fully, unequivocally denounce and wanted answers and wanted justice.
Look, I don't care. People are prone to conspiracy theories. It doesn't really matter if some people, like you're talking about, like there was a few people that were like, oh, it's really weird that Trump didn't show his, like that we didn't see the medical report, right? And yeah, that's weird. Am I going to jump to the conclusion that like somehow the ear injury was fake or something? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And as we've seen long term, it doesn't matter. Trump got his ear. Trump got a high-powered ear piercing, which I'm sure would irk Luke if he heard me saying that, in Butler. And, he had a few days of good press, but in the long term, people don't care. He actually didn't really move the polls, right? So rather than, being like, oh, we're so different, we're so much better as Democrats, and we don't believe in conspiracy theories. Look, conspiracy theorists going to conspiracy theorize, all right? And there's some of those people on the left too. And there are some weird things, right? I don't want to jump to any conclusions. I don't want to endorse like the, theories that it was staged, but I'm not going to waste my time like morally scolding people who say there's something weird like that about that, right? Yeah, I mean, sure, it's weird. It just
So that was a big point we made. But think about
right, jelly of Loomer lumps. I mean, we'll see if we can get to that Loomer stuff. We got a few, maybe one more video before I turn into a pumpkin and disappear off this platform for another 24 hours. Unless we hit that, we got to hit at least 50% of the dono goal, right? I'm gonna start shortening streams on nights when it's like this. But hopefully, you know, somebody comes through and we can extend it a little longer. At least watch that Laura Loomer content. If not, hit the dono goal and get that Brianna Wu content that everybody seems to be voting for, or whatever ends up winning.
If since that attack, we used it as justification to say, see, they have been trying to get Nancy Pelosi.
Davy Cliff says, I still think George Bush Sr. killed JFK. I haven't really read much about the JFK stuff. The JFK shooting is really weird. It's really weird. Like the Warren report, the official story on the JFK shooting, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's hard to take seriously, but I also haven't seen, you know, convincing conspiracy theories. Post 9/11, there were a few cases of unstable Muslim men who get caught at the last minute before terrorist attack, and it turned out they'd been getting encouraged by FBI agents and informants. Yeah, there was yeah, I mean, they were like infiltrating what student, like Muslim student groups and stuff, trying to encourage this kind of stuff to happen.
They have been trying to do this. They and
yeah, it's always they. It's always they.
But it was that one guy. Now again, it's not the perfect comparison because y'all actually did mock that attack, which is vile. And I'm talking about people's in position of power. But still, it wouldn't make a lot of logical sense to.
He's talking about the Paul Pelosi attack.
Group it all into the same they. First, they voted against the Pelosi bill. Then they tried to attack or kill her husband. Is that the same they? And so hopefully that clarifies it a little bit as to the inaccuracy of describing everything with that big, wide they. And then on top of it, remember and watch, and then on my quote-unquote side, if we see any of our prominent leaders doing any of that, we should call them out for it. But most likely won't have to because watch as powerful Democrats, I've already seen Biden Harris do this, completely and totally denounce it and oppose this sort of violence, and they won't make a single joke. But when Pelosi's attacked Trump 2 weekends ago was joking about it. A big difference. And then you dive into the internet.
Oh yeah, not just Trump, his whole family. Like John Jr. posted some weird or retweeted a meme with like with a pair of tidy whities and a hammer, suggesting that Paul Pelosi, that DePape was Paul Pelosi's gay lover, and that what had really gone on that night was a BDSM session gone wrong.
And you see, as I just showed you,
absolute batshit
example of that people who aren't in positions of power within either party are going to be saying all sorts of crazy stuff. But that's a big, big difference. And it's something I've been calling out for a while now. And so my request is MAGA, when it's a Democrat attacked, be better. And then powerful Democrat.
Good luck, Luke. Like, this guy talks to MAGA people, and you know, that's kind of why he's saying this, right? But like, he thinks that he could, you know, yeah, MAGA be better. Oh my God, dude, they're not going to listen to you. Like, he can get individual Trump voters sometimes to listen to him, sometimes to consider his perspective, right? In one-on-one interactions, right? I wouldn't take that, Luke, to assume that you can convince like MAGA as a whole to like get off their conspiracy theorizing, right? It just doesn't. It's not going to happen.
They responded to when it's a Republican attack, but
the continuation of COINTELPRO. Wait, what?
And non-powerful Democrats, if you're saying vile things or joking about the other way around, be better there too. And I told you about this, Marjorie Greene saying they want video of President Trump being. Who's they? One guy.
They always say this. They always say this.
President Trump being assassinated.
Ask Rock. Oh my God, you paid $8, Luke. You paid fucking $8.
So bad that they'd be assassin had. I did that again. That the would-be assassin had
to Elon
to film it, and it goes on to say these are not lone wolves. There's a conspiracy to murder Trump.
They ordered this delusional guy to what, film the assassination?
But we don't know that. The more you look at this guy's social media feed,
See, like, her whole idea that there's a deep state attack on Trump is kind of like counteracted by the fact that the Secret Service and the local authorities and the FBI, like, they stopped, or I think it was mainly the Secret Service, like, they stopped this attack, right? There's some kind of big grand government conspiracy. Everybody's against Trump. Like, they literally are enabling Trump's persecution complex. There's this great big force out there. He basically acts like he's being gang stalked by the FBI, the Secret Service, by the anybody in the government is, like, you know, probably a deep state agent. Obviously, the people that shot at this would-be assassin were not deep state agents.
you know, when you can just read the way someone's speaking in sort of this fragmented, disjointed, frantic way, you can see that in his writing. As we didn't even need to see his social media feed to know this, given what he was attempting here, it seems.
The sad thing is that the deep state actually is a real thing, but it's not what right-wingers portray it as. And it's definitely not like a left-wing kind of thing, right? The deep state, we're talking about kind of so U.S. foreign policy, U.S. geopolitical strategy is carried out by presidents, by cabinet members, by, you know, high-level members of Congress, by military officials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, some of the, and by, like, officials at the lettered agencies. And what that really refers to is the culture that develops in those agencies, in the CIA and the FBI and the NSA. And the fact that that's a big part of, like, the execution of U.S. foreign policy, right? That's what the actual deep state is. People that stay in, you know, longer, people that are, you know, employed in high-level government jobs through different administrations. So in that sense, yeah, there is a sense that regardless of, like, who's president, there's, like, a continuity of people that are working, like, against U.S. You know, foreign enemies and stuff like that. And there's a culture that develops. There's a mindset. There's a zeitgeist, right? That's what the deep state is. And it is actually pretty conservative, pretty nationalist, right? It's not some kind of weird, like, woke agenda like the right wing wants to portray it. And them co-opting this term, just like they co-opt everything, is actually damaging towards, like, people being aware of how the government actually operates, right? And these wild conspiracy theories obscure what's really going on, which in some cases is a culture of high-level actors doing things that aren't always in the interest of us, right? And it's just completely obscured behind this fucking Alex Jones batshittery.
So we already knew he was deranged, but it's bolstered by the fact that the way he's thinking and explaining things is...
The term deep state was a Stalinist term. I am not super... I don't know what the history of the term deep state, but I do know what it referred to prior to the right-wingers commandeering it. Yeah, it's very anti-communist. Oh my god, absolutely, Several Wolves.
Very.
Happy birthday, Afsifian.
Disjointed and the sign of someone who clearly, we're now saying, is unwell. So to reiterate, regardless of your political views, this is worthy of denunciation. We're against political violence. We protect democracy.
You denouncing it implies some sort of guilt by the political left. That's absurd. I hope you're happy doing your virtue signal, right? Because I think you're just foolish. I think you're honestly, Luke, this is the most foolish thing I've ever heard you say, right?
Through democracy. That's for our side. Then on MAGA side, don't exploit this to make this big claim about how we can't correctly oppose Trump's attempt to block the peaceful transfer of power, or say we don't like when he says, calls for the termination of the Constitution, or whenever he says the government should come down hard on media.
What the fuck is this? It sounds like you're talking to two kids in your back seat, and you're like, all right, y'all play nice, or I'll turn this car right around. You're not like a fucking dad driving to Florida, okay?
Those criticisms don't evaporate because of a deranged person's actions. And pushing conspiracy theories on both sides just makes things worse. As I saw last time, this is naive, but I wish we lived in a country where something like this could shake us into sort of wanting to unite around some of those fundamental constitutional principles and then go on to have political debates. But likely we're going to see the wild stuff we saw post the last assassination attempt. Glad everyone's okay.
Wild stuff. What, is Destiny going to go off again? Chat. One in chat if you think Destiny's going to go off again. Do you think that's going to happen? Is Destiny going to say some weird shit and get the right wing on his ass? And what did he say last time? Oh yeah, he didn't care if one of his supporters or if one of his viewers was like a MAGA supporter, he wouldn't feel bad if they got shot or something. That's unnecessary too, right? I think Destiny's just trying to get attention. He's cringe. He's fucking cringe. All right, so chat, one more video, all right? I do want to cover one other thing though, and I want to see if we can do it. Wait, so I understand the suspicion, says Road Runner. Yeah, I understand the... Wait, sorry, which suspicion are you talking about? Do you deny that the left have been comparing Trump to Hitler? I think that Trump needs to stop acting like Hitler if he doesn't want to be compared to Hitler, right? That's the solution. That's the solution. Stop demagoguing. Stop demonizing immigrants. Stop trying to get people fucking killed, right? Stop using the most hateful elements of the American, like, political consciousness to try to secure another 4 years of power. How hard is this, Roadrunner? How hard is this to figure out? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. The left has just been ratcheting up the rhetoric. It's not Trump. It's not, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the people's pets. No, it's definitely the Democrats. It's good job, Roadrunner. You feel smart? Because you look like a fucking fool. You look like an absolute fool in here saying that shit. Do you deny that the Democrats have been comparing Trump to Hitler? Yo, let me be real. The Democrats downplay that shit way too much. Trump's a lot more dangerous than they're willing to admit. But that being said, like, politically, it might be a better, policy for people like Kamala to emphasize Trump's foolish nature over his dark nature, right? Because that is how she's kind of that's why she's beating Trump in the polls. That's why if the election were held today, she and Tim Walz would win. And you can fucking cope and seethe on that, Roadrunner. Anyway, chat. Look, we've got this video about... Now, this is News Nation. I don't really know what to think of them. I don't know where they came from. I don't know who the fuck they are. I've seen them do cringe stuff. I've seen them post pretty good stuff. But nice chyrons, I guess. Nice background. It's a good looking... I don't know presentation, but I don't know what to expect from this. This Trump suspected shooter had a bizarre social media post. Had bizarre. Oh wait. No, sorry. We got one video after this. So chat. What I'm saying to you is that we have got a chance, okay, to extend this a little bit longer, to take a look at Laura Loomer, and this is some interesting shit to learn who the fuck Laura Loomer is, right? But I'm gonna say at this point, since we're sort of stuck at a we're stuck at 30% of our donor goal, like, right? We sort of raced to get to 30%, did it really fast, and then we've just been stopped there. So if we can get to 50%, by the end of these next two videos, right, we're going to watch one on Trump's social media post, right, what he's posted on Truth Social recently. And we're going to watch another one, this one on the social media behavior, the social media posts of the shooter. If we can hit 50%, by the end of that, I will do Laura Loomer too, because I want to know. I'm really hoping we can get to this, but we got to get the donut goal a little bit further forward, because I cannot do. I want to do this content, but I cannot do the content for free. If we can get it all the way to 100%, then we will also do a second or a third. This would be like a third segment. So the first segment being about the would-be assassin, the social media, all this shit. Like in case you're forgetting who we're talking about, is this guy. Oh, I'm sorry, I did it again, Chad. I did it again. I mean this guy, of course. I get them mixed up, right? It's very similar images, but no, it's this guy. It's this guy. It's not this. This guy's not responsible. It's this guy right here, right? But yeah, we're gonna finish this off, and I'm hoping that we can get to at least 50%. If we do, I'll cover Laura Loomer. If not, I'll say adios and call it a night. Hoping that we can get at least to 50%, because we did start with a lot of momentum and just kind of lost that. So the loom. Well, look at that. Look at that. We're at 35%. So that now, I'm sorry, 15%. If we're going to get 15% further, then we'll do the loom content. And like I said, if we can get 100%, then we're on board to maybe actually do the Brianna Wu content. I feel like this is the thing I keep on teasing with you, but it's not on purpose. It's because every time Brianna Wu has won, we don't hit the dono goal. And every time we hit the dono goal, something else wins. So, right, the people that want to see the Brianna Wu content have been denied, right? It's a 2-for-1. It's actually not just Brianna Wu leaving the left, which I do have the article. And I've kept the article open in hopes that we could do this content, right? We got the article by Brianna Wu of why she wants to leave the left, but we've also got Brianna Wu beefing with Chud Logic, apparently. So I'll throw it in as a 2-for-1 if we get that. We've also got Breathe Into Your Balls. We've also got Lauren Chin stand-up. Some people are excited about that. It's not doing well in the poll, though. Look at the polls. Are 45% for Brianna Wu, 22% for AJ, Actual Justice Warrior, Sims for Anna Kasparian, 20% for Breathe Into Your Balls, and 13% for Lauren Chin. So it really looks like Brianna Wu is going strong tonight. Davy Cliff, feel free to vote for one of these bonus topics if you want to as well. The Oilers don't want to see Wu. That might be it. That might be it. I love Poo-Tanky. Wait, what's Poo-Tanky? Is it like Poontang? Is that the joke? But anyway, we got this one. This is the social media post of the suspected shooter. I feel like you should call. Actually, I feel like you should say would-be assassin, right? He didn't get a shot off. This guy did not get a shot off, right? But he is a would-be assassin. If Trump had come near him, maybe he would have taken a shot. Maybe he would have chickened out. Who knows? We don't know, because he wasn't anywhere near this guy. So and the Secret Service found him. They saw his muzzle sticking out, and they took some shots at him, and he ran away. So he never got a chance to shoot. But anyway, they say suspected shooter. We'll watch this. And then, let's see somewhere we have the. Yeah, look at this. This is what we'll watch next, right? So we'll watch these two things for sure. If we can hit 50% by the time that I'm done with both of these, this is the insane. Trump makes an insane post after assassination attempt. I want to see what that insane post is, so we'll watch that. And then if we can get to 50% by the time that that's over, we'll watch Lauren Loomer. And if we can get to 100% by the time Lauren Loomer is over, then we will get maybe that Wu tent. It looks like the Wu tent is what's winning, but it all depends on what you vote for. Make sure to vote if you haven't already, and it definitely depends on when you donate. You can let me know in the chat which of these 4 topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will actually add that to the overall score. So you could maybe change the fate of the stream, and we could be seeing some very different content instead of Brianna. Maybe Brianna Wu loses again. Maybe Brianna Wu is just doomed. I don't know, Chad. It's all up to you. We'll see what happens. Let's go forward with this content. I don't want to edge you too long. Let's see what we got for the social media posts.
I'm Brian Entin, joined by Natasha Zuves.
And I'm watching this because it's newer, right? Oh, no, it's not. Fuck me. What did I see that was like 1 hour ago? God damn it. 5 hours ago? 4 hours ago? There was something that was like 1 hour ago. God damn it. All right, I'll see if I can find that. Let's watch this.
Live right now outside the Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the former president had now a second assassination attempt against him. It was just 9 weeks ago. He was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, and now today we have another gunman in custody who the FBI says attempted to assassinate former President Trump. We're joined now by Palm Beach County State Attorney.
I would love to get some actual like information on this golf course. We've seen this picture like all day. At first we thought that the holes that Trump was on were in the sort of, assuming this is north-south, were in the like sort of north west corner of the golf course up here. But more recently we've been seeing them say that, you know, the holes, it's holes 4, 5, and 6, right? I'm guessing that this is hole 4, this is hole 5, and this is hole 6, right? I'm not sure, but that's just my best guess. We'd love to see somebody identify like where exactly the shooter was camped out. That would be interesting. But yeah, we don't have that information so far.
Dave Aaron.
I thought I finally had a more recent video.
He is the state attorney in this area where this attempted assassination happened. You may see him on our air quite a bit, providing analysis, but he's joining us in a different role now. He is actually the top law enforcement official in Palm Beach County and very much part of this investigation. So we appreciate you joining us, Dave. First of all, through our law enforcement sources, we've confirmed that the gunman is a man named Ryan Wesley Routh. That there's a previous charge involving him and a weapon of mass destruction, I believe, from 2022.
Okay, I don't know about that. That's not what I read, chat. 2022? Wait, what? Weapon of mass destruction? What I read was this. 2002. These guys might not have their shit together. I don't know. I think he's referring to this. 2002, he barricaded himself inside a business. He was arrested without incident, but he did have a gun. But not a weapon of mass destruction. What? A weapon of mass destruction? That's got to be a nuke. Is there anything else that's considered a weapon of mass destruction? Maybe like a chemical weapon or a biological weapon? Like, that's wild. I think that I don't know about these guys. I don't know about this News Nation, right? This is whack. He fucking said weapon of mass destruction. Bro said weapon of mass destruction. This dude had a nuke? Yeah, and he was just let go. Yeah, he had a nuke. They, threatened to blow up the world, but they let him go. It was
Wesley Routh. That there's a previous charge involving him and a weapon of mass destruction, I believe, from 2020.
He does have a long rap sheet, but I don't think he has a weapon of mass destruction. That's crazy, guy. That is fucking wild.
What more have you been able to learn about this man, Dave?
Brian, good to be with you. He was not on our radar here at the Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office. He's someone who was from North Carolina. He lived in, or maybe even lives now in Hawaii, but he has had some very unusual social.
Get your shit together, News Nation.
Some bizarre posts where he obviously cares very deeply about
I feel like they're less professional than I am, and I'm a fucking live streamer. I'm a joke.
Ukraine and says.
But I'm glad you're watching me. Edge me with your political commentary. No comment. Thank you, Jason Will.
Good versus evil. At the same time, though, he can't differentiate between how evil it is to try to assassinate someone using AK-47.
I read that it was a machine gun. Maybe they just, yeah, like, that makes more sense. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure, okay, assault weapon. He probably was thinking assault weapon, and he said weapon of mass destruction. What a joke.
7 style weapon. And so
Oh my god, I almost feel bad for this guy.
You don't get.
He's like trying to do news here. He gets a job at News Nation, and he's like, he's nervous. It's his first big story, and he's like, a weapon of mass destruction. And I think he's thinking assault. I think he's thinking of like an assault. I think he means an assault weapon.
Normal people who do stuff like this. I mean, that's the same guy who then decided to hightail it north from the county, was picked up about 45 minutes north of here. It would be an 8-hour drive to the border. I mean, the whole thing doesn't make much sense, but neither does a lot of the stuff he had been saying. And so he is going to face federal charges. Originally, at the press conference, I had spoken about how my prosecutors were working up the paperwork for warrants and pretrial detention, thinking that perhaps we'd be going first.
Davy Cliff says the Moab counts as one. The mother of all bombs. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
While the federal government was going to decide, but they have since stepped up to say that they're going to be the ones filing the charges. So he will be facing serious federal charges, and we at the state will stand down.
What kind of federal charges do you anticipate, Dave?
No, I don't know that yet, but the federal government has statutes available to them that are
Look, Bovine says tankies are the enemy of freedom. Yeah, and Brianna Wu is their leader. Okay, don't miss that. Right, Brianna Wu, leader of the tankies. That's right.
Stronger than some of the state statutes. They've got some domestic.
That's why we have to defeat her.
Terrorism statutes. Although interestingly, domestic terrorism is.
She's advocating for tanks.
Not its own unique statute under federal law, and that I think should change. But they do have statutes that are like that they can invoke. They have weapons charges.
Whoa. Joe Dirt says he's had a machine gun. That's what they called a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, I think he just got it wrong. I think he meant to say weapon of ass destruction. Damn, Lady Badash. That is I'm sorry, Chad. I'm too serious. I'm too silly. I can't take the tanky discourse super seriously today.
When it comes to assassinations of a current and former president, things that are less available.
Especially considering that I get like called a tanky by Demon Mama mods when I go into Tipster's chat and just say hi. Like, oh, she's a tanky. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
To us at the state level. And when the feds want to take a case, you defer to them.
I challenge you to find a clip of me glazing up like Stalin. I don't know what the fuck they're...
And so
I think it's just like enemies of Demon Mama are now called tanky. I don't even know what that word means anymore.
I think it's in good hands. I don't expect him to get any pre-trial release.
If you think that Vosh is a fucking creep, then you might be a tanky.
Considering the severity of this matter.
If you think that him having fucking Loli in his taxes folder, in his spank bank, right, then you might be a tanky.
And we appreciate you
Can
being
you
here with
elaborate
us.
a little more? Oh, I'm sorry, Natasha.
It's okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Brian. So you say, we don't get normal people who try to do something like this. In terms of motive, I appreciate you bringing in some of what we are uncovering about his views, his very strong views about Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. What is standing out to you in this moment as one is trying to piece together a motive here?
It is interesting. Someone who can see.
Is that Mar-a-Lago? That's Mar-a-Lago, right? Or is that maybe that's no. That's the Trump International Golf Course.
The difference between
golf club. Sorry.
That Ukraine was fighting for its survival against the tyrannical, Putin regime who invaded them. I mean, good versus evil. But at the same time, you can't determine what's good and evil as far as getting an AK-47 style rifle and trying to kill someone, to try to murder someone. That is, to me, how bizarre this is. It doesn't make sense. You understand the difference between good and evil.
Well, yeah, he's got that, so he's pro-Ukraine, but he's somehow he thinks that China's got like a bioweapon that they're launching. He's just a weird mishmash. He's calling people the R-slur, right? It's hard to get a beat on this guy.
People here, but not over here. And
sorry, I shouldn't say a bead. Isn't that like a term that like with the laser sight that's a bead? I don't mean like that. It's hard to get a read, I think is what I was trying to say, Chad. I'm not like...
To think that somehow he was going to...
I'm not a weapons person, okay? I don't know what the...
Help Ukraine by by assassinating former President Trump. The whole thing is
okay. That's a reach. I don't know. How long ago was the Ukraine thing?
But then again, people who are totally normal don't try to commit these types of crimes. That doesn't mean he's legally.
And also, if you support Ukraine, why were you supporting Vivek Ramaswamy? That is bizarre. That is incomprehensible, right? That's why I just cannot take this guy super seriously. Movies with Mark, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. That is a great way to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up again in about 30 minutes. If you want to get rid of that god-awful ad break that happens every hour on the top of the hour for 3 minutes at a time, you can do so like Mark did for free with a Twitch Prime sub. It also helps your streamer out. That's me. So I appreciate that. That brings us up to 38% in the dono goal. You could also get one for, I think they're discounted right now. If you want to buy one for yourself, it's $4 instead of $6 like it normally is. So that's kind of this is a good month to get them. I wish I could encourage more and more people to every September. I'm like, this is the month to load up on subs, and nobody listens. Nobody listens. So whatever. But yeah, you just got one. You just got weaseled. Movies with Mark. You've just been weaseled. You just got weaseled. A good thing. That's a good thing, right? So you can also possibly get one if you are lucky. Just by being active in chat, because if you're active in chat, you're more likely to be gifted a sub. Sometimes people do gift subs in chat, and if you want to be the recipient of that generosity, and it is generosity, don't expect it, right? But it does happen from time to time. Be active in chat, just so people can see you and they see that you don't have a sub, and they feel bad for you. They want to get you out of that ad break, and voila. You got a gift sub.
Insane, by the way. The fact that he fled, the fact that he ran off.
Yeah, anybody who's donating, including you, Movie with Mark, free movies with Mark, feel free to let me know which of the topics in the full-scale chat you want to see next as bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is and add your sub to it always helps the dono goal, right? But if you want to add it to one of these topics, Brianna Wu leaves the left. Breathe into your balls. That is some right-wing red pill cringe, trying to delude guys into thinking they can get their T levels up by breathing into their balls. We have Lauren Chin stand-up, more right-wing cringe, and a third right-wing cringe subject with actual justice warrior simping for Anna Kasparian. Just let me know which of these topics is your cup of tea, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is.
Thankfully, we had a good Samaritan who was able to identify him. And we knew what kind of car he was driving. But the fact that he drove off.
Unfortunately, YouTube chat isn't really the place to argue how people like Vosh co-opt positions and get people to take ineffective action. He's a liberal. I agree with you, Rotten Mouse. I agree with you.
Tells you he knew the difference between right and wrong. And that's why it'll be hard for him to have an insanity.
But it's kind of weird, right? Because there's more people that have been connected to Vosh, right? Did you know, look, we don't have chooses violence on the poll, right? But Sunday has been talking about me. And one of the weirdest things that he said is that he called me a demon mama orbiter. If I wanted to waste your time, and I don't think you're interested in this, I could show you a demon mama video where she flips me off, right? She is no friend of mine. I am no friend of hers. Unlike Sunday, I've never been connected to the Vosh network. I've never been friendly with those assholes, right? And for good reason, right? Vosh, calls himself a market socialist, but really just seems more like a market liberal to me. And Sunday, when we scratched the paint on Sunday, we found that, he considers himself an anarchist, and yet he's sharing with his chat anarcho-capitalist literature, like anarchist literature from ANCAPs, right? So I guess motherfucking Sunday is a market anarchist, right? A little too close. Yeah. For somebody that only after the taxes folder, separated himself out from Vosh, right? To find out that he's actually a market anarchist, whatever the fuck that is, right? Is kind of wild. It's I wonder how many of his community members realize that this guy is that's worse than a liberal. That's like an ANCAP. What the fuck is up with you, Sunday? Are you an ANCAP?
Defense.
Are you a neo-reactionary, or did you leave the pipeline like Xander Hall? Look, if you want to talk about who's close to the Vosh network, Sunday, I'm gonna win that argument. I don't think you want to start that fight with me. You better watch your words, okay? because we're watching yours.
So this guy is facing a
Can you believe that? Fucking calls me a demon mama simp. What the fuck? Bro, you were like friends with her. What are you talking about?
whole lot of hurt right now.
I'm sorry, maybe I should have done chat chooses violence. It looks like I'm choosing violence right now. Really don't know anything about Vosh. I never followed or watched him. I did see the Tacoma web clip, but that's it. When you say the Tacoma web clip, do you mean the Brace Belden clip? Or do you mean the taxes folder where he shows his spank bank? He shows that he's apparently fapping to Loli. In all fairness, Sunday was a Vosh and Demon Mama order. I know, what the fuck? Dude, look, I don't want to chirp about Sunday. I don't really care about that guy, but he can't stop chirping. Yeah, the Brace clip, nice. I'm sorry, chat, I'm distracting everyone.
You mentioned...
I'm getting in my feels. My feelings are hurt, Sunday. You hurt my feelings. But wait, I don't have feelings because I'm evil. I forgot.
North Carolina, when we first got...
Motherfucker calls me a demon mama sim. What is wrong with this guy? What is up with... Like, that is not the battle you want to pick. You want to talk about who's a fucking Vosh sim? You want to talk about who's an orbiter? You want to talk about who's sweeping for Vosh and demon mama? That's you, bud. Up until really recently. That's Sunday.
The name and I started searching the name, it tied back to North Carolina. That was the only location that I could find. So do you believe at this point that he actually drove here to Palm Beach County all the way from North?
Narwhal by nature with the gift sub to Javi Herrera. Javi Herrera, you've just been weaseled. You just got weaseled. A good thing. Look, I really don't want to fight with other like leftists, but with Sunday, I just wonder, is he actually a leftist, right? Like, I just want to know, was that a mistake? Did he accidentally not realize that these anarchists that had this article that he loves, that he swears by, he says he 100% agrees with, these ANCAPs who wrote an article about methodological anarchism? Did he realize that? Why didn't he tell his chat, oh, by the way, I agree with these people on this one point, but just know, so you know, they are ANCAPs. They are not actual anarchists. Just so you know. He didn't say that. He didn't fucking say that. He just said, I 100% agree with these assholes. Yo, Sunday, if you want to fucking play, you are not going to like the results of it.
North Carolina and was intending to...
You're going to get exposed in a way you did not think possible. Because, like, literally, motherfucker is showing his channel, like, ANCAP literature and being like, I'm teaching you theory. You're teaching them bullshit. And showing your ass in the process, literally.
To speed back to North Carolina?
I feel like I let him off easy, like, motherfucker.
You know, that could be what had happened. That is illegitimate.
Oh yeah, Narwhal by nature. Let me make sure. Did I add your? Yeah, we're up to 41%. So we're 9% from hitting that 50%. If we hit the 50%, we'll do Lauren Loomer. If we hit the 100% after that, then we'll do Brianna Wu. And then if we hit like 1,000%, then I'll go to war with Sunday. No, that's what he wants, right? He had a chatter in there saying, "No, comment chick's gonna go to war with you." Come on, bitch. I'm not like, I don't like think about you that much. We're not going to war, okay?
But then I had heard he was living in Hawaii. I mean,
anyway, we're 9% from getting there.
Live in Hawaii.
Oh yeah, Narwhal, what do you want? What are you thinking tonight?
Harder for him to get a public defender, where you have to prove they're indigent.
What are you feeling? Yeah, what are you feeling as far as the bonus goal? Oh my gosh, scared. Woo.
But if he was living in North
Carolina, it's always so loud. I need to turn it down.
Drove back up. Yeah, that could explain a lot. We just don't know yet, Brian. We're still trying to find all the information. And now the federal government is in charge of this investigation and the prosecution. Then I'll be able to speak about this more because it's not.
Yeah, that's right, Davy.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $10.
Here you go. Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, well, let me add this. Agleth, thank you for the donation on Throne. And Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the super chat. Izzy Sanchez says, here we go. Wait, why didn't it read out your super chat? Oh, I gotta fix that. I feel like it's when people super chat a lot, sometimes it doesn't read. I don't know why that is. I probably screwed it up somehow. So we're up to 61. Look at that, 61%. Make sure to, if you donate, to let me know if you want to, which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is. Let's finish watching. I'm sorry that I went off on Sunday, chat. I'm not trying to like be drama. I know we do our drama on also Woo. Wait, we got 2 for Woo? We got 2 for Woo. 2 for Woo. Look at that. Brianna Woo might actually win tonight. Oh my god, Brianna, you'll be so happy. You'll finally win for once. Am I being mean? This is what people like about me, is that I'm the nice streamer, right? I'm NCC. That stands for nice, but since it's got 2 C's in it, it's also thick. I'm nice and thick. I'm NCC. But other streamers, not so nice. They're kind of ornery. They're kind of mean. President Sunday is getting the laser. Oh no, not the laser eyes.
Not my jurisdiction anymore. It's now the federal government. But I expect that we'll learn more soon. I credit the Sheriff Bradshaw, for having that press conference.
Good job, Sheriff Bradshaw. You did a good job there.
Where he was very open, very transparent about what we knew. And we were remarking how...
Yeah, we got the Loomer bag secured, chat. Congratulations. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, Hagleth. We got the Loomer bag secured at this point. That's happening. That's going on.
Media found out about this. I mean, you guys were on top of this just minutes after law enforcement seemed to...
It's fine to be mean sometimes.
Get it. So you guys have really good sources. I won't ask you who they are, but they're really good.
I fucking hate this channel.
Super chatted 20.
Yo!
Sending a super chat because YouTube's membership gifting is broken for me.
Ooh.
Less than place me down for Woo.
Place you down for Woo. Okay. Also, yeah, interesting. So wait, so $5 super chat, it reads your chat out. $10 super chat, for some reason it doesn't. I don't know how I set it up wrong, but I must have fucked something up. And then 25, it also reads your chat out. I don't know. I feel like it's just buggy. But yeah, 25 added to Woo. Oh my gosh, Brianna Woo, you're really gonna win tonight. Brianna Woo can't lose. Brianna Woo, you're gonna win for once. I'm so excited for you. Sweetie, I am so excited. That brings us up to 86% on the dono goal. That is only 14% away from securing the bag on, looks like Woo Tent. It looks like Woo Tent. We're eating good tonight, chat.
Yeah, and I think something that maybe people...
Hagleth with the resubscribe through Prime. That is a great way to get out of the top of the hour ad break for free. And it also helps me out. It also pushes the dono goal forward. And it makes me say, Hagleth, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. You just figured out a really good hack to get weaseled. Yeah, like I mean, you can get it for cheap. Like even if you don't have Prime, you can get a sub for cheap this month because it's 25% off during September. Twitch does like a special deal for September. I think they also add if you give bits that are over 300, then they add like a certain percentage to your bits donation. But they also they're knocking 25% off of the subs even if you don't have a Twitch Prime. But yeah, Hagleth found out the way. That's the way that you can get it for free, right? That's the best deal going, especially since it also helps out your streamer.
I live around here, so I know. And you and I go way back.
861%. That's right.
To work in West Palm, but I think something.
I don't like this network. I don't like News Nation. I feel like I've seen a couple of their videos that were not bad. That were actually pretty good. But this is just dog shit. This is dog shit tier content. I'm pissed off that I wasted your time with this. But thank you, Eric's Blue, for the $25 super chat. Thank you, Hagleth, for the throne contribution and for the Prime sub. And thank you, Izzy, for the $10 super chat.
People don't understand is, if you're watching this around the country, is that, Mar-a-Lago is right here, just a few miles away. The golf course is right here. These are places that the former president frequents. So there are security plans. Sheriff Bradshaw, for example, is very much on a day-to-day basis, every day, involved in the former president's security plan. So it's not like this is some random place where this happened and they weren't prepared and they didn't know how to address it immediately. Just one last question for you, though, Dave. We heard from the sheriff in Martin County where they pulled him over and took him into custody, the alleged gunman, that he was emotionless and that he wasn't talking. Do you know, that was in the beginning though, it's been hours now. Have you?
Corn Prop for Press says it looks like a Fox News knockoff, like a bad science fiction movie. Yes, something about it does make it does kind of look conservative. be borderline deranged but have some production value?
Gotten any indication of if he is
Oh, you're talking about for News Nation, not
talking to investigators?
not saying that to me.
I have not, but if he didn't say anything at the beginning, then he knew enough not to say anything at all. The fact that he had this previous very serious charge against him shows that he's not.
Izzy Sanchez confirms News Nation is right wing
to all this, but he apparently is on his way back to Palm Beach County. If he's not here already, he'll be booked, and then the feds will request.
Welcome, Dano.
To keep him behind bars pre-trial.
I don't know what that means, but I'm saying it.
Don't expect him to get a bond. And as you showed the golf course on the screen, it's important, Brian, because you know Palm Beach County. You and I go back a lot.
Okay, so the people in chat that are saying that there's something fishy about this, right? That are saying that they don't buy this. They're saying that the timing is too perfect. I kind of see where you're coming from. Like circumstantially, it does look weird. If you're right though, and somehow that's proven, if more facts come in, and it turns out that there's some, this was the Trump who cried wolf. Oh my God, he's so Jover. He is so fucking Jover. I don't see any evidence so far, but if it's there, then Trump is fucked.
It is.
My dad has watched sometime. Wait, is it an actual TV show? Sorry, is it an actual TV network? American Flags gave it away, unfortunately. What, on News Nation?
Interesting how you could just from the street walk up.
Did I just quote Hawaii 5-0?
$9.99. This is not what Corn Pop would have wanted.
This is not what Corn Pop would have wanted at all. No, Corn Pop would be sad. This is an actual, so it's a television news network. I didn't even know. Look at that. We are up to 99%. Wow. That was quick, chat. That was really quick. And thank you, Davy Cliff. Wait, what did you vote for last time? You were for Wooten, right? So that what brings Wooten up to 56? Wooten is too powerful. Brianna Wu, you're too powerful. You're too powerful.
Through the bushes.
How can anyone oppose Brianna Wu?
You'll see people playing on the golf course. The bushes hide the holes on the golf course from the public.
I'm going to have to submit to her tanky authority, right? Brianna Wu, the leader of the tankies, literally drives around in a tank. I believe it's made by Bugatti. The Bugatti. She's got a Bugatti tank. She's a tanky. She rolls around in that. She wants full communism, and I'm just going to have to give in to her because she's too damn powerful. I'm sorry. Transmed communism. What the fuck? Oh no. That's so cursed, chat. That's so fucking cursed.
Go there.
The Transmed tanky.
In the bushes, put a.
Is there a Transmed tanky?
In between the fence and.
That sounds like a thing so wild that it should actually exist.
Try to shoot someone. So
she knows kung fu.
Right at the Secret Service.
She's got the kung fu grip, right?
They saw this. They were able to find this.
Brianna Wu, you got me to my goal. Well, 1% away from it.
And take action right away. And according to reports, the only shot that went off were from the Secret Service, not from the suspect.
So what are you saying?
Yeah, it's a good point. Very different from what we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, where it was clearly a failure by the Secret Service. Quite the opposite here. Their plan worked, and they were able to spot this man before anything bad happened. And in terms of the proximity, again, you're right. I mean, you've got Mar-a-Lago close by. It's easy to see in the golf course behind me. And then, by the way, the jail, the Palm Beach County Jail, is right next to the golf course. So
you can just put him right in jail. There you go.
Is going to end up being housed right next to the spot.
So Donald Trump can come visit him. Yeah, perfect.
To kill the former president. So it's sort of interesting.
I bet he will. I bet they'll develop a friendship, right? All this guy would have to say is that, like, he changed his mind and he thinks that Donald Trump is the greatest, and Donald Trump would go visit him in jail.
Think about Dave Ehrenberg. We appreciate you.
Yes, I appreciate you. You suck, News Nation. I'm sorry that I subjected you to this shit. I didn't know what they were. I couldn't tell. I thought they were like a YouTube network or something, but apparently no. They're on terrestrial TV. Maybe your parents, maybe your grandparents, maybe your uncle, maybe your aunt is watching this. Who knows?
The FBI is currently investigating what it has deemed an assassination attempt.
Hey, Jack Cocherella, nice audio, okay? I react to a lot of videos from a lot of different political pundits, and I gotta say, your dynamics, your compression limiter, whatever, what you got going, With your SM7B there, it's really good. I like your audio. I really like your audio.
Former President Donald Trump. Now, the initial...
No, I got to get this guy's settings. I gotta pick this guy's brain, chat. I want to set my audio in the exact same way. This is beautiful. After so much shitty compression from breaking points from all these other places, right? They should know better. They should know how to set their audio up. This guy's... It's a masterclass. It's a fucking masterclass in audio. God damn it. Jack Cochirella, you fucking genius.
Reporting on what happened when Donald Trump was playing golf at one of his clubs in South Florida was that there was shooting outside of the club, but it was not targeted at Donald Trump. Since that reporting has been updated, so I only want to bring you what we know to be true and factual, and that is the reporting, that is the information that we are getting out of the FBI right now. But the response to it, of course, from MAGA has been absolutely absurd, not thinking about how we can address the epidemic of gun violence in this country, but instead trying...
That is a funny thing to call MAGA on when something like this happens. Yeah, this is twice that they've been, Trump's gotten, I mean, not shot at, right? But had a would-be assassin with an AR-47.
To use this as some political problem.
Wait, no, was the other one an AR?
Donald Trump,
it was, wasn't it?
That he is losing very badly. And it just goes to show that that is the only thing that they care about. They don't care about the safety of really Trump or anyone else. All they want to do is make sure that they are pushing their political movement forward, and they don't actually care about the harm that is done.
We can hear a bit of his breathing. It's not perfect. Yeah, so I guess the noise gate could be better, maybe.
Done because of gun violence every single day, but that is incredibly clear in an insane post that Trump made following.
What's going on with this, chat? You think he's got his ratio turned up to like 8-to-1? You think it's like a podcast level?
Again, what the FBI...
Maybe I just like that podcast sound.
Deeming an assassination attempt, and we're going to get into all of that.
He probably needs maybe a pop filter.
But before we do, if I just could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, it goes along.
Hey, I'll do that because I like your audio.
Now let's get into the reporting so far that is coming out on this breaking news story from the AP. Donald Trump was the subject of an apparent assassination attempt at his Florida golf club, the FBI says. The man who authorities say pointed a rifle with a scope into former President Donald Trump's golf club was arrested, 3 law enforcement officials told the Associated Press. The officials identified the suspect to the AP, but spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized.
I might need a pop filter. You know what my problem with pop filters, though, is that, like, I've got one, but I can never figure out how to get it to, like, it, like, always, like, swings down, right? I can never get it to stay where I want it, so I just don't use it. I've also got, like, a bigger, like, this, baffle, I guess is what it's called. I've got a bigger baffle, but I don't think that Waluigi would be comfortable sitting on it.
To discuss the ongoing investigation. Secret Service agents...
Narwhal says his audio is too smooth for my ears.
Shot at the suspect, who was taken into custody after fleeing the scene of what the FBI is calling an apparent assassination attempt of the Republican presidential nominee.
Ooh, just an old sock? Well, you mean an old sock in the middle of, like, a coat hanger?
Authorities are working to determine a motive. The FBI says Donald Trump was the target of what appears to be an attempted assassination at his golf club in West Palm Beach on Sunday, just 9 weeks after the Republican presidential nominee survived another attempt on his life. The former president said he was safe and well. Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw said the U.S. Secret Service agents fired at a man pointing an AK-style rifle with a scope as Trump was on the course. Bradshaw said the gunman also had 2 backpacks hanging on a fence and a GoPro camera, and he was about 400 yards to 500 yards away from Trump and hiding in shrubbery while the former president played golf on a nearby hole. The person who dropped the weapon and fled in an SUV was later taken into custody in a neighboring county. The incident was the latest jarring moment in a campaign year marked by unprecedented upheaval. It occurred roughly 2 months after Trump was shot during an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. Only a week later, President Joe Biden withdrew from the race. In an email to supporters, Trump said, "There were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I wanted to say I am safe and well." The White House said President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democratic presidential nominee, had both been briefed and would be kept updated on the investigation. The White House added they were relieved.
Well, look, Black Spidey, my problem is the clamp, right? Like, it's got a clamp and it's got a gooseneck, right? So the gooseneck is like one of those things. Here, let me see if I can find it. I have it around? I just haven't used it because it doesn't work too well. Maybe it's down here. I feel like I'm George W. Bush looking for the weapons of mass destruction. But I can't find them. Oh, I can't find them. Weapons of mass destruction. They gotta be around here somewhere. Oh well.
To know Trump is safe. Harris in a statement said she was glad Trump was safe, adding that violence has no place in America. So as I had said earlier, I previously reported on this story when the on-the-ground sources were saying that the gunfire was not directed at Donald Trump. Clearly, the attempted assassin never got a shot off, but earlier reporting suggested that it was blocks away from this club that two individuals were firing at each other.
Wait, it's an AR, AK, not an AR. So there's an AR-15 and there's an AK-47. God damn it. I don't know enough about weapons.
Information that we had, I wanted to take that video down because I only want to bring you what is true and accurate. And sometimes that is difficult during an updated story, but this is the information that we have now. And it's interesting to see that, of course, Kamala Harris responded by saying that we need to prevent gun violence in America. But Donald Trump took a very different approach with this crazed fundraising.
Okay, this is what I want to see.
Right here. Ron Filipkowski of Midas Touch wrote on Twitter, Trump just sent out a fundraising email to attempt to take advantage.
Yeah, this is the thing. Midas Touch is on top of those Trump fundraising emails, right?
Incident at his golf course. The fundraising email reads,
I'd be afraid to sign up for a Trump email.
Alert. I am Donald J. Trump. Fear not. I am safe and well, and no one was hurt. Thank God. But there are people in this world who will do whatever it takes to stop us. I will not stop fighting for you. I will never surrender. The email continues and asks for a donation up to $3,300. So instead of responding in this moment like Kamala Harris did by trying to address the key issue here, which is the epidemic of
he just asked for money.
Gun violence in America, Donald Trump is trying to fundraise. And that shows just exactly who he is. Someone who...
He should do a theory goal, right? He should do a theory, he should have a theory squid and a drama jellyfish. And then they could be like, he could be like, if you want to get beyond the theory, then you need to donate to the drama jellyfish. You will see me, see chat chooses violence, and then I'll go after Kamala Harris. Otherwise, I'm just going to read you this dry theory.
Only
Sorry.
cares about himself and will use any...
We got to make fun of him. We got to make fun of him.
Campaign. It does not actually care about the issues, but that is abundantly clear.
Because he loves it.
Developing story, so I want to check out more of what was said about it on MSNBC.
Alex,
we gotta hit up MSNBC to get our
where it says it's responding to what it calls
recommended daily allowance of lib,
an attempted assassination of former President Trump. And that's obviously deeply significant because we have not been calling this an assassination attempt until now because of certain information that we lack right now. The FBI obviously
oh my god, yeah, I think they got criticized for this, and this is actually responsible, right, to hold off before jumping to conclusions until you absolutely know. Because when this story first came out, all you had is that there was gunfire near where the president was, or near where the former president was, right? That was what first came out, and there was a lot of the story mutated, right? And then it was like, there's two people firing at each other, and then there's right, and so they sort of waited until they found out, like, that it's a scoped rifle that would have been able to hit the, I don't know, you get enough evidence and then you can say, yeah, this is a attempted assassination, right? And but like everybody wants to be the first to the punch when it comes to breaking news. So actually this is probably good for, like, this is MSNBC being honest, but they're going to pay for it. They're going to get criticized for it. Trumpies are going to be like, oh, you're trying to cover it up. You're trying to pretend like he wasn't you were just hoping that you could change the story. What? No, they're waiting for fucking confirmatory details.
That it was that they offered no.
Look, I'm not a huge fan of MSNBC. I'm constantly criticizing different of their personalities, but in this case, I think they did the right thing.
Further details in that statement, and we're trying to get in touch with them right now to understand why they are calling this an attempted assassination against former President Trump. But that's what they're saying, and they have this person is in custody, and the FBI is responding, and so that's obviously a very significant moment in this story, an attempted assassination attempt of the former president. Alex.
Ken, let me ask you something, and if you're not able to answer this, I will go next to Frank Figliuzzi with the FBI, because this again is reporting you're saying from the FBI.
I would love to see a map where they correctly labeled the holes and correctly identified where the shooter was. Gun Club Estates? Wait, what the fuck is that? That's a weird name for... oh, the airport's right there, too. Simon Pierre, the 99% was getting on my nerves. Well, you have cured us. You have cured us of the 99%. I mean, we are the 99%, but... You know what I'm saying, right? The newsfeed seems frozen. Oh, I know why. I figured it's because my computer's old as fuck. That's why.
The words attempted assassination, how broadly might that be applied? Because we don't have any indication that a shot was fired at the former president. Could it include anybody who may have wished to do harm, somebody who wasn't able to get close enough to do harm, but somebody who clearly had something terrible with their intent? Could that be classified as an attempted assassination?
Well, Alex, it would go beyond a mere wish or even a threat. Obviously, there has to be some plotting involved, and here you have a man with an AR-style weapon, so in the vicinity of the president. So that we know. We know those facts. What we didn't know or don't know is whether this person fired any shots or attempted to fire any shots and the gun jammed, and what other information the FBI has from, for example, mobile devices, text messaging, and then there's this report from the sheriff of another person arrested on the highway. So the FBI obviously knows a lot more than we do right now, and they're calling it an attempted assassination, which suggests obviously intent. So that's the picture. It isn't just someone who made a threat or who may have had an inclination. It's concrete steps that were taken, including, we know, a person with a gun in proximity to Mr. Trump, Alex.
Now, like I said before, while this is an important story and it is good that Trump is okay, no matter how we feel about him, political violence is something that cannot and should not and will not be tolerated.
You don't. You sound like such...
It is clear that Donald Trump will use the next couple of days to try...
Libs, you don't need to do this. You don't need to be like, yo, of course, yeah, of course you're not. That's why you're libs. You're not, nobody's accusing you. Except for fucking Trump people. And this gives credence to them saying, oh, you compared Trump to Hitler. Look, you should compare him to Hitler. All right? He's absolutely targeting he's doing the shit that Hitler did. Right? And that doesn't mean he's literally fucking Hitler, because I don't think that, the ghost of Hitler, reincarnated itself in Trump's body, but God damn.
To only talk about this, and sure, it would be important if he were doing so in a way that is addressing gun violence, and instead he will likely just be talking about himself and trying to use this to prop up his failing campaign. But with that said, I want to make sure that we're focused on what really matters in this campaign, which is the issues, which is policy, which is how we can move our country forward. And that is exactly what Pete Buttigieg had to say this morning in a clip that I want to check out.
Very clear. That community and the very real people who are dealing with some really ugly stuff right now, like the bomb threats, are having that inflicted on them as part of the strategy from a campaign that wants to talk about anything but their actual record and their actual agenda. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance cannot afford for this campaign to be about things like how Donald Trump eliminated the...
So what do you think? The future of the Democratic Party? I sure fucking hope not. I think that, I don't know, libs love this guy. Libs love Buttigieg. He does the thing that Shapiro does where they emulate Obama's cadence. And I just, I don't know. I don't think he's charismatic. Maybe it's just me, to each their own. I don't think Trump is charismatic, right? Obviously, a lot of people. So I could be wrong. Maybe everybody else finds this guy super charming. I find Buttigieg unnerving and creepy, right? I'm not saying he actually is creepy. I'm just saying that I don't see what libs see when they say this guy's going to be president someday. He can win. He's got the, he's like, they somehow think that because he's got the Obama cadence, he's got the Obama Riz, and he doesn't even close to have it.
And continues to leave the door open to signing a national abortion ban. They definitely don't want this campaign to be about things like how we had a manufacturing recession under Donald Trump and what we have to do to keep the manufacturing boom that is going on right now going. These are not things they want to be talking about. Obviously,
you know who he reminds me of is fucking Agent Smith. And here's the irony, chat. People speculate based on his resume that this guy might have actually been in the CIA. Like, he fits the profile. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go off on a conspiracy theory. I don't know anything for sure, right? And I'm not one of the people speculating about it, but I have heard people say that, based on his military experience and his corporate experience, he fits the profile of somebody that would be part of the working for the company, right? And he seems like Agent Smith. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Does he give you that Agent Smith feel? I don't
want to be talking about
He's going to be like Mr. Anderson. There are two people. Only one of them can leave the room.
Particulars
of God, I can't remember the fucking line from the Matrix
because they don't have one. They have this so-called concept of a plan that he keeps saying is around the corner. He's been saying that, I think, for 9 years. So they need to get us talking about something else. The crazier, the better. And they go for something that is so outrageous that you actually can't ignore it. The media can't ignore what's going on because very real pain has been inflicted and fear, by the way, on people in this community and other communities around the country. And yet, if we take the bait and are completely diverted by it, then we're not talking about what this campaign is supposed to be about, which is the future of the American people.
Let's talk again. While the events of today are scary and we will learn more, and I will report as much as I can as the story develops.
What do you think, Chad? What is your take? No Obama Riz says, Trump's own running mate compared him to Hitler. Oh, that's true, F. Ferris. Good point. Yeah. I always forget about that. J.D. Vance, called, compared Trump to, said that he sometimes thinks that Trump might be America's Hitler. Fascists famously hate political violence and love the exchange of their political with their good point. Double Dostoevsky.
It is the focus of this campaign, not what is going
Donald Rumsfeld chick finding the weapons of mass destruction
on with Donald Trump, but what will be
pantyhose on a hanger
in the lives of the American people based on who wins the presidency. That is what matters most. It is not conspiracies that MAGA will likely push about this shooting, and I am already seeing coming out, but it is what is important is talking about the issues, which is what Kamala Harris is doing. Her response to this attempted assassination that the FBI is calling it was to try to say that we need to move forward and stop political violence. Donald Trump's has not been that, and MAGA's won't be.
Look, so I say, and I will continue to say, that it is worth your consideration, if you live in a swing state especially, to weaponize your vote to deny Donald Trump another 4 years. And that would be, yes, by voting for Kamala Harris, right? She has a lot of shortcomings. I talk about them constantly, but I do think that there is a utility in what I'm saying. That being said, this is not that, she's great on what did he say? Oh my God. Just something irks me.
Will likely push about this.
She talks about the issues. Yeah. No, she doesn't. She talks about vibes. All right. She avoids the issues because she doesn't want to promise too much and be on the hook to actually fulfill those policy prerogatives. Right. That being said, she's still better than Trump. All right. I just if you're going to glaze her up, the point of glazing is that she's not Trump. That's her big selling point, right? Is that she's not Trump.
Shooting, and I am already seeing coming out. But it is what is important is talking about the issues, which is what Kamala Harris is doing. Her response to this attempted assassination that the FBI is calling it.
I mean, she's gesturing towards the issues. She's mentioning the issues. What she's not doing is getting down to brass tacks. And she doesn't want to do that, and she won't do that. And I've told you the reason I think that is, right? That she is walking a fine line between what the party establishment wants, what the donors want, and what the people want. And she doesn't want to overpromise and be on the line to do something truly progressive because, she's needing the support of the Democratic Party, institution. So, but that being said, right? I still think it's worth voting for her to get rid of Trump, right? That's all I'm gonna say. I just can't take it when libs are like, oh no, she's so good at she talks about the issues. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
Just to try to say that we need to move forward and stop political violence. Donald Trump's has not been that, and MAGA's won't be. So instead of letting them distract us with conspiracy theories, we need to move forward, always talking about the issues, always focused on how we can better this country. And that's what we're going to be talking about every single day on this show. Like I said, I made a correction to a video we did earlier because the information changed. And so I did not want information that wasn't accurate to be out there. I appreciate y'all's support, knowing that I will only ever bring you information that I know is verifiably true. And it ever changes based on FBI reporting. Of course, I will stick to that first and foremost. Thank you all for watching. And until next time.
All right, there we go. So we're comparing like the Kamala Biden Vance response to the incident to the Trump response. I honestly expected it to be more unhinged given the title. I guess I got clickbaited. Oh well, he's got beautiful audio. He's got wonderful audio. His audio is great. All right, I got very few bad words for his audio, but anyway, we are done with that segment, which means that if you are watching me in the shorts chat, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, I gave you the wrong thing. I gave you the wrong link. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Oh my God. I'm like trying to do this. Literally try again. All right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Give me another chance. Here's the link that I was trying to send you to. I'm giving you Google Trends. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. That's the link that I want you to hit. I'm inviting all of you in Shorts chat, right? So Shorts chat is about to end. Shorts stream is about to end, but we will continue in the full-scale stream, which I am now inviting you all to join us in. And I'm going to delete the trends. So yeah, there's the link. I'm going to pin it. There we go. Wait, come on. Pin message. There we go. So it's pinned. Hit the pinned link, hit the link in chat, come join us in the full-scale stream, and we're going to finish out with some Loomer content. We're going to watch Lauren Loomer, and then we're going to watch, I think Brianna Wu. It looks strongly, you know, it's like if I was a weather forecaster, I would say mostly cloudy with a chance of Wu, or with a strong chance, mostly Wu with a chance of, wait, what did I say? Yeah, mostly cloudy with a strong chance of Wu, something like that, right? That's what I would say. So yeah, get in there, grab that link, join us over on the full-scale stream, and I'll see you up the trail. I sound like Vivek Ramaswamy. Can we get that? Like, Vivek Ramaswamy rap. Let's try this majority. I know Majority Report's got it.
Thought he wasn't going to take the bait at first, like he was, because, and I was
just
like,
went with that platitude of like, I'm sort of doing that on the camp.
Gold in my basement.
It also doesn't rhyme.
I'm not pretending to be a freestyle rapper as Vivek. When he was, can we just watch Ducey at the end? I almost want to zoom in on him as he's trying to jam out to this.
Us on the campaign trail. You know, you want to join us on the campaign trail, you can do that. It's I often open up, I say my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So
I'm
afraid he's gonna bite his tongue. Do you see Ducey
right now? What are you doing?
He's gonna bite his tongue.
Some friends join.
Get this man a pacifier.
Oh my God!
Allow me.
He's gonna grind his teeth. What is he on?
Do some freestyle too. Okay.
Yeah.
He took a double stack.
Based on my name is Sam. My name is Sam.
That rhymes with ham.
Sam.
Good job.
With Sam. Thank you.
I don't like spam.
Like, it seemed like he started, and then he
in my email
caught up, and the meter sort of fell off. And I think DC didn't know he was being rapped at for a little bit there, but
Well, then I couldn't tell if he was saying, "Join us on the campaign trail, so you can be on the campaign trail."
Wait, let's see this.
In college, you were, I've seen the video, you were a libertarian rapper.
Libertarian rapper, just like President Sunday. Just like Sunday.
Well, look, the things they're digging up, they're going deep. And I have to say, some of these opposition research stories are false, but I will confirm that one.
One in chat if you're disappointed that I didn't cover Bo Blacks today. Is anybody sad about that?
One is true. I was a little bit of a libertarian freestyler in college and had some fun with it.
Do you
That's
remember
accurate.
any of that rap, or do you have some freestyling to do today?
Look, oh my God. We're gonna watch the rap. When the rap ends, Shorts chat will end, and I'll see you up the trail.
But it's not like a kind of thing you remember, right? You just say what you're
Feel it.
to say.
You feel it. Yeah, it's the
I like that's kind of what I'm doing on the campaign trail in some senses, freestyling my message.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead. You want to join us on the campaign trail? You want to join us on the campaign trail? You can do that. I often open up. I say my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Oh, he's so good.
Oh no, he rhymed. Trail.
Maybe our dude, chat. Maybe our dude. That fucking. I keep on clicking on the wrong one. That's not him. That's not him. Wait, this is him. Chat. I keep on clicking for some reason. I keep on clicking on the wrong link. Right, but like maybe our dude, was actually convinced to support Vivek Ramaswamy by his rap stylings. Right. Maybe he was like he was about to go Democrat, but then he heard Vivek, rhyme trail with trail, and he was just like, it's so good. It's so good. It's so, I can't resist, right? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna A-B this. All right. Anyway, we're gonna end the short stream. We're gonna meet in the full scale. Oh, I almost ended the wrong stream. That would have been silly. Here, end the short stream. Boom. See you out the trail. And we're going to take a look at Laura Loomer. I wanted to get to this last night, chat. I am so glad that people donated to allow me to... Wait, where is this? I'm looking for my... Looking for my playlist here. Is it here? Yes. There it is. Laura Loomer.
Tonight, Trump doubling.
Are you ready for Laura Loomer? Right, this is a big mega mix of Laura Loomer content. We're gonna watch this, and then we're gonna watch Brianna Wu.
Down on the base list.
I think, unless something else wins, right? It would take a miracle. It would take a big donation to displace Wu. It would be funny. It would be hilarious if somebody came in here at the last minute and was like, breathe into your balls for like $70 super chat to breathe into your balls. And I was like, oh, I guess that's winning instead. But like, no, I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's likely. It looks like Brianna Wu, you're finally going to win tonight. You're no longer going to be a loser. We won't be able to make fun of Brianna Wu anymore.
Claim that Haitian immigrants in Ohio
Grand Theft Autobot says, I will not buy his album ever.
are eating people's pets.
Why does he got to go and ruin hip hop, right? Yeah, what rhymes with orange? Deranged, kind of.
Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
One calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese.
Oh crap! We got to remember to watch this.
You know where the geese are?
They're taking the geese. They're taking the dogs. They're taking the cats.
In the park in the lake.
They're in the park, but the Haitians are walking off with them, so you can't see the geese anymore because they've all been eaten. They've all been eaten by a Haitian.
and even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog's been stolen.
Trump's comments coming just a day after Ohio's Republican governor, Governor DeWine, came out and said that there is zero evidence to back these claims. One of the first people to push this story before Trump or Vance, though. So we know how.
There she is. There she is, sitting right next to Trump on the plane. He looks weird in the. This doesn't even look like. This looks like a Trump impersonator. It looks like a Lauren Loomer impersonator. These people look so different every time I see them. What's up with them? Look, here's what he said.
They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Hassan called her Baby Gronk?
And this is what's happening in our country. Cat dog. They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. Cat dog, cat dog.
Anyway, that's Mono Neon with the he takes everything that comes like every viral video and he turns it into like a song. People say that they get like Parliament Funkadelic vibes from this. I agree. It does remind me of Parliament, but it also reminds me of Frank Zappa. Anybody else see the Frank Zappa? Yeah, this is some sick bass. Omega Star with the 300 bits with the 30 extra bits from Twitch. Twitch just like threw in some bits. Thank you, Omega Star, and thank you, Twitch. Wait, what is your... You're eating the pets.
They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Do you hear the Frank Zappa? Anyway, not to take anything away from Mono Neon, his art style is unique. What is this? Mono Neon's art manifesto? This is the third version. Don't beat yourself up too bad. It's all right to talk good things to yourself. Let them hear and see where you're at. No matter what your journey you're on, you sound in your visual. Sound Neon Festo. Sound to be destroyed. Inspired by Man Ray's object to be destroyed. Oh wait, is that like, what is that? Man Ray's like art? Day glow mind all the time, ya neon. Personal iconography is your friend. Your visual, your culture, and the quilted one. Autonomy, determination, imagination. All right, that's a positive message from Neon. Oh no, there he is again. There he is again. There he is again. There he is again. We can't get away from this guy. He's eaten too many. He's eaten the dogs. He's eaten the cats. He's eaten the sugary snacks of the people that live there. Anyway, we got Lauren Loomer to get to. Let's watch this.
Started. Well, right-wing activist Laura Loomer. She notably flew
it's pretty actually pretty catchy. It's like 5 minutes long.
Philadelphia with Trump before the debate. She was with him, and she's now taking a lot of heat from Republicans.
Wait, the debate song with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I know, what is this? Drums like Zappa?
Her of feeding Trump conspiracy theories.
The syncopation reminds you of Zappa.
This piece you'll see first out front.
The official drink of America First.
So that's Slippery Nick. A friend of Destiny, friend of Stardust, friend of Ninetales. Like, what the fuck? Wait, what's that about? Oh my god, chat.
This is far-right activist Laura Loomer and white nationalist Nick Fuentes cheering to
the hostile. What are they drinking? Are those root beer floats? Because if not, if that's beer, they need to. Somebody mispoured that. Is that beer?
Take over the Republican Party.
Absolutely. And they're not wrong. Both met personally with Donald Trump. I first met Loomer in 2017 at an event for manosphere influencer Mike Cernovich.
Friend of Dorothy, quite possible. Some people say.
At the time, Loomer was an activist who'd celebrated the deaths of Muslim migrants.
It's a stout, but you're not supposed to drink the head, are you? It's a shit pouring of beer. I think so too. Either that or it's a fucking root beer float.
But she was being harassed by white nationalist trolls.
She didn't bring Jacob Wool, fake friend.
Because she's a Jewish woman. Since then, she's taken a strange trajectory, with years somewhat in obscurity because
Could it be Guinness? Do you drink the head on Guinness?
She'd been banned from so many social
Eating the pets
like Twitter.
of the
When
people.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, she came back. She does stunts like ambush interviews.
Frank, why aren't you supporting President Trump? I'm a successful investigative journalist.
Loomer recently told CNN she's not anti-Muslim. Now, some might dispute that she's entered the mainstream, but she's reached the former president's elite inner circle. Flying to the presidential debate on Trump's plane, and to New York as he observed the anniversary of 9/11. A notable appearance since Loomer has pushed the false conspiracy theory that 9/11 was an inside job.
Wait, why did they do it that way? It's almost like they showed the tweet, but then they like have it come up. It's almost like they're trying to redact it or something. You do drink the head, really? For Guinness? Is it good? Does it make your stomach upset? I actually don't know. Look, I honestly hope Ninetales finds her way, right? I supported her. I actually really enjoyed some of her debates until she came on my stream and tried to use it to like justify debating Nazis on Cozy. And I'm just like, no, you cannot fucking do that. Like, you cannot come on my stream and be like, yeah, this is my praxis. I'm debating the Nazis on Cozy. And I'm just like, no, Ninetales, no. And it turned into this big fight. And the next thing I knew, she was like accusing like one of my friends of having black privilege. No fucking shit. Right? At first, I'm just kind of like, well, she's just got really bad ideas, right? She's on the left, but she's debating Nazis. She thinks that's somehow a good thing, but, you know, she's still ideologically sound. And then I find out, no, she's not ideologically sound. Anybody who thinks that black privilege is a thing is nowhere near ideologically sound. So I just had to cut it off at that point. People got mad at me for going hard on her in that debate, but I'm seriously, you come on my stream and you try to talk up like the idea of fucking debating Nazis on Cozy. I am not going to be amenable to you at all, right? And I feel like I was born out. I feel like I was confirmed correct. But yeah, it hurt. I cared about her. Okay, I really liked Ninetales, and it sucks that she got, you know, I don't know. Yeah, she literally like was like arguing about something with my friend, and she's like, "Oh yeah, well you got black privilege. What do you think about that?" Like, what the fuck is black privilege, Ninetales? Like, goddamn. Look, people just need to stay away from Nick Fuentes. How hard is that? How much is this to ask? Destiny, Stardust, Ninetales, stay the fuck away from Fuentes. What are you fucking thinking? Right? Destiny literally helped motherfucker come back from obscurity. Nick Fuentes was nobody. Nick Fuentes was nothing. And Destiny's like, oh, I'd like to debate him. Like, right? Thanks a lot, Destiny, you fucking asshole. This is your fault.
She's been seen with Trump a lot.
We're here at Bedminster. I'm with the greatest president ever.
After rumors circulated among right-wing Twitter users.
Simon Pierre says you're not supposed to have a head. It's supposed to still be the beer and give its creaminess. Give it its creaminess.
Including Loomer, that Haitian immigrants
eating the dogs. They're eating the pets.
Repeated the claim in the debate.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
I am never going to be able to hear him say that again. I'm never going to be able to listen to this like clip from the debate without imagining that bass line superimposed on it.
I spoke to Loomer before the debate. She told me she's attacked as a childless woman who devotes all her time to a man who will never pay attention to her, meaning...
Well, I mean, like, according to Milo, he's paying a little bit of attention. And by attention, I mean he's, like, letting her... He's letting her blow him, apparently, according to Milo.
Trump. But Trump does pay attention to her and reads her reports.
Laura, how are you? You look so beautiful, as always. You don't want to be lumered. If you're lumered, you're in deep trouble.
Oh, I thought he said lubered. Yeah, lumered. Mr. Botticelli maybe thinks he's the... What does Hassan call him? Last night, Hassan had a really good, like... Thinks he's the version of the Batman who needs the Joker to exist. I guess, right? He wanted to go back to his, like, epic debates, you know, back when people liked him. And it's like, people liked you because you weren't Divorcelli. No, he called him something else. Like, right, last night when we were watching Hassan, Bonarelli, thank you. Narwhal by nature, you genius for remembering that. I couldn't, yeah, Mr. Bonercelli. Bonercelli. Something like that.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Laura Loomer.
She ran for Congress twice and lost. But she told me she built a constituency among the very pro-Trump voters in the Villages, a retirement community that's important in Florida.
So she was trying to be the representative of Congress for the Villages. You know what I'm talking about? The retirement community in Florida that in 2016 massively voted for Trump. Now, supposedly there's more events where there's more Kamala events this year. So, like, I don't know, Kamala's kind of making a comeback in the Villages, but I still think it's heavily, I think it's like 60% Trump.
The Republican politics. She called them...
Milo does sleep with all the MAGA dudes in the closet, so he probably does have a lot... Oh, yes. Milo knows everything.
Boomers for Loomer. And they were paying attention.
But I'm still not going to debate him.
When she began attacking Governor Ron DeSantis for having the temerity to run for president against Trump.
You are never going to be president of the United States of America.
Loomer told me one of her donors let it slip that DeSantis was running for president in 2021. So on the first stop on the DeSantis book tour, she stood in front with a Trump sign and a t-shirt. Despite her new closeness to the former president, some pro-Trump Republicans are very against her.
Her rhetoric and her tone does not match the base.
So yeah, this is the big beef that she's gotten into. And look, I feel like with MTG, like, look, as much as she's right, Laura Loomer is racist. That thing that she wrote about Kamala and the curry, that making the White House smell like curry, she's right. That's racist as fuck, right? I'm amazed that a racist like MTG is calling it out, but I feel like MTG's motivation here, it's got to be jealousy. It's got to be jealousy. She always wanted to be Donald Trump's ride or die, and instead it's Laura Loomer, and that's got to burn her up inside.
Does not match MAGA, does not match most Republicans I know, and I'm completely denouncing it. I'm over it.
I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ellie, saying that.
Oh my God, I know what you mean, Simone Pierre.
Is something, right? I mean, as loyal and big of a MAGA as.
Oh yeah, the Arby's in her pants. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Graham today called her comments disturbing. Does she carry in?
Oh wait, this is the what's her name? She's from Vice.
Influence with others in the Republican Party, and you know what do they think about her right now? Seemingly incredible closeness to Trump.
Well, she told me that when she met J.D. Vance, he hugged
Elle Reeve. Yeah, I've seen her on a lot of Vice stuff.
Even though she was, in her words, a childless dog lady. Now, she also thinks that she's been held on...
Does she have curly fries for genitals? I hope not.
...free of the MAGA media world, doesn't get those prime speaking slots in conservative conferences. But her work is reaching, like, regular people. Last year...
Hi, Dr. Oboculus.
In the presidential primary, I talked to this man in his 70s who proclaimed, Laura Loomer has destroyed the DeSantis campaign, like, almost with a touch of pride.
Yeah, she Loomered DeSantis.
Wow, it is really incredible to watch all of this, and obviously, you know, in her wanting to have conversations with you, Ellie. Thank you so much.
Oh, Ellie, I'm sorry, I mispronounced her name.
There is a growing feud that is playing out in public today, and it's really exposing tensions between Donald Trump's allies. Far-right activist Laura Loomer was seen with Trump yesterday at events commemorating 9/11, despite the fact that she previously spread conspiracy theories about those very terrorist attacks.
Yeah, she posted on social media saying that it was an inside job. She was also seen getting off his plane. You see the video here. This is in Philadelphia, just ahead of the debate. Some of Loomer's comments, though, have proven to be too extreme for some.
Look, I'm not going to participate in the discourse around, like, Laura Loomer's looks, but I will say that she looks like 5 different women, depending on what picture. You know what I'm saying? Like, she looks like the master of fucking disguise. And I don't know how she, you know, I mean, obviously her hair is, you know, here she's got the purple in her hair and the magenta in her hair. But she, yeah, depending on where when you see her, she looks like a totally different person.
MAGA world, CNN's Manu Raju's following this story. Manu, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is not holding back going after Loomer, and now other Republicans are joining her. What are they saying?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone herself who has been very outspoken, very controversial.
Oh, fuck, she has a channel.
Laura Loomer has been going.
Laura Loomer has a YouTube channel.
Does not represent the MAGA movement, does not represent former President Donald Trump. This in the aftermath of her racist post about Kamala Harris's Indian heritage. That was too much for Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then afterwards, Loomer went to attack her on social media. So I asked her about this feud between those two, and this is what MTG said to me just moments ago.
I have concerns about her rhetoric and her hateful tone. To me, many of the comments that she makes and how she attacks Republicans like me.
To be real, I've never seen MTG so buttoned up.
Many other Republicans that are strong supporters of President Trump, I think they're a huge problem. And that doesn't represent MAGA as a whole.
She's still traveled with the former president. Would you encourage Trump not to keep close contact with her?
You know, Laura Loomer has lost 2 Republican congressional campaigns, one in a general and one in a primary. And this is such an important election. I don't think that she has the experience or the right mentality to advise a very important presidential election. But I do know this, that her rhetoric and her tone does not match the base, does not match MAGA, does not match most Republicans I know. And I am completely denouncing it. I'm over it. And I would encourage anyone else that matches her statements to stop.
But Trump himself was indeed traveling with Laura Loomer in the way to Tuesday's debate. And he's someone that she has been within his inner circle, and someone has causing clearly concerns, not just among Marjorie Taylor Greene, but also other people who are aligned with Donald Trump, worried about his alliance with someone who espouses such extreme rhetoric, racist rhetoric, pushes conspiracy theories and the like. This is what Senator Lindsey Graham just moments ago told our colleague Ted Barrett here on Capitol Hill. He said, I think what she said about Kamala Harris and the White House is abhorrent, but he said it's deeper than that. He said she says some things about Republicans too. And he went on to say about Trump, he would serve himself well to make sure that she doesn't become a bigger story. So a clear concerns among some of Trump's closest allies that he's getting too close to her and that he needs to show some distance. Guys.
Interesting, Manu. And that Marjorie Taylor Greene is drawing a line at what acceptable rhetoric is, and it appears to be Jewish space lasers, but not this. Manu Raju live for us on the Hill. Thank you so much. Joining us now is Jessalyn Cook. She's the author of The Quiet Damage, QAnon and the Destruction of the American Family. Jessalyn, Laura Loomer, as we just mentioned, seen getting off of Trump's plane. She had this tweet out, a source telling CNN she has the former president's number. She has used it. What is the effect of Trump spending time with and elevating someone like this?
It's a really puzzling strategy. Obviously, when Marjorie Taylor Greene is the voice of reason, that's cause for alarm.
That is disturbing.
Are stunned by this. And what she's doing, what Laura
truly disturbing.
Normalizing and spreading these really detrimental conspiracy theories. Even the conspiracy theory we heard on the debate stage on Tuesday night from Donald Trump that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio are abducting and eating people's pets. Reporting suggests that he is picking up this kind of rhetoric from Laura Loomer, who is...
Yeah. So that's our best guess as far as like what brought this to Trump's attention. Obviously, a lot of the right was chirping about this, but this was kind of her thing. This was her pet issue.
Posting these conspiracy theories before he took the stage.
And I'm wondering, since you brought up what he said on the debate stage about Haitian immigrants in Ohio eating pets, how do conspiracy theories like that, of that ilk, originate, and which ones are seemingly amplified more than others on social media and interviews and obviously on the debate stage?
A lot of the time it starts out with fringe figures online, increasingly more popular mainstream far-right influencers like Laura Loomer, repeating these wild falsehoods that kind of trickle their way up through the system, coming eventually out of the potential future president of the United States' mouth. And there's real offline harm to these conspiracy theories. Just today, we saw there's a bomb threat in Springfield, Ohio. Reportedly, the caller was frustrated over Haitian immigration, and it led to schools closing, it led to city buildings closing. And even after that happened, Laura Loomer then went back on X and suggested that Haitian immigrants are not only eating pets, but eating people, just pushing wildly baseless, false, harmful claims.
And again, that is like one of the oldest, like, racist tropes out there. Literal fucking cannibal trope.
And so, Jesselyn, I wonder if is there a way, and you've written about this, you've looked at people who have been taken in by conspiracy theories.
They're eating
Is there a way to inoculate them against
the
this
pets.
kind of disinformation, and is there a way to bring them out of it once they've fallen for it?
There is, and I would note that Laura Loomer is not someone who I think has been brainwashed. I think she's generally someone doing the brainwashing. She is a malicious actor in this sphere, but a lot of people...
Yo, Moe Noip with the MTG emote.
For truth online, they see stuff like this, they see it legitimized by Donald Trump, and they believe it to be true. And you see these individuals ushered into online echo chambers algorithmically. And so to help someone who's gone deep into the conspiracy theory world get out, you need to understand how they got in. And so often it's about trying to engage them in offline activities, trying to get them hobbies that pull them away from their computer.
Dr. Urbaculus says, I love that MTG is getting on a camera since the first time in forever to throw shade at Laura Loomer.
And separate them from this very distorted version of reality that we're all traveling different versions of online.
That's really interesting. Jesselyn, always great to have you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Tonight, some of Donald Trump's most ardent allies are raising serious concerns about a far-right provocateur and promoter of conspiracy theories who's made her way into the former president's inner circle right now. Her name is Laura Loomer, and she's been seen traveling with Trump twice in the past few days alone. Her views are considered extreme, even by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I feel like CNN and MSNBC, if they're not careful, they're going to make her cool. Right, the way that they're talking about her is like the way that, like, centrist media talked about Trump. You know, when they were like hoping that Jeb Bush or Ted Cruz or some Republican was gonna win.
Who's calling Loomer's rhetoric a huge problem and arguing that
never break up a girl fight.
The MAGA movement. Our political experts.
Well, wait.
Right now, along with
unless I'm getting my ass kicked, right?
With CNN's chief.
You can break that up.
Media analyst Brian Stelter, who's back here at CNN. Welcome back, Brian.
Thank you.
CNN. Good to have you back. I want to start with.
Okay, why do I always think it was Stelter who did the spanky on stream? It's not Stelter, is it? It's somebody else. No, because it was somebody with a name that actually sounds like what he did. I can't remember who this was, chat. Who was what's up, Squall? Great to see MTG not giving HJ a hand job in front of Oh my God, yeah.
We've been
Oh, wait, no, that's not MTG. Squall, you're mixing MTG up with Lauren Boebert.
seen Loomer in Trump's inner circle in recent days. Who is she, and what are some of the
Is she his type? Because Trump, does Trump even have a type? Did Stelter do something weird? I don't think it was Stelter. I think I'm mixing him up with somebody else. I can't remember, but the dude's name, like, it sounds like a euphemism for masturbation. I can't remember what his name was, though. It wasn't Stelter. It was somebody else.
conspiracy theories she has been promoting out there that Trump has now publicly elevated by bringing her into his inner circle?
That's right. She's a self-promoting far-right performer who has a long history of racist and Islamophobic commentary. She's also a failed congressional candidate in Florida. She's the type of person
Jeffrey Toobin
would not have been the subject of national news.
Yeah, no, sorry, Stelter did nothing wrong. I'm sorry for... Well, I always get it mixed up, though, with Jeffrey Toobin for I don't know what reason. But yeah, Toobin was on a Zoom call, and I guess he didn't realize that he was still on. He was broadcasting, and he went to town with himself, and he got fired. I feel bad about bringing it up because, like, obviously he didn't mean to do. I don't think he was trying to sexually harass anybody. I think he just, like, legitimately didn't realize he was on. It's so embarrassing. But yeah, Toobin. That's what the name. Like it feels like it should be some kind of reference. Like that's what we should call masturbating on Zoom is Toobin. Like, you know, if you accidentally show yourself enjoying yourself on Zoom, it's called Toobin. You were caught Toobin.
Shouting into the void on some obscure social network. But nowadays, partly because of the Trump movement and because Trump has brought her on into the inner circle, she is a newsworthy figure and someone deserving of this kind of scrutiny. For example, here's a recent post from...
Okay, so Stelter's making a good point, right? That with this kind of person, if you, especially as a cable news host, like give her an inordinate attention, she will use that for her far right fan base to be like, oh, look at how cool I am. Like Brian Stelter hates me. So that's actually based. He's actually right about that, right? He understands that. But yeah, now that she's Trump's side piece, is that right? Side bitch. Oh no, she's a side bitch. I'm sorry, chat. I'm getting mean. I shouldn't say stuff like that. But yeah, now it's probably, yeah, she's mainstream enough to...
Promoting that racist lie about Haitians in Ohio, referring to cannibalistic Haitians stealing and eating people's pets. We know that's been debunked, but it didn't stop Loomer from pushing the lie. Here's another, and that is the kind of thing that we've seen travel, perhaps, from the likes of Loomer to Trump. Now, here's another example that was very disturbing. In 2023, Loomer calling 9/11 an inside job, promoting a...
I love that that's what they hang up on, right? That is, like, by far not the worst thing that she said.
Long conspiracy theory. And then there she was earlier this week at the 9/11 commemoration at the ceremony in New York. This raised a lot of eyebrows given Loomer's history.
But it is ironic considering that she attended the 9/11 memorial with Trump.
Promoting conspiracy theories. Those are a couple of the examples, Wolf, of Loomer potentially influencing the former president.
And Brian, let me follow up. We're now seeing some Republican lawmakers like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Senator Lindsey Graham, for that matter, distance themselves publicly from Laura Loomer.
Oh, yeah, and you should have seen what she said about Lindsey Graham. She basically was like, we both like men, right, Lindsey?
After she tweeted about Kamala Harris's Indian American heritage and cooking. What about that?
That's right, and I'm sorry to read this one out loud. It's pretty gross, but here's what she posted about Kamala Harris, saying, if Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry and White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center, and it goes on and on, clearly touching on racial prejudice there. It is notable that the likes of Marjorie Taylor...
It goes on and on, just like the likes on the stream have gone on and on to 79. Can we get those to 100 by the end of the stream, though? That's my question. Do you think we can hit 100 likes?
Greene have tried to distance the GOP from Loomer. Here's what Greene said.
I have concerns about her rhetoric and her hateful tone. To me, many of the comments that she makes and how she attacks Republicans like me, many other Republicans that are strong supporters of President Trump, I think they're a huge problem.
I like the smell of curry too, Random Girl 3PO. I agree with you.
And that doesn't represent MAGA as a whole.
For years, we have been covering Marjorie Taylor Greene's conspiracy theories and her history of offensive and controversial statements. And yet she seems to know that it is smart politically to try to distance from the likes of Laura Loomer. Like I said, Wolf, Loomer's a failed congressional candidate. She's a troll who lives on the internet trying to get attention. She once actually handcuffed herself to the offices of Twitter, protesting the fact that Twitter banned her. That's the kind of internet persona she is.
That's hilarious.
But because Trump has brought her in,
Trump wants his own Laura Trump.
She is a newsworthy subject.
And that raises the question, Alyssa, why is Donald Trump associating himself with someone like Laura Loomer, who has a long history of making...
Oh my God. Can you figure it out? Can you figure it out? Trump's racist, Wolf. He's fucking... I know you're not allowed to say it as a mainstream media figure. That like makes you biased, but he's fucking objectively racist.
So Laura Loomer is somebody who was a bit of a presence in the 2016 campaign. She tried to get access around.
We're at 81.
Throughout his,
Look at that.
Tried to during his first term. But I think this underscores how different a second Trump term would be than at first. Adults in the room, the Mike Pences on the campaign and when in the White House, would not have let this person around the president. They would speak out on the fact that this is not somebody who should be advising him, that she's dangerous, she's polarizing, she espouses blatantly racist beliefs.
He's pretty far right too.
And it just seems like those guardrails have come off. Do
you think Trump will demand prima noctis with Laura Trump? Oh no.
Picture of Susie Wiles standing next to her. And Susie Wiles is a serious, thoughtful operative. And I cannot imagine for a minute she thinks that this is a person who should be in Donald Trump's ear. And by the way, during the debate when he, infamously said they're eating cats and dogs, once I learned that Laura Loomer had traveled with him, it made sense because oftentimes the last person in Donald Trump's ear is the person that he ends up espousing what they want him to say.
When you say the last person in Trump's ear, like with Laura Loomer, you're definitely talking about her mouth on his fucking ear.
There is a major risk to this.
That's a little different than just like I don't know, like Stephen Miller whispering sweet nothings to Trump, right?
Person being anywhere near a potential future president of the United States.
Megan, the White House today called Trump's associating...
Yo, Detroit by Dark, thank you for the follow.
Laura Loomer repugnant, that was the word. What does it say to you that Kamala Harris hasn't yet waded into this?
Look, I don't think she needs to weigh into this.
Yeah, no.
Who he wants to surround himself with is his business. It just shows the American people who he is and what his character is. Those aren't the people that she surrounds herself with. Also, it's telling that actual Republican...
I feel like a shitty thing if you are, like in the same way that you didn't hear Obama call people out for racism even when they were being racist to him. Kamala's kind of in the same bind, right? She's got to sit there. She's got to be above it all. And that's a shitty thing, right? When we think about it, like the fact that our political dynamics are such that as a minority candidate of any kind, you can't punch back on it. You can't be like, that is fucking racist, right? You gotta be like, I'm not bothered by it. I'm not noticing it. It doesn't matter. You gotta be above it somehow. And it sucks because you should be able to call it out.
Conservative Republicans that worked with him in the White House before don't support him. His own vice.
Luckily people do not like it. Luckily it is not overall a positive when somebody says something like that. Americans do not overall react well to the racist, thing that she's saying, but they wouldn't react well to Kamala calling it out, and that fucking sucks.
The president doesn't support him. He doesn't have the support of the traditional Republican Party, so he is going to these extreme people because those are the people who are telling him what he wants to hear. The vice president doesn't need to get involved in this because that's just not who her character is, and she doesn't listen to people. It's just.
Is it because she's Donald Trump's Monica Lewinsky? That's what Milo says.
More about that Donald Trump is listening to these racist people, and he's also being racist with these horrible statements that are coming out on the debate and on Twitter and Truth Social. So it's just. It's just telling of who he is, and I just think it's repugnant that we're even giving her time discussing her relevance.
It's interesting, Brian, that this is, as you and I well know, this is certainly not the first time Trump has been criticized for associating with rather hateful figures like Laura Loomer. Do you think enough attention is getting paid to all of this right now?
I would tell you on 9.
Oh yeah, Monica was definitely fucked over by Bill Clinton, attacked.
9/11 when this happened, no, but today I think there is now thankfully more scrutiny, and partly that is because she's been traveling with the former president this week. It strikes me as another example, Wolf, of the feedback loop that Trump is in, where he gets misinformed by people around him. Sometimes the TV shows he watches, sometimes the online personalities that he hangs out with. He ends up getting bad information, in some cases totally bogus information, like about the case in Ohio. Then he repeats it, then it becomes even more of a story, then it becomes a multi-day news cycle that ultimately may hurt his campaign, all because of the people that he chooses to either listen to on television or, in this case, hang out with on his airplane.
And some weirdos that he actually invites to have dinner with him at Mar-a-Lago. Guys, thank you very, very much for that analysis.
Early voting is kicking off. The race is super tight, as you know. Some of Trump's confidants are starting to scare GOP veterans based on our reporting just coming in. I have to ask you, should right-wing firebrands like Laura Loomer, who once said 9/11 was an inside job, be in Trump's ear?
Yeah, President Trump is real good about surrounding himself around people that gives him a positive advice and information that is useful to him winning the election. To say who should be around his ear or who shouldn't, this is a guy that's been very successful in business. He's built a wonderful brand, a very successful business along the way. He's not been in politics, but he knows how to put the right people in place to get the job done. And I'm convinced
about that. But he talked about all the people he had to fire in his administration. So how is he putting in the right people?
But everybody's had to fire people. Everybody's had to fire people. I've hired thousands of people, and I've fired hundreds of people, because you have to hire right and you got to fire right. You don't know exactly how the person is until they get past their 6-week honeymoon, and then you start figuring out the real individual. Any business owner out there will tell you it's just important to hire the right people. It is also to fire the right people, because they can be horrible for the work environment. You worked with people that need to be fired.
Right, but the idea is the argument. Oh, he puts the right people in place, but he has fired a number of them when he
Pam,
talked about that.
You got to keep in mind that how many horrible decisions has this?
Are we talking about the Trump is ace theory? Doesn't mean he doesn't have sex at all. It means he doesn't do it for pleasure. It's only ever a power thing for him.
This administration made and hasn't held anybody accountable. When a bad decision is made, somebody has to be held accountable. Because
it's like a Hassan thing.
Because if you can't admit you did something wrong, you can never change. And these individuals, as part of this administration, has made a disastrous decision after disastrous decision, going back all the way from the Afghanistan withdrawal to where we are today in Ukraine. And not one single person has been held accountable. Not one person. What President Trump did, he was real good about holding people accountable in his administration. That's part of life.
And we are back with our panel to discuss this.
What the fuck was that?
Jonah, I want to bring you in to get your reaction. Today, CNN.
They can be horrible. Know exactly how the person is until they get past their 6-week honeymoon, and then you start figuring out the real individual. Any business owner out there will tell you it's just important to start figuring out the real individual.
Mark Wayne Mullen
out there will tell you it's just important to hire the right people. It is also to fire the right people, because they can be horrible for the work environment. You work with people that need to be fired.
Right, but the idea is the argument. Oh, he puts the right people in place, but he has fired a number of them.
But Pam, you got to keep in mind that how many horrible decisions has this administration made and hasn't held anybody accountable. When a bad decision is made, somebody has to be held accountable, because if you can't admit you did something wrong, you can never change. And these individuals, as part of this administration, has made a disastrous decision after disastrous decision, going back all the way from the Afghanistan withdrawal to where we are today in Ukraine, and not one single person has been held accountable. Not one.
Trump is ace thing started with Chapo, huh?
What President Trump did, he was real good about holding people accountable in his administration. That's part of life.
And we are back with our panel to discuss this. Jonah, I want to bring you in to get your reaction. Today, CNN, is reporting that some Republicans, they were concerned about Laura Loomer's influence on Trump. And then you heard that from the senator, basically defending Trump and saying he surrounds himself with the best people. What do you think?
Look, Laura Loomer is a crackpot. To take Laura Loomer to a 9/11 commemoration event when Laura Loomer, not very long ago, talked about how 9/11 was an inside job, is a bad idea. To the extent that people are honest about whether or not, about how badly Trump lost the debate, most people will tell you it's because he listens to people like Laura Loomer, who do not give him, who live inside this very MAGA bubble, who always tell him he's awesome and great. I'm sure one of the reasons why Trump sincerely thinks he did a fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he thought that it was going to be such a banger to bring up they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, right? If you live, if you're Twitter brained, if you live in that bubble, then you are like, yeah, no, this is like fucking killing. Like, we're destroying. Look at all the memes. Look at all the Trump's got a cat in this hand and he's got a duck in this hand, and there's this, mob of angry Haitians, running behind him, but Trump's going to save the duck and he's going to save the cat.
The job is because when he got out,
And you're like, yeah, no, that's great. Everybody agrees, right? Everybody on Twitter, that's correct. It's doing well on Twitter, but that's because Elon's boosting it. Come on.
told him, you did a fantastic job. And that's what he surrounds himself with some very smart people. He also surrounds himself with just unbelievable sycophants. Laura Loomer's in the sycophant category.
What do you think, Mark?
Well, first, Laura Loomer does not work for the campaign. She doesn't
But he
speak for
wanted
the
her as a campaign advisor, according to our reporting.
And she's not. And I would say though that she does have a voice in a certain segment of the party. And I would say that he listens.
He's already got.
But I would say the same reason why and I would equate it to the Democrats having to listen to the squad. You have to know where they are. You have to know where.
Oh my God, this is such a bad take.
Right, is you have to listen to their extreme.
This is perfect fucking mainstream media here. This is a crystallization of what's wrong with mainstream media when they are confronted with Laura Loomer being on Trump's plane, being best buds or maybe more with Trump, right? Then they got to be like, well, okay, the squad though. The squad said some bad things too. We got to both sides it. We got to both sides it, and you're like literally just dragging like people who objectively do not deserve to be compared to Laura Loomer through the mud.
And so I equate it that way.
I don't know Laura Loomer. I wouldn't know her if she.
You should. I mean, look, I'm not endorsing violence, but if somebody on that panel were to smack him, smack some sense back into him, I wouldn't have a lot of harsh words for them.
Came up to me on the street. I do know that Trump had 42 members of his cabinet. 42.
Who's this, Paul Begala?
18 of them are refusing to support him, to be accurate. 18 of the 42 members of his cabinet, his own vice president, Mike Pence, is not supporting him. Of all of the living nominees of the Republican Party for president and vice president, one supports Donald Trump. Governor Palin, former Governor Palin of Alaska.
Oh my God, it's only Palin. That's such a great.
Turning to people with apparently eccentric views on the internet about 9/11 because the legitimate Republicans are running away from him like the devil runs from holy water.
It strikes me on this, on Laura Loomer, that you have Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene even coming out and saying she's too extreme.
Wow, that's a shocker because she, of course, believes in Jewish space lasers. Laura Loomer.
Well, no, it's not a shocker. It's not a shocker that she would want to attack Laura Loomer, who happens to be Jewish, right? That's one person that she'll call racist, right? It's like they're both racist, but in slightly different ways. This is the.
Is a truther when it comes to 9/11, believes in conspiracy theories, but Donald Trump himself, without Laura Loomer, believes in all sorts of conspiracy theories too. So, you are who you surround yourself with, and I think that is the case here. I mean, she has tweeted awful things, awful racist things. This is what she said about Kamala Harris. The White House will smell like curry, and White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center if Kamala Harris gets into the White House. That, of course, is a reference to her Indian heritage. It's a stereotype. It's racist. It's terrible. And this is somebody who is in Donald Trump's ear, both as a sycophant, but also somebody who is telling him things like their dogs.
What is this?
Well, I want to go to reporting from our Josh Campbell, who has been talking to his sources at the FBI and is learning that as we speak, Anderson, the investigation is now going global. What authorities are trying to do is understand a little bit more about this man who ended up on that near that golf course, 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Routh. According to Josh's sources, authorities are working to obtain search warrants.
I feel like we've already covered this, though. He criticized Trump.
Various social media accounts believed to be associated with him. Some of these images that you're looking at to your screen here, these are images that our investigative unit has been able to cull from his various social media accounts that are available online. The suspected online activity is also involving some of these platforms that are located outside of the United States. And what the FBI is also aware of are some of his online claims about foreign travel. And I want to zero in on something here, Anderson. The pictures that you're seeing come from a GoFundMe account. And on that account, Routh claims that he went to Kyiv in 2022. He was raising money to try to support his travel that appears to be completely done on his own. On that GoFundMe website site, he is encouraging others to join him. It is unofficial. He claims that he is staying with people aligned with the military, that he's donating military devices to some of the fighters in Ukraine. And our team is also gathering a little more of a background about where he comes from in the United States. We believe, according to public records searches, that he was splitting time between Hawaii and North Carolina, that in Hawaii, he was a self-employed self-employed affordable housing builder. He started in 2018 a company called Camp Box Honolulu, building some of those storage units and tiny houses, and that he had donated a structure to some homeless people. In North Carolina, though, we are getting through some of the federal campaign finance records, a donation of $100, more than $100 to Act Blue, which processes donations to Democrats.
Oh my God, are we doing this again? Look, this motherfucker's all over the map. You're really trying to pin him. Oh, Act Blue, though. Act Blue.
Campaigns. He had registered as an unaffiliated voter, that is without a party affiliation in 2012, but he had voted in the March 2024 Democratic primary. And it also shows, according to North Carolina public records, that a number—
That's wild because of how much he was seemed to be supporting Nikki Haley and Vivek.
—of brushes with the law. In 2002—
Wait, but he was voting in the primary, right? That means that he's like— was he supporting? Was he supporting Kennedy? Who was he supporting in the Democratic primary?
He had a weapon. He had been pulled over by police, and that he barricaded himself in a building. That is something that police did recently confirm after his arrest on Sunday, and that he had a number of according to public records, Anderson, that he had issues with the courts and failing to pay taxes. Anderson.
Going off. Thanks very much. More now on the breaking news. Tomorrow, the acting Secret Service director heads to Florida. Ronald Rowe got to the top job after the director resigned in July in a hail of criticism, you may remember, after the first assassination attempt on Trump in Pennsylvania. Back now with our panel, Julia Kayyem, Daniel Brunner, and Jonathan Wackrow. Daniel, it's interesting to see those pictures of this guy. I guess those were taken early on in Ukraine. As somebody who was in Ukraine for a couple of weeks at the start of the war in Lviv, you would see a whole bunch of folks coming there from the U.S. Some of them, had legit military training in the U.S. and were there believing in the cause and wanting to help and volunteer where they could or train others. And then you'd also see just some folks who
Wait, I thought they said, did they say Democratic primary?
washed ashore there.
I think they said Democratic primary, right?
Or just
which doesn't make sense because, we heard him talking about supporting Nikki Haley and Vivek.
Some kind of opportunity.
You'd think he would
jumpstart their life. And so I'm curious to learn more about what this person was actually doing. Was he one of those people?
Yeah, trying to gatekeep Ukraine support when some of the most important figures in the defense of Ukraine were, journalists from the, citizen journalists like Dylan Burns.
Just kind of got attracted to that and went. Did he actually have, was he actually, contributing in some way? There's certainly still a lot we don't know about this person.
There's a lot that's going to be looked at. The digital evidence that this individual left behind is clearly tremendous. We're going to be looking at all the CCTV, all his social media, and they're going to be looking back a number of years because obviously he's had an extensive social media presence going back to before the war in Ukraine. So they're going to be looking all the way back before that. They're going to look at what his motivations were for going to Ukraine, and then was he affected in Ukraine? Did that motivation come to the United States? And then as a processing during the course of the investigation, that'll all be analyzed, that'll all be looked at, and to look for other mitigating factors that could have sent this individual down that road to, to prepare for this attack and understanding what the motivation was going on as far back as.
Okay, do you notice this? I'm noticing this about this picture, right? He's got his arms around, I can't tell, at least the two guys on his side, but it kind of looks like he's squeezing them together. Do you know what I'm saying? Does it look like that to you, chat, that they're like a little too squished? Like he's holding them a little too tight?
And Julia, the fact that he had allegedly had a GoPro that he was going to be using to document either if he was pulling the trigger or, showing downrange what happened when he pulled the trigger. And that indicates certainly a desire to broadcast, whether in real time or later, what was going to be done.
Right, that's exactly right. We've seen it in mass shooting cases. We've seen them in terrorism cases. The performative nature of the violence, and so it's not enough just to kill or assassinate a former president. It is you've got to document it, and we don't know if he wanted to live stream it. We don't know what
he wanted to make a TikTok. Clearly,
he was intending to do with it, but we could.
That photo is super weird. Yeah,
rationally deduce that part of it was the amplification of the violence.
Like if I was one of the Ukrainians standing next to him, I would not feel comfortable.
Violence itself. He lived very online. He was very vocal. We see all of these pictures, and so that is something to.
God damn, FBI agents got a tight booty. Like they got the fucking snatched. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. I just mean like the dude is like doing like squats and deadlifts. Like, did you see that? That's a butt right there.
That suggests to me that this was well planned out over time, and we just don't know what sort of triggered it in the last couple of weeks or months.
And Jonathan, if this was a last minute, schedule, put it on the schedule, go play golf,
Sorry, I'm not trying to objectify the FBI.
Also raises questions about, how he knew about it.
Serving cake, yeah.
No, it actually does raise questions again. But when we start looking at this individual, it is not normal.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Damn.
For someone to wake up and decide I'm going to go shoot the former president, right? The investigators right now are looking at the pathway to violence, his grievances, his violent ideation.
I feel clickbaited. This title says man held in apparent assassination attempt criticized Trump. You didn't give us that. I feel like we did see some of that, but you didn't show it to us.
His pre-attack planning, all of this will come out through
serving and protecting cake. Yeah, pound cake.
The investigation to include
federal booty of investigations, right?
How did he know that the president was going to be there on that day?
Oh my God. All right. We're done with this. Like, now look, there's like, do we want to? All right, there's one. Oh no. Oh no, Chad, it's Brianna Wu's cursed game. Why are we watching this? What are we doing? It's Brianna Wu's terrible game. Some Wu tent right here. Wait, we have some more Loomer tent.
Well, Donald Trump's open admiration for Laura Loomer made headlines.
Oh my God, could you please not? The Loomy Tombs? Really? That's what you're going to say?
It's important to remember that Trump has complimented her a lot over the past year, all while she has pushed her gross conspiracies.
This woman is amazing. Laura Loomer.
Oh no. Milo's quote of Trump was best blowjob of his life. That's what Milo said that Trump said about.
Where is she? Where's Laura? She is amazing.
Every damn day we see another story about illegal aliens going to the Ritz-Carlton, illegal aliens getting free flights, illegal aliens getting free clothes and free.
Okay, the dude that she's talking to is so fucking Nazi coded. It's like
cell phones, and someone's gonna snap.
Like he needs a German uniform. Get this man a German uniform. Like he's clearly does not look right outside of the.
Someone's going to snap. It's going to happen. And you know what? I'm not going to care when it happens.
A fantastic woman, a true patriot, Laura Loomer. Laura, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
If Kamala Harris gets elected as president of the United States,
Okay, so apparently she does have a YouTube channel, right? She's got a Rumble channel too, but
we are going to have
like I'm guessing that she says the juicy stuff on Rumble.
An Islamic caliphate in this country.
It's great to have you, and you've been really very special. You work hard, and you are a very opinionated lady. I have to tell you that, and in my opinion.
Oh no, they're sitting way too close together. That's a year ago.
Now is Sarah Matthews. She served as the deputy press secretary during the Trump administration. Okay, Sarah, none of us are surprised anymore. But
why does Laura Loomer look like Chad Brianna Wu? I didn't notice that until you said it.
A lot of things Trump does. But help us understand how somebody who is a conspiracy theorist, who's a 9/11 truther, who says all the things that we've been talking about in this show, goes from that, for a fringy person, to being on the plane to the debate and kind of in the unofficial inner circle of Donald Trump.
Well, I think you are the company you keep, and this just goes to show what his character and judgment is if this is who he's choosing to surround himself with. I mean, Americans at home might not be familiar with Laura Loomer. She's not necessarily a mainstream name, but she is as fringe gets. And that is what is so scary, is that now she has the ear of the potential next president. And to think that he even brought her to a 9/11 memorial event last week, this is someone who just last year was saying that 9/11 was an inside job. And that's just one of the many conspiracy theories.
They're so hanging. I swear to God, compared to all the racist shit she said, the 9/11 thing does not matter. Like, why are they hung up on the 9/11 thing?
A lot of other disgusting, vile things that I wouldn't even repeat on air, in particular about the Vice President Kamala Harris. And to think then that this is who Donald Trump is keeping in his inner circle is really concerning.
No question about it. What is appealing about her to him? Is it that she is complimenting him? Is it more than that?
I think that she's willing to defend anything that he says or does. And he likes that.
He looks like he's on trial at Nuremberg, yeah.
Ultimate sycophant. And so I think that he likes that she'll defend him. She's the
most ride or die of the ride or dies.
For some sort of
like more so than MTG even.
Administration, I would imagine. Maybe she wants to be White House press secretary.
She's posted about that.
Yeah.
I feel like she's going to get more than press secretary. I feel like she's going to be like chief of staff or something, right? If he gets elected.
And that is what is most concerning to me, because I've talked about this threat of who will be with.
Like nobody's going to get to Trump that doesn't go through Laura Loomer. That's how it's going to work.
Donald Trump, if he is elected president again, who will be staffing a second administration?
She has his ear. What, his good ear or his bad ear?
I like to think that during the first administration, you had people of good character who wanted to staff him and would push back on him. But in a second administration, you're going to get the Laura Loomers of the world who are in his ear, who are the ones helping run the country. I mean, to think that she would be in the White House potentially and serving in one of the most important roles, and she's
definitely serving something.
Pushes conspiracy theories, and her job could potentially be being the spokesperson for the president. It's terrifying. And so that is what, when I talk about
Marjorie Taylor Greene would probably say it's roast beef. Oh,
this is the
they're so bad. They're so bad.
Thing we're referring to. And so it's not crazy to think.
It was her that said that about MTG, right?
Crazy types of people who will be a bunch of yes men and women, say and do whatever he pleases.
I mean,
you're serving Arby's. No.
Just on this for just a second, because you worked for him in the past.
That's so bad.
Out against him, and you're saying,
what's wrong with you?
Like, this is a person who I just introduced to people who didn't know her before. Some people may have known her before, who could end up having a very prominent role in a second Trump term. That's what we're looking at here.
Exactly. That's what we're looking at, is that this is the type of person who could potentially have the ear of the leader of the free world, someone who traffics in conspiracy theories, says racist, awful, vile things. And it makes me nervous about what a potential staff for a second Trump term could look like.
Wait, Deputy Secretary, she was under Sarah Huckabee Sanders, maybe, or under Kellyanne Conway?
Because when you think about the cabinet level, obviously there's the Senate confirmation process. There's a little bit there that he can't maybe put people in posts that are as extreme or crazy. But when you think about White House staff, for the most part, they wouldn't have control over that. So
they're not confirmed, so he could pick whoever he wants.
Exactly. He could hire folks like Laura Loomer. And there's plenty of other people on his campaign, too, that are not willing to push back on him. And so you're not going to get the people like the John Kellys and the Mark Espers in the first administration who were willing to tell Donald Trump no, or to tell him that, he lost the election, for example, and push back on some of his worst instincts. In a second term, you're going to get these people who are encouraging it.
There are a couple of people, and I mean, we've talked about this before. You have spoken out publicly about Donald Trump and you're concerned about him. Everybody has not chosen to do that. There were a number of people, including Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lindsey Graham, who spoke out about their concerns about Laura Loomer.
Laura Loomer looks like she's doing a permanent duck pose, like a duck face.
At the same time this week, Donald Trump was pushing conspiracy theories about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, and they seem to be either okay with that or unwilling to speak out about that. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there isn't actually that much daylight between a Laura Loomer and a Donald Trump. Look, they both push racist conspiracy theories, as you mentioned, with the Haitian immigrants in Springfield. I'm from Ohio, so I take
There's too many people treating Donald Trump like an empty vessel, and he's not.
Story very personally, and to think that these schools and hospitals are coming under bomb threat.
Like, he's an empty vessel as far as policy goes, but as far as like being racist, no, that's him. That's not coming from it's not somebody else pushing that on him.
And then when Donald Trump is asked about it, what does he say? He doesn't say, we should stop political violence. This is unacceptable in this country, and we need to bring down the temperature. Instead, he pours gasoline on the fire, because this is exactly what he wants to do. It's why he killed the bipartisan immigrant.
Because he's a demagogue.
Because he wants.
Oh my God, fuck that bipartisan legislation, though.
To run on this issue and to rile up.
And fuck Kamala and Biden for caving into him.
And to tap into people's fears, and is willing to spread lies about this. I mean, J.D. Vance even said on air this morning on another network that they created a story to try.
Why are we acting like John Kelly's Noble Dudes? Is Noble Dudes a literal war criminal? Yeah, it's the George W. Bush effect, right? You see somebody that's a complete piece of shit, and then you see them next to Donald Trump, and you're like, oh, he's not so bad.
try to get the media.
Oh, he's doing paintings. No, he's nice. He's great.
About this. And so I don't know, though, if you're winning necessarily this election when you're out there saying things like they're eating the cats and dogs and you're hanging out with Laura Loomer and tweeting, I hate Taylor Swift. These are not the things that Americans care about. Americans want to talk about healthcare. They want to talk about jobs. They want to talk about being able to afford groceries and put food on their table and feed their families. And Donald Trump is not talking about these things.
No question. Sarah Matthews, thank you so much as always for joining me. I really appreciate it.
He's definitely losing. Okay.
Beyond the obvious, Taylor Swift and Oprah Winfrey.
Because he's loser Donald. That's why. Okay. Anyway, so let's do the. It's time, Chad. It's time for the Woo tent. You have earned it. Right. I thought that it wasn't going to win. But look, 42% of you are voting for it in terms of the poll. It's got an extra 56%. It's almost at 100. Right? Just like our likes are actually, it's like we're 18 from 100. We're a little bit further as far as likes go. But yeah, like, look at that. You add those together and it's 98 in terms of the score for Brianna Wu lives the left. Look, there's so many times when it's won, but we haven't hit the dono goal. There's so many times that we've hit the dono goal, but it hasn't won. Now it finally comes together and we see the Wu tent and it's been like, I've kept it. I've kept it near to my heart, just like I keep Brianna Wu near to my heart. Anyway, we're about to see what it's all about. We've got her going off on Chud logic. I'll save that for a second, right? What did I say? Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic, right? Some people took that in the wrong way. I'm sure. Look, Chud logic is definitely like not unfamiliar with trans women. Let's just put it that way, right? But Brianna Wu, I don't know. That's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say she turns on him. She gets mad at him. She talks shit about him, right? We're gonna take a look at that in a second. But first, we got to look at Brianna Wu's shitty game. Here it is. All right, you ready? This is Revolution 60. This is her video game, right? When people say that she is a gaming dev, this is what she's made. All right, that's her art style too. And like, it's a whole thing. Like, I don't know, her husband, Frank, helped her on this, right? All right, so we're going to have this going on. Wait, what is this? Is there one character that kind of looks like Brianna? Oh no, that's so ugly. What the fuck is that? Oh, sorry, that's not Brianna Wu. That's not Brianna Wu's content. Oh my god, no. So there's the enemies, there's the, oh yeah, it's on bikes, right? Because Brianna Wu likes to ride motorcycles. Anyway, let me read you the article. It's called I fear that progressivism has become the very thing we fought against. My fellow leftists, you were never a leftist. You were never a leftist. That's such a ridiculous thing to say. This is what the gameplay is like, right? This is how shitty this game is, right? Like the design, the character design, you know, that's bad. But this is the actual gameplay. Look at that. That's the gameplay. That's how the game works. These are the game mechanics. Let me read you this awful article while we watch this awful game. How does that sound? My progressive fever started breaking on October 7th of 2023. I knew something was wrong with the left, when feminists I knew personally, people who had fought alongside me for abortion access, were dismissing a video of a terrified young woman taken prisoner by Hamas. I should probably pronounce that differently. By Hamas. Being dragged from the back of a Jeep at gunpoint, her pelvic area covered in blood, as not rape and legitimate resistance. I watched people who had worked with me on social media harassment policy cheer as terrorist paragliders slaughtered civilians at the Supernova Festival. And I saw a propaganda machine start to spin up and rebrand the perpetrators of October 7th as the victims of October 7th. Many people know my name because of the Gamergate harassment campaign in the video game industry a decade ago. Women asking for better treatment in an infamously sexist industry were targeted with threats of rape and or death. The perpetrators used the web to unleash mob resentment and allow people to become the worst versions of themselves. Analysts say this playbook was adopted by the fringe right and became a factor in Donald Trump's 2016 presidential race. In the past 10 years, how long before she supports Trump, really, right? In the past 10 years, I've moved into the public policy realm. While my job is to help progressives win elections, I've become more and more concerned about the people I'm standing next to. Watching Democratic town halls change policy so non-binary people could take delegate slots reserved for women raised questions. But did it really matter? Watching Linda Sassauer and others align the Women's March with anti-Semitic agitators, Louis Farrakhan, was disturbing. But disturbing enough to compromise a coalition fighting for women's rights? As Black Lives Matter protests turned violent and buildings started to burn, I asked myself, should I be speaking up about it? Was it racist to say that setting buildings on fire was deplorable? There's a term for the problem with progressivism, the purity spiral. Leftists have no mechanism to hit the brakes on bad ideas, so they continue drifting leftward. What starts as a good cause, such as looking at police violence targeting Black communities, continues to move further and further to the fringe, where supporters begin to advocate for defunding all police. Today, we are at the terminal stage of the worst ideas. No conflict demonstrates the toxic horror that progressivism has become more than the Israel-Hamas war. There's no kind way to say it. Many progressives have betrayed our Jewish friends and neighbors, many of whom stood with us in defeating the 2018 anti-trans bathroom bill initiative, elevating Black Lives Matter, and donning knitted pink hats to stand for women's rights. In my experience, every time progressives asked for help with canvassing, donating, or phone banking, Jewish friends on the left showed up in disproportionate numbers. Their mistake was thinking that progressives would be there for them. There was a character test, and we on the left failed it. The friends that stood with us every step of the way got the message. Jews don't count. I had to read deeply into the history of Israel before October 7th. I had not read deeply into the history of Israel before October 7th. I remembered the Oslo Peace Accords Israel signed in 1993 with Yasser Arafat, and the PLO had failed. And I occasionally noticed in recent decades about Israel being hit with Hamas rocket attacks. But in general, I accepted what progressive leaders said, that the Palestinians were under occupation and their lands had been stolen by Israel. Watching my progressive friends cheerlead the October 7th atrocities introduced doubts I couldn't look past. I feel an ethical responsibility to read much more deeply about the conflict. What I learned made me angry. The entire progressive storyline was built on a selective interpretation of highly contested history, facts tailored to mislead, and a propaganda campaign to falsely accuse people who endured the actual Holocaust of unleashing a new one. The story that Israel was the violent aggressor could not be more wrong. The reason for violence wasn't Israel, it was a political project to destroy Israel. If I had been so incredibly wrong on Israel and the Palestinian territories, what else was I wrong about? I still believed in progressive policies like addressing racial justice, strength through diplomacy, and universal health care. But I was working with people who wanted to build, something better, or people who wanted to set it all on fire? The casual anti-Semitism I'd looked past in progressive spaces became impossible to ignore. I started asking questions in meetings with fellow progressives when they suggested members of Hamas were heroes. What happens to 7 million Jews in Israel if Hamas succeeds? How does this end in anything but a second Holocaust? The answer I got inevitably lapsed into a predictable pattern, revisiting a misleading and inaccurate history that reframes terrorists as heroes. Can progressivism be saved from here? I just don't know. I watched young progressives insist that the theocratic government of Iran is noble and our government is evil. Honest debate is stifled as people are shamed into agreeing with deceptive claims. Too many progressives seem deeply unserious about shaping public policy or even engaging with those who disagree with them. Watching Vice President Kamala Harris' presidential nomination acceptance speech at the Democratic National Convention filled me with worry. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I'm trying to just read this, but I gotta editorialize a little bit. Yeah, it filled me with worry too, but I'm guessing not for the same reason. She acknowledged Israel's right to defend itself while condemning the humanitarian crisis Palestinian civilians are facing. That policy and empathy she expressed are obviously correct, but her words were plainly tailored to placate the protesters who spent all week trying to disrupt our convention. Shouldn't we expect our party's standard bearer to acknowledge the pain being felt by Jewish communities? Perhaps even stand with them? These same forces are disrupting the Democratic Party in Massachusetts as well. I have Jewish friends who are reluctant to attend their local Democratic town halls, alienated by the casual anti-Semitism and dismissal of their voices. At some point, if the Democratic Party truly stands for inclusion, we have to acknowledge the bigots sitting beside us. I fear that progressivism has become the ideological mirror image of the Gamergate mob I fought against decades ago. It is the darkest fate possible. We have become the very thing we fought against, the worst versions of ourselves. So, I believe that the brown-haired character here is the Brianna Wu self-insert, Amelia. I'm not sure. I just kind of looks more. I don't know. They all kind of weirdly look like Brianna Wu, but god damn, what's going on with the eyes? I don't understand why they turn like fully black, but then they're. I don't know. Like when the eyes are looking in different directions, like they either lose their color or I don't know what's up with this. But yeah, this is Brianna Wu's game. This is Revolution 60. Oh my god, it's so bad. There's these little real-time events that go on. And then, you know, actually the funny thing about that self-insert character that I mentioned is it kind of looks like Brianna Wu, but it kind of also looks like somebody else in her group chat. I took notice when the Brianna Wu leaks came out, and unfortunately I recognized quite a few names, right? Including like people who had been integral to harassment campaigns against me. It was like a fucking, what do you call it? Like a villain's row. There's like a better name for this. I can't remember it, but whatever. But yeah, just like so many really toxic, you know, trans medicalist, just all in one group chat. And somehow she was so toxic that the other trans meds like leaked her chat and exposed her. And I think that might have been the final straw that got her, forced her to resign from Progressive Voice, lest they be associated with her toxicity. But yeah, this terrible game. Yeah, she like fused herself with like a younger trans med in her group chat for this character. It's kind of creepy. It's actually really scary. This is the future that trans meds want for us, and I'm not about it. But anyway, that is her leaving the left commentary. We've also got, I said I'd give you 2 for 1, right? here is Brianna Wu turning on Chud Logic, and I don't mean turning on Chud Logic, I mean like deciding she does not like Chud Logic anymore, even though she totally like groveled before him not so long ago.
Not think that at all. I think there are plenty of people who have been audience captured who think that they're sane.
So we're talking about audience capture. She's watching Riley Grace Rochon, speaking of transmeds. Speaking of transmedicalists, speaking of darlings of the of Twitch poll, right? And you know, ones that could not be saved, right? This like so they had this thing like where they hated Demon Mama, and Riley got in a heated debate with Demon Mama, which, you know, I reacted to. I actually edited. I got the best version of the debate because nobody had a debate with both of their faces in it, so I stitched it together just to be able to see kind of what the nonverbal language was going on. And Riley never forgave me for that, right? It exposed her as being the one who was starting the drama. And as bad as Demon Mama is, and as much as Demon Mama hates my guts, right? Riley was objectively worse, but don't tell that to the Destiny crowd. Don't tell that to the Twitch Bowl crowd. They've made their choice. They hate Demon Mama's guts. Why do they hate Demon Mama's guts? Because Demon Mama believes in gender self-identification, and Riley Grace Rochon believes in transmedicalism. And so, you know, I mean, that conflict, I guess, you know, was, you know, Riley lost her support. She lost her community. She lost the trans community when she came out on that side of things. But she gained a lot of support within DGG, within some of the worst people in the world. And she was their queen up until the point where she goes and debates a friend of Demon Mama's named Doe, and ends up accusing Doe, a victim of CSA, of being a perpetrator of CSA for the fact that Doe goes barefoot in public and has a partner who is in defeat, right? She's so like anti-kink that she thought that Doe being barefoot in public and Doe's partner being in defeat was like a, you know, was somehow harming children that might be in the area. It's just bizarre shit. And that's something that not even Destiny could defend. So that's when Riley Grace Rochon lost all of her support, and nobody wanted to, and she took a break. She took a very long break from content creation and kind of, I mean, she was doing stuff in real life. I think she was a member of some board of a charity with Dylan Burns, a charity which then fell apart after the president exposed Riley, Dylan, and a whole bunch of other people for being very like white centric and very much, you know, counter to the goals of the charity, and just generally like shitty, right? So I mean, I guess that's why Brianna's looking, you know, at Riley's new content. I mean, birds of a feather. Here we go. See what this is about.
Earnest and genuine things, but they're just playing to the financial and social advantages of their perspective. So this is a one.
So for the record, audience capture, which Connor, this is Counterpoints Connor, huge Twitch poll guy, very sussy, reactionary person that has like somehow rebranded himself as a progressive in you know, Brianna Wu's progressive victory. I don't know what any of this means anymore, since she's basically, you know, said that fuck progressivism. I don't know what the fuck you know, she's even like what does any of this even mean anymore, right? But yeah, when I met Counterpoints, he was a right winger who tried to cloak his reactionary viewpoints in a, you know, almost like a third positionist thing, right? Very nominally like left wing on economic issues, although not really, and very, very right wing on social issues, right? And I don't think he's really changed. I think he's getting paid to be what Brianna Wu wants him to be. So really, really sus person, very involved in Twitch poll, which, like I said in the beginning of the stream, is it centered around the Discord impresario known as Doobie, who ran a giant fascist Discord and then tried to create a Discord for Twitch political creators, which actually worked for a while until it fell apart. But I mean, look, this is why I call it Twitch poll, and I very much mean poll as in /poll/, right? It's got a weird right-wing flavor to it. Anybody that represents themselves as a SOCDEM is a centrist liberal. Everybody that represents themselves as centrist liberal is some kind of, intellectual dark web weirdo. And anybody that says that they're conservative, they are probably a Nazi, probably a fascist of some variety. But yeah, this is a dark place. In other words, this is a very, very dark place. And this is what became of politics on Twitch before it just completely evaporated. Thank God.
It's Riley Grace Rochong and Dylan Burns.
Started as a streamer.
And look, we have the we have the anarchist chaos magicians, I guess, to thank for the disappearance of Twitch poll. I don't know. Really strange place for politics, Twitch. I'm so glad to be on YouTube, honestly.
Who are like policy wonks, and eventually they're just all talking about interpersonal drama all the time.
It is crazy to see.
Oh, it's Riley and Dylan. They're really close friends, by the way. Dylan and Riley. They're
about this issue, and before you know it, they're
kind of birds of a feather too.
just like focusing completely on drama. Like Chud Logic, I don't even know if he ever talks about politics anymore. And if he's a drama streamer,
whoa, Dylan's attacking Chud Logic. Dylan, Chud Logic defended you against the evil NCC. How dare you? How dare you light him up like this? But no, he's not wrong. Yeah, Chud Logic's all about drama now. That's true.
he's a drama streamer.
I don't disagree with Dylan.
He's got his market. I got my market.
Sure.
Well,
I just feel like Chud Logic was a lot more loyal to him than Dylan ever was to Chud Logic.
gonna exist, kumbaya, whatever. But he went from like politics most of the time, drama.
See, that's kind of bullshit, though. Like, if you think that Chud Logic has completely left politics behind, you're not aware of his, trans content, which is pure transphobia. Like, he does have a political edge to him, but it's like this anti-SJW, anti-feminist, anti-trans, anti-black kind of, like this sort of racist, like, aspect to his content. But then again, like, look, I'll be honest, Dylan never was the most perceptive political analyst, even when I had him on to debate about platforming and third positionism, which he just was complete. Despite the fact that this guy debated infrared Haas, his problem with Haas was that Haas was a tanky. Haas calls himself a tanky so that no one will correctly identify him as what he is. Haas is a fucking Nazi. Haas is a fascist. Haas is a Duganite, but I don't think Dylan knows what the fuck that is. So that's why I found him kind of worthless when I brought him on my platform to debate some stuff that I thought was pretty basic. But yeah, here he is again, totally missing the point on Chud Logic, thinking that Chud Logic is now a apolitical streamer. That's I mean, a lot of what he does is drama, but it's not all of what he does.
Something like complete transformation.
Also, whose fucking audio? Oh, it's Riley's audio. No wonder. Yeah, Riley, the worst thing, the most offensive thing about Riley Gross Rochong, and I hate to say this, right, because she's a trans medicalist and she's gross and she accused like a CSA survivor of somehow being a child abuser for going barefoot in public. The most bizarre thing I've ever heard in a debate. The most offensive thing about Riley Grace Rochong is definitely her audio. Her audio is dog shit. And it's not because she's got like cheap equipment. She's got decent lavalier mics. I honestly don't know how anybody makes audio sound so bad, but here she is. Anyway, we haven't even talked about Brianna yet. Let's get to that.
And I've seen that to lesser extents happen with a lot of content creators who came in thinking they're going to do something totally different.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd be hosting a panel show, but I always kept the foreign policy focus, and I've gone even a little bit further with the foreign policy focus that I originally came in with. I always have tried to keep attachment to IRL politics. It's what I do. But yeah, no, the space, the incentives, the market incentives, the viewership incentives, and the financial and attention rewards, the social rewards that come from it are so enticing that it can completely knock you off of what your original...
I can barely hear what Dylan is saying.
So for me...
Okay, look, let me give a compliment to Brianna Wu and Connor and their channel counterfire here. You've got better audio than Riley. Hey, there you go. There's a compliment. I'm being positive. I'm nice. Remember, I'm the nice one.
This
NCC is nice.
Dylan being rawly honest about the amount of time, money, attention, etc., that can knock you off of your intent when you first start a show or first start streaming or whatever.
So I think he's trying to say that, I don't know if this is what Dylan's saying, but how Counterpoint seems to be interpreting this is that this is an example of audience capture. This is generally not what we mean when we say audience capture. Generally, audience capture refers to, like, let's say, chat, if all of you were to turn into libertarians all of a sudden, and, you know, I start off and I'm all like, you know, yeah, fuck libertarians, and chat, like, reacts badly. And we're like, oh, no, I don't mean all libertarians. I mean, there's some cool libertarians, right? And I just keep on, like, right, audience capture is when you let your audience dictate your perspective, your ideology, right? When you change your ideology because the audience that you found, the audience that you can get, the audience you can make money off of is profoundly different. Now, you'll notice that you don't hear that from me. When people disagree with me, I don't get mollified by that. I am who I am, and I attract the audience that I attract, and that's why you're here. Because either you agree with at least, some of what I'm saying, right? You don't think I'm being unreasonable, right? But if I were to just kind of, like, I did have a very different audience back in the day. I through having a few conversations with Destiny, I ended up attracting a large component of DGG, and I did feel kind of pushed towards emphasizing the parts of my viewpoint which I thought would appeal to them well. Now, that's not exactly audience capture, and when it came down to it, I spoke up for what I believed in, and that actually drove away that component of my audience, the people that had found me through Destiny and really didn't have a lot of agreement with what I had to say. But I felt the pull, the magnetism that is audience capture. Connor, I mean, I guess I see the parallel between what Counterpoints is talking about here and actual audience capture, in that it's Chud starting out doing politics, but finding that he's got more traction and he's attracting viewers that are more interested in drama. But Chud did not 86 his political content. He still does it. It's just fundamentally different, a different perspective that he represents. If anything, chat, Chud Logic was audience captured when he started out. Chud Logic was pro-trans rights. Chud Logic was pro-worker rights. Chud Logic was what he would now call a leftoid, and sometimes still says he is politically on the left, but that's not what you hear coming out of his mouth when he talks about any sort of, like, I guess you'd call them like culture war issues, right? It's he's not out there talking about political economy or anything like that. He's out there talking about trans people in sports. He's out there talking about trans predators. He's out there just like really just like attacking trans people day and night, and a lot of different marginalized groups, because that's what his audience wants. And I don't think that the Chud Logic that we see now is the fake Chud Logic. I always kind of felt I knew this guy a little better than most people realize. And when I talked to him, he talked to me about like some of his favorite people and be like Peter Coffin. So, people nominally on the left, like in terms of political economy, but very right wing. Peter Coffin ended up being part of the Pat Sox. Wait, no, Pat Sox. Pat Sox, MAGA communists like Infrared Hawes, Caleb Maupin, Peter Coffin, right? And this was somebody that Chud, one of the first big creators Chud talked to, and somebody that Chud still admired, but just wouldn't admit because, like, it's really not cool to be a fan of Peter Coffin back then. But now you find Peter Coffin, back in his audience. So I mean, I kind of always knew that this is who he was, but he was more audience captured back then, right? The audience that he found was a bread tube audience, which is wild considering how reactionary this dude was. And more, as he let that reactionary slip out, he started to acquire an audience Chud Logic is actually an example of almost, I would say, like reverse audience capture. I see what Dylan's saying, and there's like a point to that, in that he started off doing politics and he gravitated more towards drama. But again, Dylan, that's just not how that word is used. And I don't mean to be mean. Dylan's fairly young, maybe still learning. Maybe I was a bit harsh on him in my debate with him. I guess I was just disappointed, and in a sort of shocking way, in that I thought that this guy knew what he was talking about. He did content with a lot of the political streamers that I admired, and I just didn't expect him to be as ignorant as he actually was when I drilled down on some of the issues with him. I don't know, and maybe maybe I was a little too well, he was wrong. He lost the debate, and then he was rude. He wouldn't fucking take the L. So yeah, I let him have it, and he never fucking forgave me for it, right? I still have Dylan fans. I still see Dylan fans around maintaining that I made fun of this guy's like unaliving attempt. Oh my God, no. If you think that, you don't know me at all. I feel like there's actually, I think I remember there being a clip of him actually, denying that, right? When he went to the hospital and came back, he actually mentioned, because I think some people were saying, well, is this because of nocommentchick criticizing you? And he was like, no, this has got nothing to do with nocommentchick or anybody on the internet. This is real life, shit that I'm dealing with, real life, trauma, pain, and suffering, childhood experiences. And like, look, yeah, I mean, that's not something I'm going to make fun of. That's real. And I do hope that, he does, overcome that stuff, because it cannot be easy to deal with. And when that happened, I took down quite a few of the videos that I had done in the back and forth with Dylan, just because I didn't know, and I didn't want to contribute to any sort of, pain and suffering that he was experiencing. So quite to the contrary, I was very compassionate. I was a lot more compassionate towards him than he, and more than him, chat, because I don't, again, carry grudges. The conflict with Dylan, we disagreed, we had harsh words for each other, but I don't blame him actually for my harassment as much as I blame his audience. His audience is toxic, garbage people, and they're still out there spouting lies about me to this fucking day. But yeah, I kind of forgot this was that Dylan was in this.
And so if I heard that, let's say that I said audience capture, and they got pissed off, and then we come on the show and I say, hey, listen, that's not how I mean audience capture. I mean that you wouldn't be making these arguments as a liberal unless your audience believed these things and you were exposed to these ideas, et cetera, and you were you didn't want to piss them off. That's basically what I said, which I understand you can object to. But this is what I mean, where Chud Logic, I love Chud Logic. I watch Chud Logic's content.
I live and breathe Chud Logic. The transphobia is glorious. Yeah, Connor, say it with your...
However, I think that Chud Logic has been audience captured. He's not dishonest. He just saw that when he did drama, the viewership went up.
Oh my God, these people are missing the point so hard. Dylan, I don't think Riley even... we haven't heard what Riley has to say about this. I'm not really that interested. Riley's, let's be real, Riley's not been relevant in a long time. She fell off the fucking earth, okay?
And when he did drama, the money went up. And he just said, you know what? I'm going to follow the crowd because this is what people want. And I don't even...
I definitely see the parallel, but look, words have meanings based on their usage. And audience capture, Connor, is not used to describe a type of content that you do. Audience capture is kind of a specific term to political content, or certainly your perspective or your thoughts. I mean, I could see you using it maybe a video game YouTuber that doesn't do that doesn't like a certain game, but their audience does. I could see you using it for that. Again, I feel like it's a little bit of a deviation. I feel like that's just not what people use it for. But yeah, no, using it for like, oh, this streamer decided to do drama instead of politics. Audience capture. No, Connor, that's not what that fucking means.
Hate him for it. It's not a problem. It's just a variable to consider.
I mean, I obviously agree with that. I think, but he's always kind of been honest about his nihilism, right? And I mean, he's not, he's frankly not a very happy person. I think that.
So this is what made Chud Logic Orbiters mad at Brianna Wu. This is Brianna Wu turning on Chud Logic. Now, Brianna Wu, I would doubt is a happy person either. There's a lot that sort of points to her not being a happy person. Like, I mean, you can see that. Watch my video of Brianna Wu attacking Jesse Gender for more on that. If you wanna dig a little deeper into the black hole, the abyss that is Brianna Wu. But yeah, Chud Logic, I don't disagree with her on that, actually. I don't think he's a happy person. I knew him pretty fucking well. Better than most.
That's very obvious, but
Which one?
It's just Chud. I think it's.
I disagree. I think Chud is quite.
It's
he's jolly. He's jovial. That doesn't mean you're happy. It's a front, Connor. That's a front.
It might not be the kind of happiness. Well, so for instance, I've seen him have to go to bat with his chat now, though. Because some of them, this actually happened the other day. It was during a stream that I watched. And unfortunately, I'm one of the contributors who says the dumbest, silliest, rudest joke as soon as it pops into my head, because that's the kind of space it is. But Stylo, who's a Queeman fan, Queeman orbiter, I don't know how to describe it. But he's a pretty rude.
Are we going to talk about Glup Shittos now?
An abrasive guy as well. And he was saying that he was getting sick of the racist jokes that always pop.
Just kind of, oh, interesting. No, that's not. I've seen this before. I've seen Chud lean so hard into the racism that there's actually portions of his chat that are
funny. He wouldn't care, but because of the way the space is cultivated.
Well, yeah, it's mean. It's not always funny with Chud because he really does hate minorities. I don't know how to explain it.
It's always the most obvious, rude, and abrasive and low IQ stuff that just bubbles to the top.
Yep. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, this sounds like it's stressing you out.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. It's Connor, maybe this is, I don't want to get personal, but for me, it's like.
Is Connor still drinking out of a Stanley cup? Isn't there lead in those? I can't remember, Chad. I don't want to get sued by Stanley.
Is someone?
I feel like is there a reason that we stopped drinking out of Stanley cups?
Went to rehab and had to work so hard to.
Oh my God! What?
And it was 3 months of living.
What does this have to do with Chud Logic?
At the hospital, go through withdrawals. They literally you lived in a hospital room they bought.
How will this affect Tipster? How will this affect the legacy of Tipster?
Apartment complex. You're living there with other addicts, and the group therapy. You would get to the hospital at 8 o'clock in the morning until 5. Your job was going into groups and having you tell your story to other addicts, and they call you on your big.
Yo, Dickie boy. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't. Okay, that you're seeing that tweet being that chat being shown, right? So I don't feel that bad. I'm not trying to call out a chatter. I'm not doing I in general try not to, But there is somebody in their chat that's saying, as a Chud fan, Chud's audience is super racist, unironically. Some of them, but for some of them, Chud goes too far. And that says something right there.
Yes, right. You can't lie to another addict about why you're addicted to drugs. They will call you on your stuff. And for me, I really had to understand, for me to get clean and to have a functional life, that integrity And honesty and being truthful about what my intentions were was really important. That doesn't mean I get it right all the time. It doesn't mean I'm better than anyone else. It just means that, like, you have to do in public what you do in private. And I think you know me well enough to know that's who I am.
Wait, what do you know about Chud in private, Brianna?
Right. So it's so psychologically difficult for me to understand people that kind of do this stuff performatively or in bad faith. It's just,
So if I understand her correctly, she's saying that she went through group therapy for addiction issues. And part of that group therapy was that people would call you out if you tried to kind of paper over or put a fig leaf over what you were experiencing, right? Rather than acknowledging the depth of your feelings, of your, unhappiness, if you tried to kind of be like, oh, deny it in order to be like, yeah, no, I'm better now, when you really need to do more work. I think that's what she's saying, and that's valid. I understand. I haven't had the same kind of issues as she's had, but I think I understand what she's saying.
I saw that taking me to the most self-destructive times of my entire life.
One of my favorite quotes that I always try to say as often as I possibly can is, it's from Mark Twain, and it's, "I never lie. That way I don't have to remember anything."
That's right.
And that is that's one of my favorite things. So if somebody asks me a question.
So she's saying that Chud Logic has got a front that he puts up, and that his jovial attitude, his jovial behavior hides like a darker, more miserable aspect of his personality. Yeah, wait a minute. I don't disagree with you. Brianna, you won my poll after losing so many times, and you're actually winning my, I don't want to say heart, because supposedly according to Sunday I don't have one, so I can't say heart, but you're winning my agreement. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I actually agree. I think you're right. I think you're right about Chud Logic, Brianna Wu. Oh my god.
I got in trouble with this.
Did I just agree with her? What the fuck is wrong?
For not covering the Vostra.
Am I going to be invited to the group chat now? Oh my god, chat, am I a trans man now? What the fuck?
I got in trouble for this, for not taking a massive shit on.
Nope. I still feel non-binary people are valid. I still feel like your gender is the gender that you identify with, not. I still feel like there shouldn't be a bar of like you must be this dysphoric to pass, right? No, I'm not a trans med. Oh, that's good.
Actual Justice Warrior, which I should also catch you up on that drama.
Oh god, I know about this drama.
I got
yeah, Destiny got into it with Actual Justice Warrior, actually. That's what he's talking about.
For saying what's at the top of my brain, but I would so much rather get yelled at for what I feel is an articulation of my internal monologue and what I actually feel and what I actually think. I would so much rather get in trouble for that rather than make up something that I think is going to be palatable to the outside world. And
so, yeah, TLDR is that a lot of Chud's orbiters and me, I don't know if Chud watched this, but like they felt like that she was lighting Chud up or something. I don't know. Look, this shouldn't be this big of a deal. I don't know that Chud himself would deny this.
Then getting caught in it being a lie. Like that, that's just my absolute preference.
No, I fully agree with you.
Yeah. So hold on. So we need to, we only have like 90 seconds left. So I want to get that done. So let's do it.
Make that argument.
Okay, there we go. That's the segment. If you've enjoyed this segment, make sure to leave me a like. It helps out the algorithm a lot. Actually, it helps me out. It doesn't help the algorithm. It helps me, but it helps you too, because it brings more people into my audience who are just like you, for real. It literally goes through your watch history, and then it says people that like this stuff are going to like NCC, and so it suggests my videos to them. So if you want to replicate yourself, if you want to clone yourself, hit that like button, smash that like button, and you will literally make my audience more like you just by doing it. All right. Well, there you go. There you go. That's more than you bargained for, isn't it? I feel like I gave you winning. Irene's Valium and Thorazine addled mind. That's right. And my lack of a soul, according to some people. That was a wilder segment than I expected. And it kind of just all brings it back all full circle, right? The whole Twitch poll thing. I don't often really anymore get into like my history as a streamer, where I come from, why, certain people hate my guts, but there it is. There's like my heart on my sleeve for you. I hope you appreciate. I hope you appreciate. And just know that I appreciate you. Remy says, every time I see DGG, I think of dog food stock price. What is DGG dog food stock price? What would that be? You must know a lot about stonks. Teach me. No, not like I have money to invest, but I wish I had money. It's like saying people are harmed because you're enjoying ice cream a little too much as you eat it. The barefoot in public thing was just a hypothetical. No one actually did any of the things. Yeah. And here Riley was calling Doe like some kind of abuser or implying that Doe was engaged in a harm towards children. Demon Mama is a criminal. She wears open-toed shoes in public. No, she's a criminal because she's flipped me off. That was not nice. She's a super meanie butt. But that's okay. I don't hold grudges. And she doesn't matter anymore, so I don't care. I do not care. Brianna Wu's clown car of transmedicalism. That's what the name of the group chat was, actually. No Zionist or Israel supporter is progressive. Oh yeah, we're back into the part where I was reading the game is so bad, isn't it, Marina? Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean about other people's... I don't like to rip on other people's, like, creative projects, but goddamn. Everyone is being mean to Zionists just because they are committing genocide and must be anti-Semitic to stand against human rights abuses and ethnic cleansing. Yep. It's a cheerocracy, says Crotchy. Wu will speak soon on PragerU. You're probably right, Lexical. You're probably right. Yeah, she's long. I feel like I'm long-winded though. I can't criticize her for being long-winded, but because I yap. I yap a lot. I chirp. The progressive left is insane because every time they propose a solution, that's one less problem we can make money off of. Every cave conservative ever. What if the majority of progressives are asking? It's not defund the police, only a small sliver are. Yeah, Brianna Wu is objectively wrong on that. Seen better mobile games. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it. Not super into video games. It's because when I try to imagine what they're like, this is what I picture. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shall we point and stare some more? Oh, look at that. It's Matrix time. Jenny Matrix time. I'm sorry. Speaking of the group chat. Chat. These are deep cuts, aren't they? These are really fucking deep cuts. Glup Shido is my favorite Star Wars character. What's up with the bug? Look, I don't know which character I would be in this game, but I feel like I'd have to be the evil one. I feel like probably the evil character is like the good one, right? Because it's pretty. Oh, whoa. Get out of the way! Pew pew pew. Yeah, these are the gate. This is the battle system. Oh shit! You can do melee. I didn't know you could do melee. You do more melee. Yes, yes. Looks like you kind of stun the opponent too. Okay, let them shoot, and then you Try to move and shoot. There, move and shoot. There we go. Do a little melee, maybe. Nope, nope. Yeah, melee. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's a real-time event. So to actually finish them off, you gotta literally type in elbow strike. Oh, that's wild. Elbow to the abdomen. That is not a technique I've utilized in Muay Thai, I must confess. I'm like, how often are you going to be in position to elbow somebody's stomach? It's just not something, I don't know. I don't know how useful that would be. Moving on. So I think is Holiday like the protagonist here? She's leveling up. She just leveled up to level 5 assassin. Yes. She's gonna disperse some points here. I mean, look, let me give it a compliment. All right, I like the color palette. I think the color palette is pretty good. All right, that's a nice thing I can say about this game. And it doesn't make me a transmet either, luckily. It's because it's much cooler to be an evil villain than a goody two-shoes. Well, definitely in this game. Are we 17 likes still from hitting that 100? I would love... We've been on a bit of a streak lately, okay? We've been hitting 100 likes many times over on YouTube. And it feels really good. It feels really good to do. It would be really cool if we could do that tonight, but I don't know. Are there 16 people in chat that haven't liked the stream yet? Is that possible? I don't want to try to, like, squeeze water out of a stone, but maybe there's some water in the stone. I don't know. It's time for all of the lurkers to come out. Come out wherever you are. What the fuck is that? Wait, why is she chopped up into parts? That's not good. What's going on here? Soldiers arrived along last playmates. What? Why are there like Wait, are they clipped? Wait, is it just clipped? Is it not like somebody chopped into parts? Is it just a clipping? Are those sprites clipped? Oh shit, it's a stronger enemy that's got a new weapon. Pew pew, pew pew. Oh, you missed. Haha. Oh, got it. Stun lock. It's like Final Fantasy Tactics, like in a bad way. You know what I mean? It's like if Final Fantasy Tactics, or what is that other one called? Like Ogre, what is it called? Ogre Tactics? It's like if it was a real-time event-based thing instead of being turn-based. Right, you can do this shit with like turn-based, but... But yeah, the squares, right? I guess in Final Fantasy Tactics, would it be? Is it? I can't even remember. Are they like octagons? I'm speaking your language now. What, RTS? I am the water from the stone. Daphne, thank you. Thank you for liking the stream. That's really cool. FFT was one of my favorite games ever. I saw like a video about it, and I forgot how cool it was. Some people argue, and this is a spicy take, that Tactics is the best Final Fantasy. I am not going to endorse that because I know that Final Fantasy 13 is the best Final Fantasy. Obviously a spicier take. Yes, Lightning. That's right. No, I mean, I don't know. It's flawed. But aren't all Final Fantasies flawed? Maybe I haven't played enough. I've only played, let's see, 8, 10, and 13-1. And I'm supposed to play 13-2. I feel like I owe somebody, and you know who you are out there. I feel like I owe somebody a playthrough of 13-2. You were really mad that I never that I did 13-1 and I played Persona after that, and you wanted me to do 13-2. Well, I'll do it sometime. My favorites are 6. Yeah, 6 seems cool. I played a little bit of 6, but like I don't remember what happened. I think I might have it on my iPad or something. Final Fantasy 7 second and Final Fantasy Tactics third. Only played 6 and 7. Oh, I'm supposed to play 7. People say that 7 is really good. I've never played it. That's the popular one. I've only ever played the original on NES. Wait, Final Fantasy Tactics 1? Or no, it's Final Fantasy 1. I've never played 7. Yeah, people say I need to play 7. People say I need to play 7. I have never played 7 yet. I prefer the Final Fantasy. I prefer the Final Fantasies that don't kill Aerith. Oh my god, I shouldn't. Did I spoil that for anybody? Look, it's been spoiled for me, and I haven't played it, so. Yeah, maybe that's why I haven't played it, because it seems sad. I don't want a sad Final Fantasy. I want a, like, romantic Final Fantasy. You already knew? Anyway, chat, it's super late. I've stayed up super late again. I need to go to bed. You probably need to go to bed, too. But much love to all of you. Thank you for supporting me. And thank you for everybody who came out of the woodwork to hit that like button on the stream. And yeah, thanks for voting for Brianna Wu. It actually ended up being a decent segment, I think. I might have to reread. I might have to re-record the reading of the article, right? Because that's supposed to be really good. That's how segments are supposed to work. Anyway, much love to everybody in chat. And I hope you all have a very good night and you sleep well, or have a good morning if it's morning. I don't know. I'm streaming so late that it's probably morning for some of you. And yeah, don't waste your money on this game. All right, here's your review. Revolution 60, not worth whatever they would charge, even if it's 50 cents. That looks like a legitimately hard enemy, though. This one's at least challenging, right? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, there we go. Like, can you beat this enemy though? Like, I gotta see if Holiday is able to. Oh my gosh! Oh no! You got blasted, Holiday. You got blasted. You got to do the melee. I don't know. Maybe the melee would help. Oh shit! Oh shit! You got bombed. That's a mine. God damn, this enemy is like way harder than the last one. Oh no, it's a mine. Oh, that's a weird mine. I feel like you need to melee, maybe. Can you hit him from the side? Oh, wait, what? Melee, melee, yes, yes. I called it. You gotta do a real-time event to finish them off. Otherwise, I think they like kind of come back and... Ooh, okay, there we go. A head kick. It's not just a head kick, chat. It's a turning hook head kick. That is making contact with your calcaneus to the person's head. The calcaneus is a pretty hard bone in the very bottom of your foot. And that's why hook kicks can really hurt. If they actually land, which most of the time they don't. That's why I don't use them. Oh... You got a little Muay Thai advice too. Actually, it's not really Muay Thai. We don't use the hook kick in Muay Thai. That's more of a Taekwondo thing, I guess. I don't know. Is it Taekwondo? It's just not. I would not recommend it. That's all. Anyway, much love, everybody. Good night. Have a good night's sleep. Holiday persisted, like the girl boss that she obviously is. And I did too. Not, are we 9 likes away? Are we really that? Do I need to stay on until we get 100 likes? The enemy was the Bechdel test defeated. Well, this game definitely did well on the Bechdel test. I'll give it that. And so would Anita. Although Anita was an actual victim of Gamergate, unlike Brianna. I've always said that Brianna is like the person that you know, there was a bus crash and Brianna jumps in the bus after it crashes in order to collect insurance money. That is her relationship to Gamergate. All right, well, my thing shows that there are 10 more likes that we need to get. It would be awesome if we could get that. It'd be awesome if everybody that hasn't liked the game, don't like this game, like the stream. Everybody who hasn't liked the stream yet would like it on their way out. That would kick so much ass. But anyway, I'm not going to worry about it because this stream will get 100 likes at some point. And I've got to go to bed, and you probably have to go to bed too. So we don't like that's right. Don't like the game. Don't pay for the game. Just watch the game on Let's Plays, and there we go.